orders of the day, ordre du jour. It being 11:01 a.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, affaires émanant des députés. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill S-233, an act to amend the Criminal Code, assault against persons who provide health services and first responders, standing in the name of Mr. Doherty.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Riding Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to support the Bill S-233, a bill that should not be controversial. It should not be controversial to say that people who care for us deserve to be protected. It should not be controversial to say that a nurse should not be punched, bitten, spat on, sexually assaulted, or threatened while doing their job. It should not be controversial to say that when someone assaults a healthcare worker or a first responder while on duty, the justice system should treat that assault seriously. But we have reached that point in Canada where healthcare workers are being told directly or indirectly that violence is just part of the job. That is wrong, Mr. Speaker. Violence is not part of a job description of a nurse, a personal support worker, a paramedic, or any first responder who runs toward danger while everyone else is running away from it. The Canadian Federation of Nurses Union surveyed thousands of nurses across the country. 6 in 10 reported experiencing job-related violence or abuse in just the previous year. Of the nurses who experienced violence or abuse, 82% reported verbal abuse. Nearly half reported physical violence, and almost 1 in 5 reported sexual abuse. These are not just statistics. These are mental and physical burdens that follow healthcare workers home and at the end of their shift. They change how people work and how they feel. And for far too many frontline workers, they change whether they stay in the profession at all. Mr. Speaker, in my home province of Manitoba, there were 812 workers' compensation claims accepted in 2024 for nurses who were victims of assault and violent acts. 812 workers, Mr. Speaker. In 2015, that number was 298. That's nearly an increase of 200%. 200%, Mr. Speaker. And at Winnipeg's Grace Hospital, after healthcare workers were threatened and assaulted, the president of the Manitoba Nurses Union said to the staff was felt like, and I quote, business as usual, carry on. There should be nothing usual about healthcare worker being assaulted. It's not acceptable for healthcare workers to report an assault and be left with a feeling that the system just expects them to take it and keep on going. So why do we tolerate it in healthcare? The cost of tolerating these assaults is not limited to an individual. It creates a ripple effect through our entire healthcare system. Allowing the system to tolerate these assaults shows up when nurses stop picking up overtime shifts or when workers leave unsafe units. It also discourages the future generation from entering healthcare profession altogether. Canada is already experiencing a shortage of healthcare workers. We are facing closed emergency rooms, cancelled surgeries, delayed home care, overcrowded hospitals, and families waiting months to get care. So when violence drives even one more healthcare worker out of a profession, it becomes a patient care issue too. It means longer wait times, more pressure on the workers who remain in an already burdened system. And Mr. Speaker, a country that cannot protect its healthcare workers will not be able to protect the future viability of its healthcare system. Mr. Speaker, that is why Bill S-233 matters. 233 amends the criminal code so that when a court is sentencing someone for certain assault offenses, the court must consider it an aggravating circumstance if the victim was a person providing healthcare services, including personal care services, or a first responder engaged in the performance of their duty. In other words, it means that if you attack a nurse while they are caring for a patient, there are more consequences. If you threaten a paramedic while they are trying to save their life, there are more consequences. If you assault a personal support worker while they are caring for someone vulnerable, there are more consequences. That is basic justice, Mr. Speaker. An assault on a healthcare worker or a first responder is not just an assault on one person. It is an attack on the people in our communities that depend on in moments of crisis. This bill is about telling every healthcare worker and first responder in this country that Parliament understands the seriousness of what they face. Mr. Speaker, this bill does not solve every safety problem in healthcare. Provinces and employers still have responsibilities and work to do. But the federal government has a responsibility for the criminal code, and that is why this bill makes a difference. Bill S-233 ensures that if you assault the people providing care, you face consequences. Mr. Speaker, the most frustrating part of this debate is that Parliament has already had a chance to act. In the last Parliament, my Conservative colleague from Caribou Prince George introduced the identical bill, C-321. That bill was supported unanimously in both the House and the Senate. It was studied, agreed to, and became ready to become law. The only reason that law is not today is because Justin Trudeau prorogued Parliament and the current Prime Minister called an early election. So let me remind Parliament and our Liberal colleagues across the way where we are today. The bill has already been debated. It has already been studied. It's already been received unanimous support. The workers affected by violence do not need another awareness week, a photo op, or more talking points from the government, from the Liberal government especially. They need Parliament to pass this bill. And Mr. Speaker, I will be honest that I am quite frustrated to hear that other politicians speak about how good and important this legislation is. Because in December, Conservatives gave this House a chance to do the right thing. We called on, and I might ask, Mr. Speaker, for the opposition or the Liberals to listen to this a little bit closer. We called on Parliament to fast-track Bill S-233 so it could become law late last Christmas. My Conservative colleague from Caribou Prince George, who introduced the original bill, stood with me and called on Parliament to pass S-233 at all stages with unanimous consent. We were joined in that call by the Canadian Nurses Association and representatives from Canada's paramedic community. In other words, the people who actually represent the workers who are being assaulted on the job were asking Parliament to act. And what happened when the Conservatives moved the unanimous consent motion to fast-track the legislation? The Liberal Party said no. What a missed opportunity. Mr. Speaker, less than a year ago, the Ontario Nurses Association held a vigil at Nathan Phillips Square in Toronto to honour those impacted by violence and to demand safer workplaces. You think about that. Healthcare professionals are holding vigils because violence has become so common that workers are gathering in public squares to mourn and demand that politicians act. That alone should motivate this House to pass Bill S-233 without delay. And Mr. Speaker, I believe that society reveals its values by what it is willing to protect. If we say we value health care, then we must value the people who deliver it. If we say we respect first responders, then our laws must reflect that respect. If we say nurses are the backbone of the healthcare system, then we cannot leave them to face violence as part of the job. For years, frontline workers have praised in speeches and in press conferences, but the words are not consequences for assault or a threat. These workers are not asking Parliament for more applauses. They are asking us to act. Workers are tired of being resilient in the face of violence that should have been prevented and punished. They are tired of politicians calling them essential while treating their safety as optional. There is nothing compassionate about tolerating violence against healthcare workers, and there is nothing responsible about allowing the justice system to send the message that these assaults are just part of the job description. Conservatives believe in consequences and believe in protecting the people who protect us, whether they be nurses, paramedics, personal support workers, or every first responder who serves our communities. We believe that someone attacks them, the law should reflect the seriousness of that offense. That is what Bill S-233 does. So, to the healthcare workers and first responders listening today, I want to say this. We see what you are facing. We hear what you're telling us, and we are not going to pretend that violence is normal. We should not have to choose between caring for Canadians and protecting yourself. Healthcare workers have cared for us. Now it's time for Parliament to show that we are willing to protect them. Let's pass S233. Let's take action to address violence against healthcare workers, and let's do it without any more delay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for University Rosedale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak to Bill S233, an act to amend the Criminal Code, assault against persons who provide health services and first responders. This bill would add an aggravating factor in the Criminal Code that applies to specific assault and assault-related offences when committed against first responders or persons who provide healthcare services. At the outset, as others have, I would like to thank my colleague in the Senate for bringing this bill forward, as well as the honourable member for Cariboo Prince George, who introduced, as we've heard, a previous version of this legislation. Their work has provided all of us the opportunity to reflect on an important, indeed a critical issue that affects people across this country. Every Canadian relies on the simple but essential promise that in a moment of crisis, help will come. When someone calls 911 in the face of a life-threatening emergency, they do so with the expectation that a first responder will arrive. Whether that first responder be a firefighter, a paramedic, or the Coast Guard, when a person or a loved one is seriously ill or injured, they rely on the presence of a healthcare professional who will provide care, often, as we know, under the most difficult of circumstances. In Canada, first responders are there for us on our worst days. They run toward danger when others are told to stay back. They provide care in uncertain and chaotic environments, and they do so not for recognition, but out of a deep commitment to serving their communities, Mr. Speaker. And for that, they deserve not only our gratitude, but our protection. Mr. Speaker, I am very supportive of the objective of this bill, which is broadly to better protect first responders and healthcare workers. At the same time, we should also consider how Bill S233 could interact or would interact with existing criminal code provisions, as well as additional proposed measures currently before Parliament. Members may recall the concerns about violence against healthcare workers, particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic, led to the enactment of, among other measures, an aggravating factor at sentencing that applies when a person is being sentenced for an offence committed against a person who is providing health services in the performance of their duties. Aggravating factors serve an important role in the criminal sentencing process. Where they are present and proven beyond a reasonable doubt, the offence may be found to be more serious, or the offender's responsibility may be heightened. As a result, they can result in longer sentences. Bill S233 seeks to add a new statutory aggravating factor to the Criminal Code to ensure that when assault is committed against first responders and healthcare workers, that is explicitly recognized. I would note that this proposal is very similar to the aggregating factor that already exists in the Criminal Code, but it differs in two key respects. First, the bill would ensure that first responders who are not responding to a medical emergency are protected. As it currently stands, the existing aggravating factor applies broadly to people providing health services, which can include first responders if they are providing medical services. A first responder in a non-medical emergency may not fall within the scope of the current provision. For example, a firefighter who is responding to a fire but not providing medical services would not fall within the scope of the current aggravating factor. Second, the proposed approach in Bill S233 would only apply to assault and some other assault-related offences, such as uttering threats, whereas the current aggravating factor, in contrast, applies to all offences in the Criminal Code. This is where government's Bill C-14, the Bail and Sentencing Reform Act, is stepping in. Bill C-14 proposes to expand the existing aggravating factor for offences against people providing services, health services, to individuals providing services as first responders. Importantly, As my colleague from Winnipeg South Centre noted in an earlier debate, it would take a broader approach than Bill S-233. Rather than applying only to certain assault-related offences, it would apply to all criminal code offences committed against first responders and healthcare workers. Mr. Speaker, while the legal framework is important, I would like to turn to why this issue requires our attention, and in this, I think we are all aligned in this House. We have heard directly from those on the front lines about the challenges they face. As the Minister of Justice has said, good ideas stem from conversations with Canadians about their lived realities in the positions we are aiming to protect. Those conversations paint a troubling picture. As my colleague from Winnipeg South Centre noted previously, the International Association of Firefighters, representing more than 350,000 firefighters and emergency medical workers across Canada and the United States, has called for stronger protections against threats and violence. Their data shows that violence is not an isolated occurrence, but a reality that many first responders face with alarming frequency. Surveys have found that a significant proportion of firefighters have experienced violence while responding to emergencies, including both structure fires and medical calls. This problem is not limited to one profession, nor is it confined to one region. My colleague from Winnipeg South Centre spoke previously about the unacceptable rates of violence faced by paramedics in Ottawa and the Peel region. Just this month, I saw a news article about an individual who was charged for threatening to shoot paramedics responding to a call in Windsor. These experiences, in addition to the other challenging aspects of the work that first responders do, undoubtedly take a toll on them, on their physical health, on their mental health, and on their communities, Mr. Speaker. As one more of far too many examples of this, between 2019 and 2025, CBC News reported that more than 1,100 Edmonton firefighters, paramedics, and Edmonton Police Service members have had to step away from their work due to psychological injuries. Mr. Speaker, these are deeply concerning realities. I would add that it goes without saying that in emergency situations where seconds can mean the difference between life and death, any interference with those providing assistance can have devastating consequences. No one who sets out to save lives should have to fear for their own. No one who begins a shift as a first responder or a healthcare worker should have to wonder whether they themselves will be the victim of a crime before the day is done. Our justice system must send a clear and unequivocal message that this violence will not be tolerated. Mr. Speaker, we have a responsibility as legislators to respond. Bill S-233 represents an important contribution to that effort. Bill C-14 offers a broader approach that may address some of the same concerns with respect to offences against first responders in a more comprehensive way. It will be for this House and for committee to carefully study these proposals and determine the best path forward. I believe that the committee's work will be invaluable. It will allow us to hear from experts, from stakeholders, and from those on the front lines. It will allow us to examine how these measures would operate in practice and how they can best achieve the objective we all share. I look forward to the study of this bill in committee, and I'm hopeful that, working together, we can move forward measures that will better protect first responders and healthcare workers across Canada. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. L'honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Kawachikamach, Nitassinan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to address Bill CS-233, Assault Against Persons Who Provide Health Services and First Responders. Of course, Mr. Speaker, this is not the first time we've spoken of this bill. Yes, we are discussing S-233. This is a bill that was tabled by my colleague, the member in this House. I'd like to thank him because even though this bill is, of course, originally from the Senate, it was not passed during the last Parliament. It is supported unanimously by all the parties in this House. Mr. Speaker, let me organize my sheets of paper here. The bill amends the criminal code, requiring that the court consider as an aggravating factor in sentencing the fact that the person who's a victim of assault is a first responder or healthcare worker. So, Mr. Speaker, it is the same bill as another bill that was presented in the previous Parliament. Here is the new version of it. As I mentioned, the Bloc Québécois is in favor of this bill, which follows up on a recommendation issued by the committee that was studying the standing committee that was studying the matter of assaults against people working in the healthcare sector 7 years ago. That was 7 years ago that the report was tabled. There were elections in 2019. There was no response from the government at the time. And here we are again, 10 years later, I would say, Mr. Speaker, because you have to think there was the committee study, there was the report, and there were discussions in this House to. This is then a follow-up to these recommendations from 2019 issued by the committee. And of course, these measures are supported by Quebec and also other parts of Canada, including also by supported by the associations representing nurses. Mr. Speaker, let me briefly cover a few points. I did say that we were in agreement with the fact that assaults against first responders and healthcare workers are or should be an aggravating factor in sentencing. That said, I would like the government to go even further with this because, sure, and rightly so, we see that workers are affected and assaulted in so many different ways, not just physically, yes, but also mentally assaulted and also sexually assaulted. They are assaulted more so than other workers, and even more so women. They are disproportionately affected. This is already included in the criminal code, that there would be an aggravating factor for assault, aggravated assault, assault with the weapons for individuals who drive certain vehicles. And we would like, of course, to extend this aggravating factor for the sentencing process to individuals in the healthcare sector and first responders. Of course, this criminal code already defines that these actions are illegal. And I was hearing my colleague on the government say that we are responsible, but if you are going to be responsible, then you have to take measures. And we at the Bloc Québécois several years ago, it's been several years that we've been asking the government to increase healthcare transfers. Of course, this is a punitive aspect. This is a punitive concern, but there's also the whole preventive aspect. If you look at harassment, assault, and other types of offenses, we know that healthcare is one of the areas where there is a flagrant lack of resources. And I could even mention here, let me find the quote that I'm looking for. The Canadian Association of Nurses, Nursing Association that supports this bill, said that the workplace contributes to this workplace violence. Among these factors, you have to include the lack of staffing, excessive overtime, forced and voluntary overtime, a lack of support from management in actually noting these types of assaults, and an inadequate response when assaults are committed. The best way for the federal government to improve working conditions for nurses and healthcare workers, to us and first responders, is to improve healthcare standards, transfers rather. So these transfers are meager. We would like to see 35% of transfers to Quebec and their provinces. So they are in a position to address the shortcomings that are caused by the federal government due to its refusal to see that there are direct consequences. that are harmful and tragic in some cases even, because the federal government's refusing to adequately fund the healthcare system. To this, I would add the issue of mental health, Mr. Speaker. Of course, in the area of prevention, certainly we want to protect our workers so that they are in a position to do their work adequately, to avoid issues of violence, and also to protect mental health. We're not investing enough in mental health, Mr. Speaker, and that goes side by side with the issue of transfers. And let me focus specifically on this point, because several organizations, several witnesses said that the importance, that there's been an increase rather since the pandemic in the number of situations of violence experienced by these individuals, resulting specifically from a lack of funding in healthcare, and more specifically in mental health care. Meaning that here we have situations that could have been avoidable but have now occurred. Mr. Speaker, I'd add a third point. Aside from the issue of healthcare transfers, of course, we absolutely support this bill. And the third point is that this is not something that has only shown up in the context of S233. But I find it's unfortunate that in this House we're unable to pass bills such as my colleagues in a timely way during the appropriate parliamentary sitting, because then we end up having a backlog of bills that end up before this House from the Senate, and other bills that we can, of course, still debate, but this is all creating delays, and it means also delays for private members' bills. It is our job to do this. Sometimes members can't even put forward bills, new bills, because the House is working, perhaps I shouldn't say it's working, is having a hard time working on this front. But we end up dealing with the same bills again and again, and I'm quite certain this bill will be passed. It will go to committee, and I hope this time around there won't be elections to stand in the way, that at least we avoid having to start from scratch with a bill that we all agreed on. That's a practice. This idea of referring bills from the Senate here, I hope certainly the House will find solutions to this problem, because if things had gone right, we would have already passed this bill and we would be taking care of first responders and healthcare workers. One final point, Mr. Speaker. In conclusion, I'll say it, and I'll always say it, the Bloc Québécois is in favor of this. I wanted to take this opportunity to thank first responders and healthcare workers throughout Quebec and in my region, the Haute-Côte-Nord, in a rural region. I'm certain my colleague understands this. We're talking about hundreds and hundreds of kilometers of land, sometimes with no network access, that they maybe all these healthcare workers have a vocation in a way. They love their work, but in difficult circumstances. I specifically want to thank the people in my riding, specifically my mom, who was a nurse for 40 years. I have heard so many of these stories. I certainly hope that this bill will be able to mitigate these problems. We want workers to be doing well, and that they be able to do their work, quite simply, for the benefit of all.
The honourable member for Barrie South, Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in the words of the great Yogi Berra, it's like deja vu all over again. Here we are again debating a bill that was first introduced by my colleague from Cariboo, Prince George, on March 9th, 2023. March 9th, 2023. And this is a problem that's been escalating across the country: violence against emergency healthcare workers, first responders, and others. And I personally want to thank Senators Housakis and Youssef for bringing this bill back, because it is an important piece of legislation, one that this Parliament could have approved years ago. years ago, if not for delays with respect to prorogation and others. And, I often get asked as a former firefighter, what's the one thing I find frustrating about being an MP and being a parliamentarian? And that is how long it takes things to happen and how long it takes for decisions to be made. I think back to my career and others who I worked with, if we responded to a house fire and sat outside that house fire and thought, you know what, I think we're going to come back next week after we have a few meetings in dealing with this situation. You mitigate the problems, you identify them, you mitigate them, you solve them, and then you move on to what will inevitably be the next problem. That's how things work in real life. But around this place, everything gets delayed, gets obstructed, and these are important pieces of legislation, as I said earlier, to protect the health and safety of healthcare workers and first responders. And Mr. Speaker, one only has to look at the headlines, and I did, some of them. I mean, there are thousands of headlines that are happening across this country of assaults that are taking place on healthcare workers and frontline first responders. Sunday, May 3rd, man 59 charged after multiple healthcare workers sexually assaulted and threatened at Grace Hospital. Charges pending after healthcare worker assaulted at Edmonton Hospital, 2 patients involved in the alleged attack on Christmas Day. In a rare move, 2 Manitoba hospitals declared unsafe for nurses. Can you imagine that? Staff described being punched, kicked, and sexually assaulted. The union is discouraging members from the facilities, discouraging them, asking them to stay away from their workplace because of the assaults that are going on. Teen charged during hospital visit after nurses and police officers allegedly assaulted. The 17-year-old had been brought to St. Thomas Hospital for treatment. Stabbing of healthcare worker outside Vancouver General Hospital, the latest in long list of attacks. Firefighters say they face increasing rates of violence while on duty. In a survey of over 117 fire departments in Canada, 40% of firefighters have experienced an assault within the last 5 years, says Edward Kelly, president of the International Association of Firefighters. Kelly also believes that incidents of violence are underreported. We had a Toronto firefighter bitten by a patient, Kelly said in an interview last month. In Winnipeg, we've seen a severe rise. We've reported 58 incidents in Winnipeg this year alone, and I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that Winnipeg is the epicenter of this violence. Violence against Winnipeg firefighters escalates. Another headline, 3 assaults against first responders in 1 week. Unacceptable. Paramedic chief says a Kamloops, BC paramedic was assaulted while refueling her ambulance at a gas station on Sunday evening. In Brampton, man charged after female paramedics sexually assaulted in Peel region. Even CUPE, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Union of Public Employees, came out and talked about the increasing assaults that are happening on their members. There is a deeply troubling pattern that is underlying many of these incidents, repeat violent offenders cycling endlessly through the justice system. On September 29, 2024, a Barrie police officer was stabbed while on duty by a violent repeat offender who was on probation at the time of attack. Over the previous 2 years, that individual had reportedly been arrested and released 117 times and had more than 100 interactions with Barrie police, 17 arrests, more than 100 interactions with law enforcement. And still, despite all those warning signs, an officer was stabbed. Canadians are increasingly asking themselves a very reasonable question. How many chances does the system have to give someone before innocent people, including first responders, pay the price? How many warning signs must exist before meaningful consequences follow back into the community without accountability? It's not the politicians or the bureaucrats who are facing this danger. It's the police officers who answer the calls, it's the paramedics who enter chaotic scenes, it's the nurses working overnight shifts in emergency, it's the firefighters responding to dangerous and unpredictable emergencies. They are the ones placed directly in harm's way when the system fails to deal with violent offenders. And after 10 years of failed Liberal bail reform, the least the Liberal government can do is stand behind the first responders and healthcare professionals who keep our community safe despite the cards they've been dealt with by this government. So why does S233 matter? It matters because it recognizes a simple, profoundly important principle that an assault against a first responder or healthcare professional is not just an assault against an individual, it's an assault against the people of our communities who rely on them in moments of crisis. These are the people who run towards danger when everyone else is running away. These are the people who arrive at the worst moments in a person's life: accidents, overdoses, domestic violence incidents, mental health crises, fires, medical emergencies, and an attempt to restore safety and hope. For that service, they deserve more than just our simple gratitude. They deserve the protection of the law and the clear support of this Parliament. Bill S-233 sends a message that Canada will not normalize violence against those who dedicate their lives to protecting others. It says clearly and firmly that violence is not part of the job description. The truth is that repeated exposure to violence changes people. It wears them down emotionally. It creates anxiety, creates fear. It contributes to burnout, trauma, and psychological injury. And ultimately, it drives people out of the professions our country desperately needs them to be in. And across Canada, we're already facing shortages of nurses, paramedics, firefighters, and police officers. We can't afford to create working conditions where people we rely on the most feel abandoned, unsupported, and unsafe. Bill S-233 matters because laws do more than punish conduct after the fact. Laws also reflect the values of our nation. This legislation says clearly that Canada values and respects those who protect, who rescue, who heal, and who care for others. It says that when a person assaults a first responder or healthcare worker, the justice system must recognize the heightened seriousness of that offense. And most importantly, Mr. Speaker, it says to every frontline worker in this country that Parliament sees what you are enduring, Parliament recognizes those sacrifices you make, and Parliament will not accept violence against you as simply part of the job. So, Mr. Speaker, I started off by saying it's like deja vu all over again. March 9th, 2023, the member from Caribou Prince George put this bill on the table. Because of prorogation, it fell off. We're back at it again because of a Senate bill, and I appreciate Senators Youssef and Hussein for bringing this back. This is a cascading problem happening right across the country, and we need to send a message to not just our frontline healthcare workers, but our first responders that Parliament has your back, and to act as a deterrent to those who think and normalize violence against our first responders. So to the member of Caribou Prince George, I want to thank him for his continued advocacy to ensure the safety of our healthcare workers and frontline officers. This is an important piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, and we must today make sure that we pass it so that our frontline healthcare workers and our paramedics, our firefighters, and our police continue to do their job in safety across communities in this country, and we must stand with them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Please débat. The member from Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to speak on my colleague's bill. In essence, what he's brought forward to the House a while ago. My colleague from Caribou Prince George has been stalwart in support of first responders in the Prince George community and in northeastern BC. I know that he meets with firefighters from Prince George, as I do, and we hear their stories, the first-hand accounts of firefighters that signed up to fight fires, but now they're dealing with overdoses is what the vast majority of what their response, what they're doing. And sadly, some of the stuff that comes along with that response to the sort of the drug side of our community is violence against them. And it's really it's a shame that these people that sign up to really, protect us and keep us safe are having to deal with violence. And, I think maybe I'll start off just by saying this. I think just what most Canadians, expect of this House is to protect our first responders. So it's, for me, there's really a couple of aspects to this that I was just thinking about. It's one thing for our first responders to be assaulted while they're trying to help us. Like, first of all, they sign up for their entire lives. They put years in university and all that to just basically serve their fellow men in providing health care. My daughter wants to be a doctor. She's studying to do that as we speak. My to-be daughter-in-law, my son's fiance, is studying to be a nurse in the Philippines as we speak. And I know when they do this, this comes out of a servant heart. They really want to help their fellow Canadians and fellow persons. But the sad part is when they do that, they get into serving us and taking care of us, is when their violence is committed against them. So I think with expectation of most Canadians, as I was saying before, is it's one thing for them to be assaulted, but if it's another thing for us to not do anything about it. And I think that's where they're looking at us and saying, okay, government, you guys, and we're opposition, the government is across the way, the Liberal has been Trudeau, and then the current Prime Minister are responsible really to protect these first responders. They had the opportunity in last Parliament to do it, and for some reason they sort of shoved it off the corner of the desk. And I think, I saw my colleague from Caribou Prince George work tirelessly, put hours and hours and hours and hours into this. Our first responders sitting in the gallery waiting for this to be passed, all to just be ignored. And I think, what Canadians are expecting of us, and what I think first responders are watching for, and they've been asking, and that's what our member has been working on, and that they've been coming to him and saying, I want to say his first name, but I won't. The member from Caribou Prince George, we need help here, right? We need help to really deal with this gap in legislation where, where this violence is sort of being allowed to continue. And I think that's even worse, because here are people, again, that have sacrificed everything to do with to serve us, and government looks the other way. That's just it's just not cool on our watch. So I'm just going to read the preamble, just so people out there might know. They hear about different bills and they hear titles, but this is what the preamble says about the actual bill, Bill S233. One, whereas there are an increasing number of incidents involving violence against persons who provide health services and first responders. So that's doctors, firefighters, ambulance, you name it, that's them, nurses. 2, whereas assaults on persons who provide health services and first responders have both a physical and a psychological impact. 3, whereas persons who provide health services and first responders who care for and protect others deserve to feel protected and valued by the justice system. And that's what I think the most important line that I could say in this whole bill is exactly that last line, right? They deserve to feel protected and valued by the justice system. And right now, that tells me, Mr. Speaker, that is maybe a question sometimes, that they're being offended, right? They're doing their duty and being a doctor, nurse, or ambulance worker, or police officer, or firefighter, and they're being assaulted in different ways, and they mention it, it's mentioned in preamble too. It's not just the physical aspect of it, it's the psychological aspect of that kind of assault too. And again, when that assault goes on and on and on, it goes on and unabated, then they start to probably question whether they're valued or not by this government. So I applaud my colleague from Caribou Prince George on doing this. And I just want to say, as the Member of Parliament for Tumbler Ridge, I can't say enough about our first responders. The police officers that responded, many of the stories haven't even come out yet of how they really stepped up and helped. So I just, whether it's the police officers that were first on scene, that lifted an injured girl off the floor, brought her to the hospital to give her care. She's alive today because that first responder acted. And I'll say this story, and I think the story is known by most people in Tumbler Ridge, but Maya is alive today because of a first responder listening to a bit of advice from a classmate, Addison. And Addison, I know we just chatted last week. Addison was the one who said, there was of course all the tragedy that had happened in the school. The police came in, and Addison pointed that Maya's finger had just moved. And he said, her finger just moved. And part of the reason why she's still alive today is because the police officer responded, picked her up, and took her to be cared for. And to me, it's just an amazing story, but it's a first responder story. Here's somebody that's just signed up to be an RCMP officer in a very beautiful town, normally peaceful town of Tumbler Ridge. But in the moment that we needed him, he stepped up. And again, Maya is alive today. And maybe I'll expand that story a little bit. I don't know, many of you have been watching the Maya story on social media, just how she keeps improving. And she's got a long ways to go, but I'll take the time just today to send our appreciation to the nurses and the doctors in British Columbia that have taken Maya under their wing and provided her first world service. Yes, thank you. Just incredible. She's still in BC, by the way. There's been a lot of stories that she was going to go elsewhere, but she's in British Columbia now, still recovering, and more on the long-term side. But I can't say enough of that service, the immediate service that she got by the kind of police officer, the nurses and doctors in Tumbler Ridge, and then at BC Children's Hospital in Vancouver. And again, but this is just going without saying that these services are here. And sometimes maybe that's what it is, isn't it? We just expect these services to be there, and we don't always appreciate those men and women that work in those services enough. And so again, this bill is meant to recognize that service. I think it's a good shot in the arm just to say, hey, even though you may not be assaulted physically or psychologically, this is still to show that we are recognizing what you're doing for us in our communities, and it's maybe that moral boost that they might need. Because I can tell you, I can imagine, we are seeing some of the issues with some of the first responders, even again getting back to Tumbler Ridge, the long-term effects of responding to that kind of a tragedy. It's profound. And I'll say this is another story. Somebody, even a person that was involved in the funeral aspects of it too. And even they are dealing with the trauma of dealing with these situations. Because I remember talking to this Kaylee. She's one of the caretakers. She's one of the morticians up there. And I said, well, I guess you're used to this. She goes, Bob, nobody's used to this. It's just a tough situation, very tough all along. So, and these are even folks that deal with this on a regular basis. So, no, I wanted to have the chance to speak today, first of all, to support my colleague and what he's been trying to do, but also, again, to say to our men and women in, whether you're a firefighter, you work in an ambulance every day, you're a doctor, you're a nurse, and I'm sure I'm going to forget somebody, RCMP, whoever it is, we appreciate you, we care about you, and that's what Bill S-233 is about. Again, it's to make you feel protected and valued by the justice system, just like we feel here on this side of the House. My hope is that the government decides to proceed and we get this bill passed as soon as we can. So again, thanks to all that listened today, and again, a special appreciation for my colleague from Caribou Prince George. Great bill.
Resuming debate, reprise débat, and I will offer the floor to the honourable member for Brandon Souris, and I'll advise him that we'll have to cut him off at about 7 minutes. The honourable member.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I sincerely appreciate that, and it's an honor today to stand and put a few words on the record about Bill S-233. It has been in this place, as I know, although I'm a new member, it's been here before in different formats. I'm very glad to see it back on the floor of the House of Commons again today for debate. Of course, it's unfortunate that it didn't pass previously and was in effect, but at least it's made its way back here now in order to try to get this through one last time to ensure protections are in place for our healthcare officials. So I want to thank my colleague for Caribou Prince George. I know this has been a passion project of his for a long time, something that he is championing across this country, it is a big issue. I hear about it all the time. Unfortunately, you've got healthcare professionals, whether it's paramedics or firefighters responding to 911 calls, or healthcare professionals in our emergency rooms, which are becoming a cross between your traditional emergency room and a detox center and all kinds of different mental health crises facilitation facilities, which our healthcare professionals are struggling under the weight of the addiction and mental health crisis that's going on in this country right now. And unfortunately, many of the individuals coming in are repeat violent offenders that need help, but also we have to ensure that the protections are in place for our healthcare workers. I hear too often from young nurses, but young healthcare professionals of many different professions, where they did get assaulted, attacked in some way, shape, or form, whether it's coming to work, leaving work, in the emergency room, or responding to a call on the street. We're seeing individuals get bitten, stabbed with dirty needles, all kinds of other physical or violent assaults. This is just simply completely unacceptable for anyone in the healthcare profession, whether you're new to the job or been doing it for 30 years. It's totally unacceptable to Canadians that these people are on our front lines. They're stepping up to protect Canadians and do what they can to save our lives when we get into accidents or into other types of healthcare issues, and they're getting assaulted and in their place of work, which, we all expect a safe workplace. And our healthcare professionals should too. Just because their workplace happens to sometimes be on the streets of our communities, that doesn't mean that they should be any less safe when they step up for Canadians. And I know, in Manitoba, and in my constituency of Brandon-Souris, the Brandon Fire Paramedic Service does excellent work, as well as the healthcare staff at the Brandon Regional Hospital, as well as many rural hospitals that I represent across the Brandon-Souris constituency. And these folks are nervous. They come to my office and they say, listen, I've seen this same person come in here over and over again, and every time there's a violent incident and there's no repercussions for this person. There's nothing that we can do to prevent this from happening. We're obligated to provide health care to this individual and everybody else who's in our waiting rooms, and we're not safe when this individual is around, and that's a major problem. So this bill, I believe, would go a long way to ensure that specifically that violence against a healthcare professional in their place of work is considered an aggravating factor in sentencing. There has to be some repercussions for these folks. We know that they're often experiencing some type of breakdown, whether it's an addictions crisis or a mental health crisis of their own, and we have services available for that, and the provinces are obligated to make services available in our healthcare system for those people to get the care they need, to bring them back into a healthy lifestyle. There's nothing in this bill that tries to diminish that in any way. But when you are a repeat offender and you are committing violence against our healthcare professionals, there must be consequences for those actions. And perhaps with it being dealt with through the court system as an aggravating factor, then maybe these folks who are experiencing and perpetrating this violence will get connected with the services that they need in the first place in order to navigate their way back to a healthier life. So I know the Liberals know all about this because, of course, the Health Sciences Centre is Manitoba's hospital. It's located in Winnipeg. It has some of the worst cases of violence against healthcare professionals in the country. There are a series of Liberal MPs that represent Winnipeg. They need to step up. They need to step up for the healthcare professionals that work at this facility, as well as the Grays and St. Boniface emergency rooms, not just for the people in my riding, but for the people in Winnipeg and all of us from rural Manitoba who end up in large part having to go to Winnipeg's major hospitals for specialty surgical services and other things. We need to make sure that the healthcare professionals there are safe. There's a number of people that, workers that have been attacked in the parkades of these facilities, not just in the emergency rooms or in hospital rooms, but in the parkades where they park their car. This is tragic. It's just a horrific incident. So I'm really hopeful that the Liberals will step up, pass this bill, send it to committee, move it through the system, get it passed so that the member for Prince George Caribou, Prince George Caribou, and all of the advocates that have been asking for this, as well as healthcare professionals, get the support they need, get this bill passed. Let's make healthcare professionals safer in Brandon-Souris, in Manitoba, and in Canada. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise débat, and will offer the honourable member for Caribou, Prince George, his right of reply. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to first thank our colleagues from all sides who spoke to S233. I specifically want to thank two members, and that is the member from Barrie South, Innisfil, for his service. What many people may not know is I believe it was 22 years he served as a firefighter. He served our communities. He knows firsthand the challenges that firefighters face. And I also want to thank our colleague from Prince George. You know, perhaps, Mr. Speaker, I should wait till the government can settle down and listen.
Order. I'll just ask members to keep the side conversations to a minimum. The honourable member.
You know, it's just indicative of what we've faced with this bill, Mr. Speaker, the disrespect to the hundreds of thousands of first responders and nurses and healthcare workers.
Order, the honourable member on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I've been listening tentatively throughout the debate on this, and I don't think the member is doing a service to the healthcare workers by implying different.
On a point of order, the honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, I started off by saying I want to thank our colleagues who have all spoken on this bill, specifically the member from Barrie South Innisfil for his service, but also our colleague from Prince George Peace River, Northern Rockies, who through a tremendously hard time in our nation, his leadership on the ground within his community of Tumbler Ridge has really been remarkable. He's been there for the families, he's been there for the community, and he's been there for the nation, so thank you. Mr. Speaker, why are we here? Why are we here if we can't stand up for those who actually stand up for us, who fight for us? You know, we're here for the 500,000 nurses in our country, the 40,000 paramedics, the 100,000 firefighters, the 25,000 correctional officers, the hundreds of thousands of first responders that put their uniforms on every day, not knowing what they're going to endure in the service to our country, to your family, to mine. They're all asking for one thing, is to pass S233, to put protections in place so that they know when they respond to an incident, if they face violence, that we have their back. 10 years the IAFF have been asking for this. It's been their #1 lobby ask, 10 years. 7 years we've been fighting to get a piece of legislation through. You know, Mr. Speaker, I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed that we're here at this point. Because we had a bill that passed unanimously in this House and passed in the other House, but because of dissolution of Parliament, did not become law. I want to thank Senators Housakis and Hussain. Senators from both sides of the House came together last fall, saw the importance of this bill, and passed it at all sides in the Senate House. And I want to say thank you to my friend Paul Hills from Saskatoon Paramedics and the IAFF, who has tirelessly worked to get a piece of legislation through that would protect his colleagues, both in the hospitals and on the front lines as first responders. They face unbelievable acts of violence. You know, Mr. Speaker, this bill has already been studied twice. It is born of the 2019 HESA report, Violence Against Healthcare Workers and First Responders. It was studied in the last Parliament at both levels, the Senate and this House. Amendments were made to reflect the bill that we have today, S233. It is so frustrating for me that we are here at this point. Last fall we thought we had The gallery was full with firefighters and healthcare workers, and we thought we had support from the House to pass this. And late before I stood to ask for it, I was told it wasn't going to happen. I literally stood in front of the House Leader, who's in the House right now. I literally stood before him and begged and said, I don't care who asks. It could be from their side, our side, anybody's side. I do not care who asks for unanimous consent. All I care about is that this bill passes and that we can tell the firefighters and the first responders and the nurses that we have their back. That's what we owe to these to the hundreds of thousands of responders, first responders. Mr. Speaker, I'll just end with this. I carry a coin with me. It says, heroes are human, service before self, and never give up. I firmly believe, and I hope that when this comes to a vote in 2 days, that all members will support this bill. Thank you.
Order. The question is as follows. Mr. Doherty, seconded by Mr. Falk, moved that Bill S. 233, an act to amend the criminal code, assault against persons who provide health services and first responders, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. If a member participating in person wishes the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would request them and invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair, the honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, I'd like to stand and ask for UC, but I would request a recorded division, please.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, May 27th, 2026, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. And I see the Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel is rising on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, I invoke Standing Order 69-1 of the House of Commons to ask you to split Part 17, the Transport of Canada Act, from Bill C-31, Act Number 2, to implement certain parts of the budget. As your predecessor reminded us in his decision from January 30th, 2024, the goal of 69-1 is to allow the House of Commons to speak specifically to parts of an omnibus bill that are not sufficiently close by their nature, their purpose, their integration into a coherent budgetary policy. In that decision, the Speaker also emphasized that the central criterion rests on the ability to identify a clear and coherent common theme and on the need to preserve the right of members of Parliament to vote separately on legislative proposals that are in fact distinct. Mr. Speaker, that's precisely the case with Part 17 of Bill C-31. This part introduces substantial amendments to the Transportation Act, particularly regarding the handling of complaints in the air transport sector. These are measures of a regulatory and structural nature which establish new mechanisms and fall within an autonomous public policy domain. These provisions, 1, are not simple budget implementation measures. 2, are not ancillary to a fiscal or financial measure. 3, are not necessary in the strict sense for the implementation of the budget. And in fact, this measure, number 4, was not even part of the November 2026 budget. Rather, these measures are a distinct legislative package which could perfectly well be the subject of a standalone bill. As the Speaker acknowledged in the aforementioned decision, the fact that a measure appears in a budget implementation bill is not, in and of itself, sufficient to establish the required link if that measure introduces independent and substantial changes in public policy. Furthermore, in that same decision, the Speaker emphasized the importance of protecting members' rights to make an informed and separate decision on legislative matters that are not intrinsically linked. However, grouping these amendments to the Transportation Act with a set of budgetary measures has the effect of limiting the House's ability to fully consider these changes and to vote specifically on them. The question that the Speaker must decide is therefore the following. Do the provisions of Part 17 share a sufficiently close connection with the bill as a whole to justify a single vote? And with all due respect, Mr. Speaker, I submit that this is not the case. These provisions address a distinct area of public policy. They introduce substantial and independent changes and are not essential by their nature to the implementation of the budget. As such, I respectfully ask that you exercise the power conferred upon you by Standing Order 69-1 to order that Part 17 of Bill C-31 be the subject of a separate vote and that it be studied by the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities. Thank you for your attention, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his intervention and the member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek.
Speaker, Conservatives would like to reserve the right to speak to this very important point of order at a later date. Thank you.
And I believe the member from Winnipeg North on the same point.
Mr. Speaker, as will the government want to respond to the matter at hand.
I thank members for their intervention. The chair will take it under advisement and report back to the House. Orders of the day. Order du jour. The Honourable Government House Leader.
I move, seconded by the Minister of Finance, that in relation to Bill C-30, an act to implement certain provisions of the Spring Economic Update tabled in Parliament on April 28, 2026, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required, for the purpose of this order, and, in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, Lord, Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau, seconded by Mr. Champagne, moved the following motion. That, in relation to Bill C-30, and may I dispense? No? May I dispense?
The motion is in order. Pursuant to Standing Order 67.1, there will now be a 30-minute question period. Members will recall that the preference for questions during the 30 minutes is provided to the opposition, but not to the exclusion of some government members. Members should keep their interventions brief, and they may speak more than once. I now invite honourable members who wish to ask questions to rise in the House or raise their hand function. The chair has some idea of the number of members who wish to participate in this question period. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we see now the character of this new majority that they have here. They are going to use their numbers to stifle debate and to prevent scrutiny of their bills. So my question to this member, there has been, I think, since they tabled C-30, maybe 3 hours of debate, Mr. Speaker. Does he think that that is parliamentary accountability and that that's sufficient a sufficient opportunity for members of all sides to question this minister on his horrific spring economic statement with crippling debt service charges projected in the years ahead?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised by the words used by the member for whom I have enormous respect. I think you should listen to Canadians. In C-30, Mr. Speaker, you will see that there are important measures. You know, if you go out of this chamber, Mr. Speaker, as you do, I know, the things that Canadians will talk to you about is affordability. And affordability is top of mind for Canadians when it comes to the price of homes, the price of gas, the price of food. Mr. Speaker, in C-30, you have measures that would implement the very important measure that we set to suspend the federal excise tax on gas and diesel, Mr. Speaker. So if the Conservatives are true to their word, I hope they're all going to stand up and say, yes, they would support the motion because we need to act in favor of Canadians. That's what they expect. That's what we will deliver.
Questions, comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Cloverdale Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, when this government forces Parliament to shut down debate, Canadians should ask themselves one very simple question. What exactly are the Liberals hoping that Canadians won't notice? Because the choice to use time allocation is the latest in this government's attempt to shortcut transparency. Debate is cut short, scrutiny is treated like obstruction, and billions of taxpayer dollars are pushed through Parliament without good oversight. It's becoming a pattern. Change the rules halfway through the game, dim the lights, hope Canadians can't see the scoreboard clearly enough to question the result. But a strong economy depends on trust. Trust that the rules are fair, the books are honest, and hard work still gets people ahead. But under this Liberal government, Canadians feel like they are in a nightmare game, expected to play blindfolded. Eventually, players stop taking risks, investors stop investing, and builders stop building. So my question is simple. Why do the Liberals keep shutting off the cameras and doing things, technicalities like time allocation, when the trust of Canadians is at its lowest? Honesty and integrity.
Order. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the cameras are on, and I'm quite happy to speak to Canadians. Mr. Speaker, let me go to other measures that I would think the Conservative should support. If you look at Division 4 of Part 3, it would amend the Employment Insurance Act, Mr. Speaker, and extend until October 7, 2028, the duration of the measure, that increase the maximum number of weeks for which benefits may be paid in benefit period to certain seasonal workers. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the seasonal workers that are watching at home today would expect that the opposition would be standing up and say, yes, we support seasonal workers. Yes, we want them to make sure that they have the measures that will support them and their family. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, I can assure you all my colleagues want to make sure that on one hand, we respond to all the questions, but we also do what's right for Canadians. That's what we're going to be doing.
The Honourable Member from Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, whatever the content of the bill, we know that today we have a government and a finance minister for whom the democratic process is simply cosmetic. We saw it with the problematic truck drivers in committee. They're shutting things down at committee. They're putting things behind closed doors. As soon as they got their majority, the first thing that they did was to decree an in-camera session. Now, there are important things in this bill. We want to debate them. We want to discuss them. But the minister's not giving us that opportunity, and the government will probably tell us that it's important that we get these measures in place as quickly as possible. But in a context where the government is stuffing these bills down our throats, will the Minister of Finance commit that his party and that his government will not adjourn the House of Commons before June the 18th, the deadline, so that we have all the necessary time to debate bills, because they seem so anxious to get them done? The Honourable Minister of Finance. I thank my colleague. I have a lot of respect for him. I think that people who are watching at home understand the context in which we're working right now. I've just come back from G7 meetings with colleagues from around the world, and we need to take concrete measures. For example, affordability, it's an issue of facing all Canadians across the country. In Bill C-30, Mr. Speaker, there are measures that would allow us to put in place the suspension of the federal excise tax on gas and fuel. That's a measure that's important for Canadians as we're getting into the summer season. We know that Canadians are going to travel across the country, Mr. Speaker. I know that colleagues in this House understand the importance of acting, because Canadians expect that we will act here in this House as quickly as we can, and that's what they expect from us to help them this summer.
Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the very first thing these Liberals did when they got their backroom deal majority was to stack the deck on committees, and now they are ramming through legislation, cutting off debate. This bill needs proper scrutiny, because this is the budget implementation bill that adds billions of dollars to the national debt. The last projection for this current fiscal year by the Trudeau government was that the deficit would be in the low $30 billion. Now, the deficit is more than twice that, $30 billion of extra debt racked up on the national credit card. All this adds to more inflation. This is the same playbook Liberals were running for 11 years. More dollars chasing fewer goods. Can the minister explain to the House why he thinks things will happen differently this time? We see the very same scenario. The Bank of Canada is buying government bonds. The creation of money, the money supply, the amount of money in circulation has been increasing at a rate of about twice that of GDP. When you get more dollars chasing fewer goods, you get inflation, which is the worst kind of tax because Canadians have no say over it. Can the minister explain why he thinks things will be different this time?
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm quite happy to talk about the deficit. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the projected deficit for 25-26, Mr. Speaker, is actually 11 billion lower than what was projected, Mr. Speaker. And this is because of the resiliency of the Canadian economy, the resiliency of Canadian workers, Mr. Speaker. And even international agencies have said Canada is the strongest fiscal position of the G7, Mr. Speaker. I know the Conservatives don't want to hear that, but those are the facts, Mr. Speaker. They want clips, they want video. You should rely on international agencies which don't need clips, they don't need videos, they just say the facts as they are, and they said that Canada has the strongest fiscal position of the G7. Those are the facts, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Winnipeg North.
I want to make two quick points. First, when the current leader of the Conservative Party was a part of the Conservative government, a majority government, using time allocation was a very commonplace. In fact, Mr. Speaker, you'll find that the record number of time allocations used was when the leader of the Conservative Party was in government, Mr. Speaker. The second one is more of a question to the Minister of Finance. The government has given a great deal of focus on the issue of affordability. And within this legislation, what it is the minister has brought forward is one of a series of tools to assist Canadians on the issue of affordability. I'm wondering if he could provide his thoughts on two specifically. Within now, we're talking about the gas tax break, and also if he could provide his thoughts on how important it was to provide the grocery and essential services program. Again, both issues dealing with the very important issue of affordability for Canadians.
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, indeed, this Bill C-30 is helping Canadians with affordability, and we all know that this is top of mind to Canadians, wherever you go in the country. But let me say other good things that are in C-30, Mr. Speaker. It would modify the labor mobility deduction for eligible tradespeople by increasing the annual limit on expenses that can be deducted. It would make permanent the capital gains tax exemption for the sale of a business to an employee ownership trust, Mr. Speaker, or a co-worker cooperative. Those are the type of measures, Mr. Speaker, that have been asked by labor, that have been asked by industry, that have been asked by workers, and they're going to make a difference. Mr. Speaker, I know that everyone who has been elected and sit in this House want to make a difference for their constituent. There are 18 measures in C-30, Mr. Speaker, that will make a difference in the lives of Canadians. So therefore, I would hope and expect that every member of this House would stand up, support the motion, and get down to work.
Question et commentaire, the Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the Honourable Minister for Finance, there are parts of every omnibus bill that need to be studied, and when they're omnibus bills, they rarely are. I was the only member of Parliament to vote against Part 1 of Bill C-5 last June. Why? Because the Canadian Cancer Society reached me and said, please oppose reducing measures that will make it easier for toxic chemicals that are carcinogens to cross provincial borders. I'm very similarly concerned that this bill in Division 8 will increase carcinogens in our foods, in our environment, because of changes being proposed to the Pest Control Products Act on the scanty evidence, I would say the assumption without evidence, that somehow food will be cheaper if we make it easier for corporate profits to accrue in the chemical industry. So I ask the Honourable Minister for Finance, please reconsider the amendments to the Pest Control Products Act. There are parts of this bill I would vote for, but please, to the Minister of Finance, don't reduce our health protections pretending it will bring down food prices.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I have enormous respect for my colleague, and I always listen to her comment. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I think what we're doing this morning will allow committee to study the measures in the bill. She will find that there are a number of measures that they will see with respect, for example, to seasonal workers, to affordability. I know she would support them because she's a member which has always supported the rights of workers. For example, there are measures, for example, of immediate expensing for greenhouses so we can grow more food in Canada, reduce our dependency, being more resilient. Those are the type of measures, Mr. Speaker, that I know every member of this House, regardless of their political affiliation, would support, because to grow more food in Canada, Mr. Speaker, to be more resilient, to provide communities the power to grow food in their own communities is something that we should all be supportive.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague, the Minister of Finance, can't get up and say how much he respects colleagues, but then not answer their questions. He can't say that he respects the House of Commons by avoiding the questions that have been asked. It was a simple question. He's a smart man. I know he understands it. They're putting a limit on debate for this by saying that they want things to move forward as quickly as possible. But the House of Commons, according to its official schedule, is scheduled to sit until June the 18th. Can the Finance Minister guarantee that he'll be here debating bills until June 18th, and that the week before, 10 days beforehand, he won't be away traveling around Europe, that he'll be here sitting in this House until the very last day debating bills? That's my question for the Minister. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate my colleague's question. I have a great deal of respect for him. Our top responsibility here is to act as parliamentarians, to debate bills before this House. I've always done it, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I'll be answering questions of my colleagues before a committee in this House for 4 hours, and there will be another committee the following week. I'd be pleased to answer the questions. In fact, to shed light and provide transparency to Canadians as to the points that are in the economic statement in the budget that we also presented. The first role is to be members of Parliament.
Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the transactional majority strikes again. It wasn't too long ago when they seized control of committees, and now they're seizing control of this Parliament. I'll remind you, Mr. Speaker, that over a year ago, a minority government was elected in order to hold this government to account, to make sure that there was transparency and to make sure that there was oversight as well. And here we are, through this closure motion, the government seizing control. They're actually, what they're doing, Mr. Speaker, is they're silencing the voices of nearly 50% of members in this House, including mine, who has something to say about this budget, particularly the increase, the $30 billion increase in deficits, the upward trend of $2.4 trillion in additional debt that could be added by this fall economic statement going into the future. They're silencing not just my voice, but the voices of many other MPs in this place representing Canadians who are fearful that they will be left picking up the scattered pieces of what's left of this government when they're done with it. Does 3 hours of debate actually reflect the importance of this issue? That's my question to the Finance Minister.
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, we're listening to Canadian, and I know this member quite well, and I'm sure he would be happy to report to his constituent that when he's going to be able to vote, Mr. Speaker, there will be an additional 2-year extension of the 2% cap on the annual alcohol excise duty inflation, Mr. Speaker. That's a measure that I'm sure I know the member, he will go around and will talk about the fact that he's been supporting the government, because that is something that constituent in his riding, the distilleries, those who are in the sector have been asking this government. Mr. Speaker, I know the member. He's a good man, and he understands that we need to meet the moment, Mr. Speaker. There's a lot of things that happen in the world, but one thing we can do, Mr. Speaker, is to focus on what we can control. What we can control in this House is pass these measures, support affordability, support Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Côte-Nord, Kawachi-Kamach, Nitassinan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to know from the Minister of Finance, how can he claim that he's supporting workers? He was talking about seasonal workers. I have some in my riding. They've been promising a reform for the last 10 years. They've been promising an EI reform. We proposed a bill that was prepared for them, and they haven't responded. The idea of maintaining an employment link with these companies that are having to shut down. I have people that have lost their jobs asking questions about what their future will look like. And he said no to that. That has to do with the workers' conditions, working conditions. And at the same time where this government is threatening the labor code provisions, how can he claim he works to the benefit of workers, doing the opposite? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, seasonal workers, I think, will be delighted. They'll be surprised, in fact, to hear my colleague. I know this colleague. I respect her a great deal. She does extraordinary work. When you talk about seasonal workers, Mr. Speaker, I think all colleagues around the House are in favor of the measures that we put forward in C30. Those people need these measures. Why? Because these measures, if they're not extended, will come to an end. And so I think she will be going into her riding, and she'll be telling seasonal workers to what extent it's important to support Bill C30, because that will give them a hand, give them a bit of help. Those seasonal workers in her riding, in my riding, in Gaspé, and other parts of Quebec in the country. I expect the Bloc Québécois to support Bill C30, an important bill for seasonal workers. The honourable member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, since we've come into offers, we've massively invested in infrastructure, housing, defense. To do all of these things, we need to have people to build our country. We need people in specialized trades. I'd like to hear the Minister of Finance. What measures have been implemented to substantially increase the number of workers in specialized fields in Canada, and why is it important to do so today? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, now that's an excellent question, an important question, in fact, because what we're saying is that we are making generational investments in infrastructure, in housing, in competitivity, innovation, defense, and that is true. We will need these young workers, these workers to build our country together. That's why in the economic statement in the spring, we provided exceptional measures, actually generational measures, so that we can train, find opportunities for about 80 to 100,000 young people who will help us build this great country. This is a generational opportunity, and Mr. Speaker, we are responding to that need to make sure that we have the people to build this country.
The Trail Eagle Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Time and time again, Liberal members stand across the way and try to convince Canadians that they are a new government. Well, Canadians need to look no further than the government's actions today to confirm that they are the same old government, spending more and limiting debate with time allocation. When will this minister and the Liberal government realize they are here to serve Canadians and not themselves?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in fact, serving Canadians, Mr. Speaker, is acting on behalf of Canadians. The thing that Canadians care about, Mr. Speaker, is affordability. The members should be standing in this House and say, yes, I will support the government. You know why, Mr. Speaker? Because they are measures that support Canadians on affordability. Measure important around the gas tax, Mr. Speaker, the suspension that we have announced. She should be standing here and saying, Mr. Speaker, this government understands the needs of Canadians. We will leave partisanry aside. We will leave these quotes and we will leave these clips, Mr. Speaker. We'll do what's right for Canadians, and what's right for Canadians to act for affordability right now.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, La Matapédia. The Minister of Finance is talking about affordability. Well, let's talk about it. There is a housing crisis on now, and the Liberal government's been in power for over 10 years. That didn't just happen overnight. They're talking about they had a national housing strategy launched in 2017. There was never anything that came of that. Now they've invented a new thing, Build Canada Homes. They're talking about 26,000 new houses and how many do we need? According to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, over 600,000 are required. Either he can't count or it's just not a priority. Can the Minister of Finance tell us if he is really intending to solve the issue of the housing crisis and affordability crisis when he's only actually responding to 5% of the problem or less? The Honourable Minister of Finance. I appreciate my colleague, Mr. Speaker. We are all aware of the fact that one of the pillars of affordability is affordable housing, and that's why, Mr. Speaker, we've announced extraordinary measures, in fact, to increase the builds, to increase innovation in this field, to encourage people to find affordable housing. This is one of the pillars of affordability. We know this. Affordability is at the heart of Bill C30. I expect that colleagues of the from the Bloc Québécois who care about the lives of Quebecers and of Canadians, that they will stand in this House and say, yes, we're going to support Quebecers. Yes, we will support affordability. Yes, we will explain to our constituents why it's so important to act today, to give them a hand while they are under pressure. Pressures we've rarely seen of this sort, and we will support affordability.
Speaker, we're debating a motion to cut off debate after only 3 hours on a budget bill. The minister has been asked repeatedly, and he has not answered the question. Does he think that 3 hours is sufficient debate for this bill?
Mr. Finance.
Speaker, I've answered quite a number of times, but they may not like my answer. That's different, Mr. Speaker. They may want to change the question. But what I can say, Mr. Speaker, is that yes, we will debate. Yes, we will be here to answer questions. Yes, we believe in accountability, but Mr. Speaker, we believe in action as well. Canadians demand action from their government. They demand action from this parliament. They demand us to tackle affordability. This is top of mind, Mr. Speaker. I know that he's supportive of the measure to support seasonal worker. I know that he's supportive of the measure about immediate expenses for greenhouses, Mr. Speaker. I know he's supportive of C30. So let's leave partisanry aside and let's vote and make sure we act for Canadians.
L'honourable député de Mirabel.
The honourable member from Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for the Minister of Finance. I know he won't answer it because he doesn't. But we have a bill here that is 34 pages long, 54 sections, clauses. By reducing the debate to 3 hours, the minister is basically saying he likes to debate these matters. He's leaving us 3 minutes and 27 seconds per section of this bill. If you look at the time the Liberals will be spending reading their talking points, the party line, there will be about 1 minute, 30 seconds in Parliament to submit observations on this bill. I hope he's looking at me, Mr. Speaker, this minister. Will the Minister of Finance acknowledge if he thinks 1 minute and 30 seconds per section is a healthy debate in a democracy, whereas his government is saying that its role in the history is generational, that it's there to defend democracy? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I know this bill this member very well. He likes to contribute and debate. And he will, in fact, have an opportunity to do that because the committee will be studying this bill. He really excels at putting forth his opinions before committees. I would hope that he would stand up to say, yes, I want to work together. Yes, I want this bill to go to the committee. Yes, I want to contribute. As I've always done before this Parliament, I am here to answer questions. Of course, my colleagues have questions, but it's also urgent to take action because we see what's happening the world over. What we can control in terms of affordability is what we need to do to support Canadians.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it remarkable listening to this finance minister talking about Canadians demanding action when auto workers in Oshawa have been asking for action from this government for well over a year. They believed the Prime Minister during the election campaign when he said he was the guy to get a deal. They believed him when he said he would go to Washington and get a deal by July 21st last year. Why should they believe that they want action now? Is he listening, Mr. Speaker, to the Bloc members and the Conservative members and the Green member talk about the affront to democracy that this is? Is he listening to the questions? Because he says he's answering them, but frankly, he is not. The question posed to him several times, is 3 hours enough? 3 minutes, just over 3 minutes per section. Is that enough time to be held accountable?
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, one thing I will not take as lessons from the Conservative to work for the auto sector, Mr. Speaker. If she goes to her constituent, they will see that as industry minister before, I've always stood up, and this government has always stood up for the auto worker, for the auto industry, Mr. Speaker, and we will always continue. In fact, in the budget, we have already put measures to support our auto worker, Mr. Speaker. We have attracted investment in this country. We're going to support the industry. We're going to support our workers. And, Mr. Speaker, when it comes time to debate, Mr. Speaker, we're standing here to answer the question. What we're saying is that this bill should go to committee because there's one thing that Canadians understand in Oshawa and around the country, Mr. Speaker, is that the world is going to unprecedented changes, and we should act in what we can control. One thing we can control is to support Canadians with affordability measures at a time that they need, and that's what we're going to do, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The
Honourable Member for Rimouski-Lamaté-Pédia. Mr. Speaker, in the most recent budget or spring economic statement, the Minister of Finance claimed that he wanted to make Canada a leader in innovation globally. But in his most recent budget, he cut $40 million to innovation in the colleges and community sector. We reminded him of this. We said, hey, listen, you want to be a leader, and then you cut these things. In his economic statement, he backpedaled. He announced amounts, but there's still $5 million in cutbacks there. I'd like the Minister of Finance to explain. Does he know of any country in the world that wants to excel in innovation, that is investing less in science and research? The Minister of Finance, Mr. Speaker, we've made some of the most significant investments in science and research. Canada is one of the global leaders. Take a look at artificial intelligence. In Montreal, in fact, this is a member for the Bloc Québécois asking the question. Montreal is recognized as one of the global centers in AI research. And that just didn't happen by happenstance. It happened because we're able to draw in the best researchers, the best talents here in this country, to support them, to make sure that we're doing research here at home and that we're developing the technology we need. We've always been there for research, development, and innovation, and we'll continue to do so today, as we've always done.
Honourable Parliament Secretary, the Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Minister as Minister of Industry, as when he was the Minister of Industry, and his efforts in science and research and investments.
Ask about employee ownership trusts. I was at an event that celebrated the 25th anniversary of Social Capital Partners, a very important organization that led the charge for this movement to support employee ownership in Canada. I want to ask the minister about his role in furthering employee ownership in Canada and how this bill assists with that.
Mr. Finance.
Mr. Speaker, that is a very, very important question. In fact, we're going to be making permanent the capital gain tax exemption, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to employee ownership trust. This is a measure that is being applauded by a number of people across the country, Mr. Speaker. That's the kind of thing that you see in C30. So that's why when you see the questions from the opposition, apart from the parliamentary opposition you would expect, they should look beyond that, Mr. Speaker. This is a time where we need to do big things for the country. This is a time where we need to support Canadians. We need to support industry. We need to support workers. That's exactly what C30 is doing, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for a very brief question, about 30 seconds, now for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we know that this government is the least transparent government in Canadian history. And we look at what they've done with committees. When they've shut down debate in committees, they've gone off camera. Even yesterday, Bob Fife, who we wish him well in his retirement and thank him for all the good work he's done, he said that this government has done nothing but erode transparency since they've been elected. What is this government so afraid of when it comes to debating this bill and giving it proper time so we can scrutinize it?
Finance, a very brief response.
Mr. Speaker, as my colleague said about Bob Fife, I want to wish him also happy retirement. I had the chance to send him a note. He's done a great service to journalism in Canada and to our democracy, and we applaud his work, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to transparency, the members should be happy that this bill is going to go in committee, and I'm sure he will take all the time that he needs in committee to make sure that his voice can be heard. And we'll be here, Mr. Speaker, to answer questions, but we'll also act for Canadians at the time of need.
Order. It is my duty to interrupt proceedings at this time and put forthwith the question on the motion now before the House. The question is as follows. Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau, appuyé par Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau, seconded by Mr. Champagne. Shall I dispense?
No. That
in relation to Bill C-30, an act to implement certain provisions of the Spring Economic Update tabled in Parliament on April 28, 2026, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for the government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required, for the purposes of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
Of Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request a recorded division.
Call on the members. Convoquez les députés.
question is as follows. Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau, seconded by Mr. Champagne, moved that in relation to Bill C-30, an act to implement certain provisions of the Spring Economic Statement. Shall I dispense? Yes. Okay, to implement certain provisions of the Spring Economic Update tabled in Parliament on April 28, 2026. Not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or adjournment. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. McDonald-Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald-Malpeck.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Ananda Sangari.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Ms. Olszewski.
Ms. Olszewski.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Bellinger, Desnathay, Mississippi Churchill River.
Mr. Bellinger, Desnathay, Mississippi Churchill River.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Ms. Alty.
Ms. Alty.
Ms. McLean, Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Ms. McLean, Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Madame Chenette.
Madame Chenette.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Madame Ménard.
Madame Ménard.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Monsieur Laitao.
Mr. Laitao.
Mr. Bardisi.
Mr. Bardisi.
Madame Kayabaga.
Madame Kayabaga.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Monsieur Gay.
Mr. Gay.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Hogan.
Ms. Chi.
Ms. Chi.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Miles.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Desrochers.
Madame Desrochers.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Gasparo.
Madame Rochefort.
Madame Rochefort.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Clausen.
Mr. Clausen.
Madame Lavac.
Madame Lavac.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Monsieur Schiefke.
Monsieur Schiefke.
Miss Vandenbeld.
Miss Vandenbeld.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière de Mille-Îles.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière de Mille-Îles.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Ms. Akan.
Ms. Akan.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Madame Auguste.
Madame Auguste.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Connors.
Mr. Connors.
Madame Dondurant.
Madame Dondurant.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Danko.
Monsieur Deschênes-Thériault.
Monsieur Deschênes-Thériault.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Ms. Fancy.
Ms. Fancy.
Ms. Harrison.
Ms. Harrison.
Ms. Hurdle.
Ms. Hurdle.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. Millette Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Millette Bay of Quinte.
Ms. Miedema.
Ms. Miedema.
Madame Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Ms. Nathan.
Ms. Nathan.
Ms. Huyen.
Ms. Huyen.
Monsieur Tumba.
Monsieur Tumba.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Rana.
Ms. Royer.
Ms. Royer.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sari.
Monsieur Sari.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Ms. Sodi.
Ms. Sodi.
Ms. Tesser-Dirksen.
Tesser Dirksen.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Ms. Begum.
Ms. Begum.
Ms. Martin.
Ms. Martin.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Gourde.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Mallet, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Muskegawuk.
Mr. Mallet, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Muskegawuk.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmy.
Mr. Tolmy.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Monsieur Grollo.
Mr. Grollo.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bonk.
Mr. Bonk.
Mrs. Cody.
Mrs. Cody.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Guglielmin.
Mr. Guglielmin.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Kibble.
Mr. Kibble.
Ms. Kirkland.
Ms. Kirkland.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Gill, Kotno, Kawawachikimach Nitasinan.
Madame Gill, Kotno, Kawichikamach Nitsen.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Barcelo Duval.
Monsieur Barcelo Duval.
Monsieur Blanchette Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette Jonca.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
La Chambre attendra.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
désire informer la Chambre que la période de vote électronique est terminée.
The electronic voting period has ended, and if members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise has function.
Mr. Speaker, I had difficulty with my phone app, so I'm here to vote in person, please.
Mr. Bailey, nay contre.
Ms. Sudds.
Mr. Speaker, I had issues with my app. I just want to confirm that my vote was recorded as a yes.
It was recorded as a yes. 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 Le bureau va maintenant compiler.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Pour 171, 171. Nays contre 167, 167.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
I wish to inform the House that because of the proceedings on the time allocation motion, the time provided for government orders will be extended by approximately 30 minutes. Merci.
Today, order du jour.
Ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders.
Reading of Bill C-30, Spring Economic Update 2026 Implementation Act, and on the amendment of Mr. Guglielmin.
Order. I'll just ask members to come to order. We are resuming debate on Bill C-30, and the honourable member for Humber River Black Creek had 8 minutes remaining in her speech. The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek. And I'll just ask members to, if they're having conversations, please take the conversations outside of the chamber, so the member from Humber River Black Creek can take the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I will be sharing my time with the member for Spadina Harbourfront. And given that it's my first opportunity to speak to C-30, I welcome this opportunity to talk further about the way we're going to guide our great country forward. So I'm very proud to rise today in support of the government's Spring Economic Update, an update grounded in realism, responsibility, and above all, in the lived experiences of many Canadians. This document recognizes that while global forces remain uncertain, Canada is choosing to lead with focus and with purpose. It shows that we are investing where it matters most, in people, in communities, and in long-term economic resilience. As I indicated earlier, I will be sharing my time with the member for Spadina Harbourfront. This funding supports frontline responses that prioritize safety, dignity, and coordination with municipal and community partners. It recognizes that addressing homelessness requires sustained federal leadership, not temporary fixes, and it ensures that communities are not left on their own. The people of Humber River Black Creek are proud of the diversity that defines our neighborhoods, but we also know that the rising hate-motivated incidents are real and very terrible. They undermine people's sense of safety and their sense of belonging. That is why continued investment in the Canada Community Security Programs matters. Supporting places of worship, community centres, and cultural institutions with enhanced security is not about fear, but it is about ensuring that every Canadian feels safe participating fully in public life. Economic strength and social cohesion go hand in hand. You cannot have one without the other. Our community is powered by workers, many of them in small and medium-sized enterprises, family businesses, and cooperatives. The Spring Economic Update's decision to make the employee ownership trust tax exemption permanent is a practical, forward-looking measure. It helps workers buy into the businesses they help to build. It supports succession planning for local entrepreneurs, and it keeps jobs rooted in communities like Humber River Black Creek instead of being sold off or hollowed out. This is economic policy that rewards work, loyalty, and shared prosperity. Affordability measures are felt especially sharply right now by students and young people. Many families in my riding rely on federal student support to make education possible. That is why extending enhanced Canada student grants and interest-free Canada student loans for the 26-27 academic year is so very significant. In Ontario, approximately 400,000 students will benefit from that program. This is about keeping the doors open so that post-secondary education remains a pathway to opportunity, not a barrier or a debt. Economic growth is only meaningful if it improves daily life. Investment through programs like the Building Community Strong Fund recognize that community infrastructure, recreation centers, parks, and public spaces are essential to healthy neighborhoods for everyone. These investments support youth, families, seniors, and newcomers. They create safe places to gather, stay active, and to build connections. In communities like mine, that is how opportunities become tangible. Let me also highlight the renewed support for the Community Volunteer Income Tax Program. In Ontario alone, over 330,000 returns were filed last year through local clinics that help people with modest incomes access the benefits they are entitled to, free of charge. My constituency office, in 4 Saturdays in a row, together with volunteers, community officers, filled out well over 800 applications for income tax forms for many of my constituents. Renewing and expanding this program means seniors, newcomers, students, and low-income families in Humber River Black Creek can continue to access vital supports without barriers. Mr. Speaker, the Spring Economic Update also looks to the future. The upcoming Canada Investment Summit, to be held in Toronto, will reinforce Ontario's and Canada's position as a global destination for investment in advanced manufacturing, infrastructure, clean energy, and artificial intelligence. This builds on our strengths, creates jobs, and helps diversify trade at a time when resilience matters more than ever. At the same time, Canada continues to maintain fiscal discipline. The deficit outlook has improved, and investments are clearly targeted, not scattershot. Borrowing is focused on building capacity, not papering over problems. Mr. Speaker, this Spring Economic Update reflects a simple but powerful idea, that economic policy should be measured by how it shows up in people's lives. In communities like Humber River Black Creek, it shows up as safer communities, as support for students and workers, as help for families struggling with affordability, as investments that strengthen neighborhoods and create opportunity. And that is why I am so proud to support this update, and why I believe it deserves the support of everyone in the House. This will help to move Canada forward, to move our businesses forward, and to move many communities like Humber River forward, to provide more opportunity for the many people who are struggling today and will clearly move forward in a much better way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to this issue today. I look forward to it getting through the House and off to committee and eventually through Parliament and through the Senate. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question on commentaire. I'm a member for Prince Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her comments here this morning. You know, I've worked with her in the Trade Committee in the past, and I know she's someone that understands trade and thinks of the world of how important it is for Canadian products to get it to the world market, I should say. The concern I have is in her speech, she talked about the importance of trade, but she didn't mention the fact that if you can't get the product to market, how do you actually achieve those results? And one of the problems we have in Canada is our ports are ranked next to dead last, our rail system is unreliable, our infrastructure is just not there. So where does she see this growth happening in this budget if you don't address the issues with the ports?
Honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for that question. He's also a former member of the International Trade Committee for many years. And so we've had the opportunity to work together and very much care about the similar issues. I think when you're looking at the infrastructure dollars and the improvements that have to happen at the ports, I read this morning about 2 bridges lead to that port of Vancouver and how those are bridges that have to be replaced. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to get anything to the Port of Vancouver from that particular direction. Those are all things that I believe that the investment that we are going to be doing is going to improve those access points, because the member's 100% right. If they don't have access to the ports, how are we going to get our different goods there? So all of that, I think, is part of the plan for the future to make that difference.
Questions and comments? Question en commentaire, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member, thank you very much. My colleague in her speech was referring to the importance of affordability in the update. In this economic update, there's this new creation announced by the government called Build Canada Homes. The government intends to build 26,000 new homes in the next few years, but the needs are far greater. The parliamentary budget officer says 680 housing units are what's required. How does the member feel about the fact that we're only really answering 5% of the needs? Is that really taking care of people with respect to affordability and accessibility for housing?
I want to thank the honourable colleague for that question. And I know he cares, as we all do, about ensuring that we can get as much housing out there and built by working with the private developers for utilizing lots of land that's owned by different municipalities, the provinces, by us all coming together. I am sure and very confident that we will have much more than that small amount that he referenced. The need is tremendous, and we all know that, and we are all doing everything possible to move things along as fast as we can.
Questions, comments? Question en commentaire, the honourable Parliament Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to pick up on the issue of the trade. The member from the Conservatives made reference to ports. You know, within the last year, we've had our Prime Minister, who's actually made major projects in the Port of Montreal, serious investments. It's one of the major projects. He's also talked about something that's really important to Manitoba, and that is the Port of Churchill. For the first time in generations, there's a great deal of optimism in terms of the Port of Churchill actually moving forward, which is great for the province, but also, like the Port of Montreal, it's good for Canada when we look at investments of that nature. I'm wondering if she could provide her thoughts on how important it is that we continue to look at major projects and investing in Canada's infrastructure.
You know, member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague. Glad to see that he's feeling better and he's back up and down as his usual role here in the House. It's interesting that he mentions the Port of Churchill. We did have a member formerly in the NDP party that was constantly talking about the Port of Churchill. And that's the reason when you mention it, I'm so very well aware of it. It will cost a lot of money, but it's enormous opportunities if we can develop. And through our major projects office, all of those things where there's huge opportunity for us to move forward are making themselves available. I just had an opportunity with our trade committee to visit Brazil and Argentina and talk about the free trade agreement with the Mercosur area that we plan to hopefully get signed by the summer. And the opportunities that provides with the investments we're doing in major infrastructure products to be able to move merchandise, move agricultural goods through much faster. I look forward to that being a successful completion.
Resuming debate, reprise débat, the member for Spadina Harbourfront.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are living through a moment of real uncertainty. Families are feeling the pressure of rising costs, communities are anxious about economic instability, and people want to know that government has their back and is prepared to step up and invest in the future of our country. At a time like this, we cannot afford to pull back from our cities. We need to invest in them. This is exactly what our government has been doing. Toronto's 23 Liberal members of Parliament have been strong advocates for the city because we understand how important Toronto is to Canada's economic and cultural future. And our record reflects that. We have delivered historic federal investments in transit, housing, infrastructure, and waterfront revitalization, including over $40 million for Harbourfront Centre and a tri-government commitment of roughly $1 billion for each level of government to the Waterfront East Transit Project. These are investments in how people move through the city, where they live, how communities stay connected, and whether families can continue to build a future in Toronto. Through the Spring Economic Statement and Budget 2025, our government is continuing to make targeted investments that strengthen communities, support local economies, and help Canadians navigate a highly competitive and uncertain global economy with great stability and opportunity. Over the last few months, I've spent a lot of time in community centres, town halls, small businesses, school gyms, and on the doorsteps of Spadina Harbourfront. No matter where the conversation starts, it almost always comes back to the same thing. People are worried about whether life in the city is becoming unaffordable for ordinary people. A few weeks ago, I spoke with a young woman in my riding who wants to build her future here. She told me she's done everything she was told to do, worked hard, gone to school, built a career, taken care of her family, but she cannot imagine ever owning a home in the city where she has grown up. She told me that she doesn't need luxury, she just wants stability. And that feeling resonates with a lot of Canadians right now. People are not asking for miracles, they're asking for a fair shot at opportunities to improve their lives. And in a city like Toronto, that pressure shows up everywhere. It shows up in the student working 2 jobs while trying to finish school. It shows up in the parent deciding between childcare costs and rent. It shows up in seniors stretching fixed incomes further every month. And it shows up in young professionals who thought they were doing everything right, but still feel like stability keeps moving further out of reach. Everyone wants to know that if they work hard, they can afford a home, raise a family, get a good paying job, and remain in the communities that they love. Strengthening our economy requires hard work, and it must never come at the expense of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, now more than ever, Canadians need our support. Our government is focused on building a strong and resilient economy that keeps Canadians financially secure and ensures that no one is left behind. This is why the measures in the Spring Economic Statement matter. I also hear from small business owners across Spadina Harbourfront who are trying to keep their doors open while navigating rising operating costs, staffing pressures, and economic uncertainty. Whether it's a cafe like Ivy on Queen's Quay or a food truck operator at Street Eats at Sugar Beach, local businesses are the heartbeat of our communities. And when we invest in transit, public infrastructure, tourism, housing, arts and culture, and vibrant public spaces, we are also investing in the local economies that those businesses rely on every single day. We know that solving the housing crisis requires us to build differently and to build faster. That is why investments in modular and factory-built housing are so important. Canadians do not want endless debates about housing, and they want our homes built. Our government will be accelerating over $7 billion in low-cost loans through the Apartment Construction Loan Program to help build up to 16,500 new rental homes. Projects could include major waterfront and downtown developments, such as Quayside, which will help unlock new housing supply where it is needed most. In a community like Spadina Harbourfront, where density is high and 57% of residents are renters, this investment will make a meaningful difference, helping more people find a place they can afford to call home. Our government is also launching the Build Community Strong Fund, a $51 billion investment to strengthen infrastructure and improve quality of life in communities across Canada. We are moving beyond concrete and construction to build communities where people actually feel a sense of belonging. In my riding, we see that every day in places like Harbourfront Centre. Spaces that have become gathering points for our city, where families attend festivals, young people take part in sports and recreation, artists share their work, and residents reconnect with public space along Trotter's waterfront. Last week, I was pleased to join an announcement with the Secretary of Sport at Harbourfront Centre, recognizing it as one of the 25 community mini-pitch projects across Canada aimed at increasing sport participation among children and youth. Watching kids immediately run onto the pitch and neighbors stopping to connect with one another was a reminder that investments in community space have a real impact on people's lives every day. This project builds on the investments outlined in the Spring Economic Statement, including $660 million over 5 years, with ongoing funding to strengthen community sport, create more opportunities for Canadians, especially children and youth, to participate, to connect, and to thrive. For many residents in downtown Toronto, public space matters deeply because not everyone has access to a backyard, access to green space, or even room to gather with family and friends. That's why spaces like the Bathurst Quay Commons, Toronto Islands, Love Park, Sugar Beach, Fort York, Little Norway Park, Ireland Park, Coronation Park, Trillium Park Canoe Landing, and the Bentway are so important. These are places where people build community, where children play, where families gather, where cultural events take place, and residents reconnect with the city and waterfront around them. They are also important economic and tourism assets for Toronto. Thoughtful public infrastructure attracts visitors, supports local businesses, encourages investment, and strengthens the vibrancy of our downtown core. And as Toronto continues to grow, protecting and investing in these public spaces will only become more important, not only for tourism and economic development, but for quality of life and the sense of connection people feel to the communities they call home. I want to speak specifically about the Bentway, because it reflects what strong public infrastructure could look like when we invest in community space with intention. What was once underutilized space beneath the Gardiner Expressway has been transformed into a destination that draws residents and visitors year-round through public art, cultural programming, recreation, and community events. Today, the Bentway is a place where people ski in the winter, check out contemporary art, and connect with friends and neighbors. These kinds of spaces encourage people to stay longer, explore different parts of the waterfront, support nearby businesses, and experience Toronto in a more connected and meaningful way. Transit. Transit is not a luxury. It shapes people's quality of life and whether parents can make it home in time to see their kids before bed. Transit shapes access to jobs, education, healthcare, and opportunity. Strong public transit systems are one of the ways we make cities more affordable, more connected, and more livable. This is why our government continues to invest in critical transit projects such as the Ontario Line. Once complete, Spadina Harbourfront will be home to 5 Ontario Line stations: Exhibition, King West, Chinatown, Osgood, and Queen. We are also working alongside the province and the City of Toronto to jointly fund the Waterfront East Transit, because building transit requires collaboration across all levels of government. These projects are a critical component to connecting our community and linking residents in Spadina Harbourfront and beyond to their jobs, families, and homes. Mr. Speaker, Toronto's tourism sector has welcomed more than 28 million visitors, spending $9 billion in our city. And with FIFA World Cup 2026 fast approaching, Toronto, and in particular Spadina Harbourfront, will welcome even more visitors. In fact, all 6 Ontario matches will be hosted on the vibrant waterfront in Spadina Harbourfront. Toronto has a proud record of hosting international sporting events, from the 2007 FIFA U20 World Cup to the 2015 Pan Am Games. Spadina Harbourfront is home to some of Canada's most recognizable destinations, sports and entertainment venues like the Rogers Centre, Skydome, Scotiabank Arena, CN Tower, Union Station, our waterfront, and the Toronto Financial District. It is also home to the teams and events that bring millions of people into our city every year, from the Toronto Blue Jays, Raptors, Toronto FC, the Maple Leafs, Toronto Temple, among others. It has become one of the great sports and cultural cities in the world, and the economic activity matters for Canada. That is why our government will be investing $755 million over 5 years and $118 million ongoing to support Canada's sports ecosystem and help strengthen our ability to host major international events. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about growing our economy, Canada depends on strong local economies. Toronto's business improvement areas, including the Waterfront BIA, play a major role in that work. The Waterfront BIA brings together businesses, tourism partners, cultural institutions, and community organizations to help strengthen Toronto's waterfront as a year-round destination for residents and visitors alike. This contributes to the economic growth across our city, and this builds on decades of sustained federal investment into Toronto's waterfront and public infrastructure. Toronto's 23 Liberal MPs have been strong advocates for this city because we understand its importance to Canada's economic future. Our record reflects that commitment: historic investments in transit, housing, arts and culture, infrastructure, and waterfront revitalization. Mr. Speaker, the Spring Economic Statement is ultimately about the kind of future we want to build together. Through Budget 2025 and the Spring Economic Statement, we are continuing to make targeted investments that strengthen communities, support local economies, attract global investment, and ensure cities like Toronto continue to grow and thrive. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate many of the comments that my colleagues put on the record. And one of the things that I think is really important for us to recognize is when she makes reference to, building that strong, healthy economy, an economy that's there for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker, is something that we want. And earlier there was a discussion in regards to the importance of trade. Trade is so critically important to our nation. We make up, I believe it's 0.5% of the world population, yet when it comes to international trade, we contribute to 2.5% of world trade. Ontario, the province of Ontario, has a manufacturing industry second to no other in the country, and I'm wondering if she could just provide her thoughts on just how important it is that we diversify our trade opportunities to help build a stronger, healthier economy.
Member for Spadina Harbourfront.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank my colleague for the fantastic question on how we think about diversifying our economy at this really challenging time. We have a phenomenal organization in our riding called the Toronto Region Board of Trade. It's actually at home in Spadina Harbourfront, and they're doing some very important ecosystem work right now to help prepare companies, small businesses, to pivot so that they're ready as we move into the conversations about CUSMA and compliance. And so this is part of the work that's happening in our riding to make sure that we grow the economy and support local and small businesses in Toronto.
Comments. Member for Prince Albert.
Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for her speech. I'm just kind of curious with her location and where she lives in regards to the privatization of airports and Billy Bishop Airport in particular and the expansion of the runway. What's the Liberal Party opinion on the expansion of the runway at Billy Bishop Airport and then the possible privatization?
Member for Spadina Harbourfront.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for the question about Billy Bishop Airport. It is certainly a hot topic of conversation in our communities. I've recently hosted a number of town halls and had conversations with residents. Right now, I will say that I have not seen the plan in terms of how the expansion might go forward, and I can't speculate on something that I don't have the details on. But I do know that we are looking right now to think about how we strengthen and grow the economy. But I truly want to talk about the incredible uses on the waterfront of a whole host of pieces, whether it's our institutions, and that's really critical to get that balance of uses right.
Question and commentaire, l'honorable député de Rimouski, la
The honourable member for Rimouski, La Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our colleague spoke about the importance of Toronto, the number of people. She mentioned the $28 million number, but there is an issue in Toronto. There's the issue of transit. People can't afford to buy in downtown Toronto. They need to move to the suburbs. But in the latest budget, the Toronto Transit Fund was cut by $5 billion. And in the most recent economic statement, the $3 billion is no longer reserved for that fund. Instead, it's being moved to the General Infrastructure Fund. With all that in mind, for the people that my colleague represents, does she really think that her government is doing anything about transit, given that this money is being sent over to the general fund?
Well, merci beaucoup pour la question à mon collègue. I believe that our government is stepping up in the ways that we are best suited to. We can invest in the capital that's required to build these massive projects. And I spoke to Waterfront East Transit. That is a project in which I'm very excited to see this come online. It's years overdue. And so this work, our role as the federal government is to work alongside other levels of government to ensure that we are investing in and building out the transit that we need.
Yeah. We have time for a brief questions and comments. Question and commentaire. Resume the honourable member for Winnipeg North. A brief question.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if she could provide her thoughts in regards to the issue of affordability, whether it's the tax break or the grocery essential service program that the government's. Just her thoughts on affordability.
Over Spadina Harbourfront.
Thanks very much for the question to my colleague. One of the pieces in the grocery and essentials benefit piece that I really love in terms of a policy measure is that we're having the conversation about a national food strategy. It means that we are not just doing the immediate piece, but we're actually thinking about how we invest in a food system that works for the country. I think that's really critical when we address these pieces, urgent needs, but also thinking about the systems.
Resuming debate, reprise débat. L'honorable député de Louis.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent-Wenrock. Thank you very much. I'd like to inform the House that I will be sharing my time with my colleague from Middlesex, London. Mr. Speaker, we are now at this point in the debate on the situation for Canada's budget. Let's recall that for over 10 years, the Liberals have been in power and responsible for the public coffers. Let's recall that for those Liberal members who were elected in 2015, they said that they would have 3 minor deficits in a row and then balance the budget in 2019. But that was entirely untrue because over the last 11 years, the Liberal government has never once actually met that commitment. It has never balanced the budget. Quite the contrary. Now, some might have thought that when the new Prime Minister arrived a year ago, given that he has a global reputation as the governor of 2 federal banks in 2 G7 countries, and that he has an excellent reputation as an economist, you might think with such a reputation that he'd be doing a great job compared to his predecessor, the Right Honourable Justin Trudeau, who completely ignored his promise of a balanced budget. But now with the new PM, everyone was hopeful. But what is the result that we see after 1 year of this new Liberal Prime Minister? We see the exact opposite. In fact, somehow he's doing worse than the drama teacher. Even though we were supposed to have this incredibly competent manager of the public funds. We are now at $1 trillion debt level over 10 years. And servicing the debt costs $58.7 billion. For those who are listening, when I speak of $1 billion, it's very hard to imagine that sum of money. So for those who are listening, I'll describe it this way. It means that every cent you pay on GST is not for federal government services or to have more doctors or services. Not at all. It's just to service the debt, all that money. That's what we're seeing after 10 years of this irresponsible liberal management. And that means that this is costing every family $3,400 a year every year, just for the interest costs. This means that the government is living above its means. It's not showing any sense of responsibility here. This is irresponsible towards our children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren, because you need to pay debts. Here, this is a matter of paying for past poor judgment, poor management, and that's a terrible legacy to leave to our children and grandchildren. Serious debt and deficits. And speaking of the deficit, 18 months ago, under the former Prime Minister, we were all scandalized to learn that there was a possible deficit of $36 billion. Or 31, rather. That's a lot. But now, a year later, it's actually twice as bad, with a deficit of $65 billion. Who would have thought that this new Prime Minister is somehow doing even worse than the previous one? He doubled the deficit. And this means that services are more expensive. And we now see that the civil service has increased a great deal, along with greatly increased cost for outside contractors. You shouldn't do both at once. Either you have more civil servants to improve services, and then you have fewer consultants, or you can do the opposite, have more consultants, but a smaller civil service. When you have both, it means that there's mismanagement, and that's what we've seen. And the impact of all this is that when it's time to service the debt, well, it's not money that's going to improve services. It's just a way to pay for the debt that we already have. And who's benefiting from it? Bankers. Because they use interest to make their living. There's nothing wrong with that. But there is a problem when it's way too much, when all of our money for the GST, from the GST is going to servicing the debt. Ultimately, we're just helping the banks here, instead of helping us have more public services. Mr. Speaker, what are we seeing here after 10 years? We're seeing the worst food inflation in the G7. If you ask anyone in your ridings, family, friends, anyone you know, everyone knows that food inflation is really bad right now. In Canada, we have the worst food inflation in any G7 country. And this is under this well-known banker, PM, who has somehow not done anything to meet the promises that he made. We have this terrible food inflation. And the cost of housing is going up throughout Canada, and families are having to deal with this. And given that taxes take money out of the pockets of Canadians, we had a clear positive proposal for Canadians. Since everyone has been affected by the increase in the cost of gas, so we were suggesting that we cut all federal gas taxes. We felt that was the right thing to do because it would give people back billions of dollars. But the government is only doing a tiny bit of our suggestion. It's just removing the excise tax, which was 17 cents a litre. We're not against that, of course, but it's only a third of what we suggested, because our conservative approach isn't to give people back handouts, but to leave more money in their pockets to start out. And the best way to do that is to lower taxes. But over the last 10 years, this government has increased taxes. And unlike what they're about to say in a few minutes when they ask me questions, we did agree with the tax cuts that were done, even though they were very small. We wanted those cuts to be bigger. And then there are other things that we as conservatives want. Like I just said, we definitely want to reduce taxes to give Canadians more money to keep. That's what we wanted to do with cutting the gas tax. That will have an impact for people who are traveling, but it also helps for the costs of transporting goods, the cost of transporting food, because, of course, all of that is going up because of the gas tax and other federal taxes. And then another thing we suggested, when there's too much red tape, that affects all of us, and it takes oxygen away from economic development. Therefore, we need to cut red tape. And we need to cut costs, payments to internal contractors and consultants, because we know that that cost has gone up by $20 billion. The government has listened to us and reduced those costs a bit, but we need to do much more. Now, I can feel, Mr. Speaker, that you're about to tell me that I only have 1 minute left. We also need to put an end to fiscal loopholes that have to do with very obscure financial situations, which means that because they're so obscure, they end up being tax loopholes. We also need to put an end to the payments to fake asylum claimants, because unfortunately, this government has taken a very irresponsible approach to immigration. And of course, the primary victims of that are immigrants themselves. And some individuals are presenting false claims. Anyway, in summary, we need to reduce costs for consultants, we need to reduce red tape, and we need to cut taxes and let people keep their hard-earned cash. That is how we can help Canada have an economic recovery for all Canadians. Yes, right on time. Thank you.
Déclaration de député.
Statements by members.
Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. He was a passionate advocate for social justice, a wise and thoughtful theologian, a compassionate and caring rabbi. But for me, Arthur Bielefeld was mostly my dear friend of 40 years, my mentor and teacher as a colleague in ministry, my supporter, an occasional thorn in my flesh as Member of Parliament. Arthur's life came to an end 2 weeks ago at a time and place of his choosing, but his legacy will continue for decades. Founder of the Leo Baeck Day School, Maison Canada, and the campaign against child poverty, he served as rabbi and rabbi emeritus at Temple Emmanuel in North York for 58 years. He was awarded the Order of Canada for extraordinary contributions to the Jewish community and decades of interfaith work on poverty, hunger, and social inequality. I will always be inspired by his work, his wit, even his bad jokes, his moral courage, intelligence, and integrity. I just wanted one more cup of coffee with him. Our country is richer for the life and work of Rabbi Arthur Bielefeld, but I hope heaven is ready for him. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, in the most recent unemployment numbers, London climbed to 9.2%, remaining the highest in Canada. Behind these numbers are people sending out resumes and hearing nothing back. Parents trying to stretch every dollar further. Young people wondering whether opportunity is moving out of reach. Just an hour from the U.S. border, London is the canary in the coal mine. When things go wrong, Londoners are the first to feel it, and it hits our community the hardest. But this is not just a London issue. What we are seeing in our community is a warning sign for the rest of the country. On behalf of all Londoners worried about their jobs, their bills, and their future, I urge the Liberals to get serious and focus on creating the conditions for Canadian businesses to compete, invest, grow, and create private sector jobs. Conservatives are calling for lower taxes, less red tape, and the trade deal this Liberal Prime Minister promised. London is sounding the alarm. Londoners, especially the Londoners of London Fanshawe, are seeing these concerns all around them. When will these Liberals finally listen?
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Mr. Speaker, the Dental Care Plan is having a real impact in the lives of Canadians. Across our beautiful country, 4.3 million people have received dental care since the program's launch, and over 21,000 residents in Pierrefonds-Dollard are benefiting from the plan. This week, at my constituency office, we're hosting our 4th open house to help residents renew and enroll in the dental coverage.
Taking care of your dental health is a fundamental right. That's why our team is ready to help everyone get the coverage they need.
Programs like the Dental Care Plan show what we can achieve when we put Canadians first. Canadians no longer have to compromise on dental care.
Our government will continue to work together to improve the lives of everyone.
This week, from 10 to 3 p.m., 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., residents of Pierrefonds-Dollard are welcome to drop by my office and renew their dental plan without an appointment. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Bravo. Bravo.
The Honourable Member for Brandon-Souris.
Proud to recognize two remarkable Manitobans who are giving back in Brandon-Souris. Earlier this month, it was announced that the late Mrs. Edna Edwards had left a $4 million contribution to Assiniboine College School of Nursing dedicated to fund research opportunities and financial awards for students. The now Edna Edwards School of Nursing will honor her legacy as a registered psychiatric nurse trained at the former Brandon Mental Health Centre, a facility which now forms part of Assiniboine College's North Hill campus, a truly full-circle moment. The gift was announced by her husband, Mr. Russ Edwards, who is no stranger to Assiniboine College or Brandon. Just 4 years ago, Mr. Edwards himself donated $4 million to create the Russ Edwards School of Agriculture and Environment, aimed at the college's vision to build the Prairie Innovation Center for Sustainable Agriculture, a project still waiting on federal investment, I might add. The Edwards family's generosity is bringing enhanced educational opportunities closer to home for more Westman students, a remarkable legacy for two highly successful leaders in the business and healthcare sectors. Thank you, Russ and Edna.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to highlight the remarkable contribution of Happy Yak, an innovative company based in Cowansville in my riding, a contribution they made to the Artemis II mission. Thanks to its expertise in sustainable and functional food, Happy Yak has successfully met the rigorous demands of space exploration by developing solutions tailored to some of the most extreme environments that you can imagine. This participation in the Artemis II mission is a testament to the exceptional expertise that is found in our region and the ability of our local businesses to make an impact far beyond our borders. Happy Yak's commitment demonstrates that local innovation can have a global and even a space-based impact. This is a great source of pride for Brome-Missisquoi, for Quebec, and for all of Canada. I'd like to congratulate Mr. Guy Dubuc and his entire team for this inspiring achievement and for the example it sets for young people who dream of science, innovation, and boldness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
On behalf of our community, I ask all parliamentarians to join me in honouring the memory of Wanda, Michaela, and Nikita Elliott, whose lives were taken in a horrific act of intimate partner violence in Brockville on May 7th of 2026. We'll remember Wanda as a beloved mother, wife, and sister, and Michaela and Nikita as sisters, daughters, and friends who are deeply loved and missed by all those who knew them, especially Wanda's husband of 27 years, Andy Elliott, her brother Richard, and Andy and Wanda's surviving daughters, Harley and Catherine. I thank the Brockville Police Service and first responders who responded with care and professionalism in the face of what can only be described as unimaginable tragedy for the family and for our community. I want to recognize Leeds and Grenville Interval House and shelter movers for their vital work in supporting victims of and survivors of intimate partner violence. Together, our community honors Wanda, Michaela, Nikita, and I ask all of you to join us in honoring them as we stand in solidarity with all victims of intimate partner violence.
The honourable member for Vancouver Granville.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this month, I attended the blessing ceremony of Sinnock, a housing development in my riding of Vancouver Granville. When complete, Sinnock will bring more than 6,000 rental homes to Vancouver, open to everyone, including much needed, affordable, and below-market housing units for families, workers, and newcomers alike. But Sinnock is more than a housing project. It's a homecoming. More than a century after Squamish families were forcibly removed from their ancestral village, the Squamish Nation gathered once again on their land. They gathered with elders. They gathered in language, in song, in ceremony, and in strength. I was honored to be a witness to that ceremony, to that blessing, as the First Tower prepares to welcome families into 333 new homes. It's high-quality housing, Mr. Speaker. It's affordable housing on prime land in Vancouver. But above all else, it's reconciliation in action. Sinnock reminds us that when we work with First Nations, when First Nations lead and we partner, we do more than build homes. We build trust, we restore belonging, and we build the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
11 years ago, people invested in our communities because they believed in the future. Families moved here, builders built here, small businesses took risks here. But now, developers are facing insolvency, businesses are being extorted, families are worried about crime, and people are starting to wonder if the rules even make sense anymore. After years of mixed signals from the Liberals, sudden policy shifts, weak on crime laws, the confidence that built our community is being shaken. When people stop feeling safe physically, financially, and legally, communities start to break apart. Our leader was in Cloverdale last week talking about crime and property rights because this is no longer some abstract political debate. This is about whether ordinary people can still build a future in Canada. When will this Liberal government realize that central planning is, as always, a recipe for disaster?
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, I'm so excited that I can hardly contain myself because it's victory. Victory for the Montreal Victoire, winners of their very first Walter Cup. Our champions defeated the Ottawa Charge by a score of 4-0. This is the first time in the short history of the Women's Professional Hockey League that it's not an American team that's won. All of Quebec is celebrating alongside our captain, the GOAT, the star player of the playoffs, Marie-Philippe Poulin and Laura Stacey. All of Quebec was on the edge of their seats cheering on Anne-Renée Desbiens, Catherine Dubois, Alexandra Labelle, and Erin Ambrose. And all of Quebec jumped for joy during Abby Rock's 2 goals. Fortunately, the story won't end there. We'll have another chance to salute Danielle Sauvageau's team during a parade on Saturday in Montreal. The victorious Victoire. What could be more natural? And what's a better role model for all the young girls who dream of taking to the ice themselves? Thank you for your commitment to your sport. Long live the Victoire.
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre, Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to invite everyone to join us tonight as the Canada-Palestine Parliamentary Friendship Group and the Association of Palestinian Arab Canadians celebrate the 10th annual Palestine Day on the Hill. This year's theme, Route to Justice, highlights the deep connection Palestinians have to their homeland and the importance of dignity, rights, and belonging. It also reflects on the challenges of dispossession and hardship, emphasizing the pursuit of justice must be shared by communities, allies, and policymakers working towards a meaningful and constructive engagement. This is the first Palestine Day on the Hill since Canada recognized the state of Palestine. It is an opportunity for reflection on progress made and on the work that remains to support peace, justice, and mutual understanding. Whatever our background or our faith, we can all work together to build a world where everyone lives in peace, security, and harmony. Thank you.
The honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Mr. Speaker, on May 19th, the Minister of National Defence came to Moose Jaw, home of Canada's snowbirds. He paraded the snowbird team out in front of the media and used them as his backdrop. Then he announced the team were now losing their jobs. This is one of the most un-Canadian things the people of Canada have ever witnessed happen to our military. And Canadians are disappointed with this behavior. The Liberals have sat on this file for over a decade. The Tudors are being grounded after $30 million was spent to keep the jets flying until 2030. Both L3 Harris and Magellan Aerospace have said the Tudors are safe to fly. Now, out of nowhere, the minister has announced a replacement aircraft that has propellers. No timeline, no number of planes, no in-service date. The Snowbird Alumni Association calls this profoundly disappointing. So does Moose Jaw, so does Canada. Canadians deserve a jet team. The Prime Minister can make this happen by reversing his decision.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to pay tribute to a pillar of the Mississauga community, Mrs. Anjum Begum, who recently passed away.
Excuse me, I'll ask the honourable member to start from the beginning. There's way too much noise about the honourable member. Okay, I don't think I've ever had to really interrupt statements by members because of so much noise. We need to keep the noise down so that all members can deliver their statements, and so these statements can be heard. So, the honourable member from for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to pay tribute to a pillar of the Mississauga community, Mrs. Anjum Begum, who recently passed away. Hers was a classic immigrant success story. Arriving in the 90s, she and her life partner, prominent journalist Latafat Ali Siddiqui, built a beautiful life with their 4 daughters. Together, they became the heartbeat of our community, defined by philanthropy and compassion. Anjum's heart and her kitchen were always open. No one ever left her home without a hearty meal. Her values of hard work and integrity live on through her beloved daughters, Farhan, Maliha, Danya, and Lena, whose successes and contributions were one of her proudest joys in life. The massive outpouring of grief at her service last week was a true testament to who she was and the impact that she made. My deepest condolences to her family. May she rest in peace. Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi rajiun. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Mr. Speaker, the only thing worse than seeing left-wing activists in the media denigrate this country and its heroes is knowing that we Canadians had to foot the bill for it. The Liberals have heaped $1.5 billion on CBC. And what is CBC doing with this money? Producing a show that lies, deceives, and entraps Canadians who dare to disagree with the Liberals and dare to stand up for Sir John A. Macdonald and his legacy. And also, we've learned that this show, called Northland Tales, more like Northland Fails, entrapped brave men and women who serve this country in the RCMP, luring them into a CBC studio to berate and shame them for their service to this country. CBC has said it's pausing the production, but that's not enough. When are the Liberal governments going to turn off this tap on this unpatriotic garbage propaganda?
I'm sure there's a better word than the third to last word. L'honorable député d'Acadie Bathurst.
The honourable member for Acadie Bathurst. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to incredible artists from my riding of Acadie Bathurst. First of all, the Leblanc family, a family of exceptional musicians who've just won Francophone Artist of the Year at the East Coast Music Awards. For a number of years, this family has been generously shared traditional Acadian music that brings generations together and energizes our communities. Their authenticity, their energy on stage, and their love of music make them true ambassadors of our culture and of our Acadian identity. Secondly, I would also like to highlight the success of J.P. Leblanc, who won the Blues Album of the Year award. His exceptional talent and his passion for music contributes to making New Brunswick heard around the world. So congratulations to Robin, Rebecca, Charlotte, Rosalie, and Mélodie Leblanc, and JP Leblanc for these remarkable achievements. Bravo, and thank you for making our beautiful region shine.
The honourable member for Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, hardworking Canadian families are being financially crushed by this government, and it's no accident. A mountain of reckless inflationary spending and wasteful Liberal policies are what's weighing them down. This government blew $300 million on the failed prescribed IT app that never worked, $200 million on a Nova Scotia spaceport that's not more than a concrete pad. They spent over $1 billion a year propping up the CBC productions that, quite frankly, nobody watches or wants to watch. Billions get wasted in foreign aid that promotes ideological agendas, props up corrupt foreign officials, or gets diverted to terrorist groups like Hamas. $19 billion on insider consultants, nearly $1 billion in deluxe health benefits for fake refugees. This reckless spending is driving up grocery bills and mortgages. Conservatives demand an end to this behavior. Cut the waste, balance the budget, and keep our tax dollars in Canada and deliver real results for Canadians.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for University Rosedale.
Mr. Speaker, from local festivals to our country's biggest tourist attractions, the arts play a vital role in enriching the lives of all Canadians. University Rosedale houses pillars of the arts like the Royal Ontario Museum, the Art Gallery of Ontario, and the Gardner Museum. Our writers and artists are hard at work. Mother Maggie Helwig won the prestigious Shaughnessy Cohen Prize for her incredible book, Encampment. The King of Spain personally presented Margaret Atwood the Juan Marguerite Prize for her poetry at Victoria University. Clementine Dempsey Hall has been shortlisted for a Youth Short Story Award. Taffel Music honored the work of women Baroque composers. And the Heliconian Club, a local women's art association, is celebrating the 105th anniversary of their hall. I am so grateful for the role they and all artists play in our communities.
Oral questions, questions orales, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Liberals like to blame what's happening on the global scale for the cost of gas, but it's an illusion. Over 10 years ago, under the Harper years, there were 2 wars in the Middle East and a war in Ukraine. And the oil was at $100 a barrel. And at the pump, $1.35. 60 cents less than today. The difference has to do with Liberal taxes and the weak dollar under this Liberal Prime Minister. Will they stop blaming global circumstances and agree that it's Liberal circumstances causing this? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm convinced the Leader of the Opposition realizes that there is a global energy crisis. We know Canadians prioritize affordability, the cost of housing, food, gas. And good news, Mr. Speaker, that is precisely why we've acted. Mr. Speaker, we've suspended the federal excise tax on gas, on fuel, that is reducing the cost by 10 cents at the pump, the cost of gas. Mr. Speaker, on this side, we know affordability is the #1 issue for Canadians, and that's why with all of my colleagues, we will always be here to help Canadians.
The Opposition.
Une autre illusion.
Another illusion. He's trying to blame the cost of housing on the war in Iran. Mr. Speaker, the houses are here, the land is here, the workers are here, the supply is here. This is where the costs have increased. And speaking of the energy crisis, there was one in 2014 in the Harper years, and the global oil costs were higher than today. The cost at the pump was 50 cents less a litre than it is today. Will they finally do away with these Liberal taxes for the entire year so Canadians can fill up at the pump? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Director General of the Energy Agency said that we were currently in the worst energy crisis. And that's why we've taken action, Mr. Speaker. We've suspended the excise tax because we are fully aware of the fact that we need to help Canadians at this point. Specifically, as summer approaches, we will always be here to defend the interests of Canadians, and I would urge my colleagues, the Conservative College, to vote for Bill C-30 that will support Canadians through the summer.
Leader of the Opposition.
After 10 years of this Liberal government and this Liberal minister, Canadians spend more on taxes than on food, clothing and shelter combined. They're taxed when they work. They're taxed to fill up their car, to drive to and from work. When they get home and they want to have a beer to take the edge off all the tax, well, they pay higher Liberal taxes on that too. And we found out late last week that if they turn on their Netflix and stream their favorite program, this Liberal government wants to triple the Netflix tax to charge them even more for that. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are already taxed to death. Why won't they follow our lead and get rid of the Netflix tax so Canadians can stream affordably?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we will take no lesson from these Conservatives. You can take my word for that, Mr. Speaker. At every step of the way, when we put measure around affordability, they voted against, Mr. Speaker. They should be ashamed. At a time where Canadians are asking us to act on cost of living, Mr. Speaker, that's what exactly we've done, Mr. Speaker. We're building more affordable houses. We have taken measure on affordability for food prices, Mr. Speaker, and we have suspended the excise fuel tax on gas, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we know when to act for Canadians. We will continue to support Canadians, and I invite my colleagues on the other side to vote for CEDAR.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
More tax, more costs, more chaos, more of the same. This Prime Minister is just another Liberal. Take, for example, the threat to the property rights of British Columbians. This Liberal government instructed its lawyers not to defend the property rights of British Columbians in the Cowichan case. In fact, they're forbidden to this day, based on Guideline 14, which is still on the government's website, from putting property rights first. That case is coming up for appeal. People who paid for their homes and paid down their mortgages are worried about losing their most treasured asset. Will they reverse themselves, vote for the Conservative motion, and defend property rights in court?
The Honourable Minister for Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At trial, Canada defended the validity of fee simple title granted by the Crown, and we will continue to do so on appeal. That's why, as far back as 2017, Canada argued before the court that private landowners should be notified of the litigation. This is why we supported Montrose's application to present evidence that was not before the court during the trial, which is occurring today. We will continue to pursue this matter where it belongs, in the courts, not on the floor of the House of Commons.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
They're bragging that back in 2017, they agreed that they would inform British Columbia homeowners that they might lose their property. Mr. Speaker, British Columbians don't want to be informed they're losing their homes. They want to be informed that their government is fighting to defend their property. And she says they'll debate it in the courts. They're not debating in the courts. They have a guideline. The Prime Minister has a guideline on the government's website banning federal lawyers from arguing that private property comes before every other claim. Will the Liberals vote for our motion, reverse those instructions, and defend property rights in court?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, as the honourable member knows, the federal government has appealed the decision of the Superior Courts because we believe it was incorrect. In addition to making that appeal, we have been advocating for the court to notify private property owners since 2017. In addition, Mr. Speaker, we are supporting the application of Montrose, a private property owner in the area, to ensure that the arguments that they are making will be heard by the court in full. We believe in private property rights. We believe in reconciliation. We can manage this issue appropriately by continuing forward with the appeal. I look forward to having the opportunity to make that case.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, that is exactly the problem. There will be an appeal, and we want to ensure that federal lawyers are this time able to make the arguments that the Liberal government banned them from making last time, which is that when somebody has fee simple homeownership property or a small business owns a patch of land, that there is no other claim that can supersede that one. Mr. Speaker, these are seniors who made down payments and worked for 30 years of their lives paying property taxes that toss and turn at night because they don't know if they own their homes. Will the government reverse its disastrous direction, reverse its Liberal instruction, vote for our motion, and protect property?
The Honourable Minister for Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government will always raise legally viable arguments in court. That's what the law demands and what Canadians deserve. Litigation guideline number 14 does not preclude Canada from relying on any specific defences, but requires a principled basis and evidence to support the defence. Regardless of the directive, the government would never make arguments that don't have a principled basis and evidence to support them. Canada has appealed the Cowichan Court ruling, and all viable defences remain on the table.
Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, Ottawa is currently reviewing the question the Alberta government will ask its citizens in a referendum to see if it's appropriate, because Ottawa knows so much better than anyone else what kind of question should be asked. Ottawa apparently knows what's clear and unclear to the common people. The federal government is so superior, so much better. Thank goodness it's there to look out for us, to explain to us what we're clearly able to understand. Do they realize that their Clarity Act is nothing but contempt for people and the provinces? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, what the government knows full well is that now, more so than ever, the time has come to work together to counter the tariff threat from the United States, an increasingly complex world, and that is precisely what this government is doing with the government of Alberta. We are working with Albertans. We are working with all the provinces throughout the country, specifically to show that the Federation works and that we share the concerns of Canadians. It's unfortunate the Bloc just isn't showing up. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, contempt is the feeling by which one considers a person, a group, or a thing to be inferior, a feeling of superiority. When a provincial government or the Quebec government asks a question of its people, it's up to that provincial government or the Quebec government to determine the question, and it's up to the people to answer. Ottawa has no business getting involved. Ottawa is interfering simply because it believes itself to be superior to everyone else. So there are two options. Either the government will respect the democratic process underway, or it will meddle and confirm that it despises the people. What is it going to do? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I did say what we intend to do. We will work with our friends within the Federation, with the government of Quebec, with the government of Alberta, with all other provinces and territories in order to address the concerns that Canadians are worried about throughout this entire country. We are focused squarely on economic issues. I was discussing these matters with the Minister of Industry and Trade. And this, of all the provinces, the Minister took part in these discussions to see how we could counter the threat of American tariffs. That is the work that we're doing together. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, not only does the Clarity Act give the government a sort of veto over the wording of the question, as if people were too thick to understand a question, but on top of that, this anti-democratic law calls into question the principle of majority rule in a democracy. Do the Liberals want clarity? Fine, let's be clear. It's up to the government initiating a referendum to determine the question. That government alone, and 50% plus one is a clear majority. Will Ottawa understand these simple principles and repeal its anti-democratic Clarity Act? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, perhaps that my colleague was not well focused on the questions, the answers that I provided earlier to his colleague. The federal government is absolutely focused on the issues that Quebecers and Canadians are concerned about. We are showing up. We are working with our friends in the provincial governments to counter the tariff threat, to support specific industries that are affected by these tariffs. That's what we are doing. That's the work we're doing. Too bad the Bloc isn't showing up.
This Prime Minister is just another costly Liberal with nothing to show for his waste. More costs, more debt, more taxes, more on the national credit card, more of the same. The Liberals' $1 trillion of debt means less growth, less jobs, and less opportunities for Canadians. 18,000 jobs were just lost. Unemployment rose to 6.9%, and 111,000 full-time jobs are gone under this Liberal government in just the last 4 months. How many more jobs will Canadians have to lose before this Liberal government stops its costly credit card budgeting?
That's right.
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, I am so excited to get up and stand and talk about Bill C-30, the Spring Economic Update that invests $6 billion into working people, into skilled trades workers, into unions, Mr. Speaker, into great paying jobs, building up the workforce of today and the future. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that these guys have no idea what working class people are calling for. They're calling for investments in their communities, investments in their families, and investments in the future. That's what we're doing.
The Honourable Member for Calgary East.
Sending more students through trade school without creating any jobs are creating certificates for unemployment. And if they really want to invest in Canadians, the Liberal government can do one thing. Just get out of the way. Let our natural resources get produced so we can create more jobs, create more boots on the ground, get shovels in the ground, and more projects built. That's what's going to help our youth, not more blocking of our resource projects. When will this Liberal government get out of the way, remove their anti-development laws, so youth actually have a future in this country again?
Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, maybe if that member went to Northern Ontario and talked to the mining sector and really listened to what big employers and small businesses are saying, they'd hear that exactly what we're doing is exactly what's needed. In fact, we've been applauded by employers, by unions, by trainers, by hard-working people who are saying we need an opportunity to take advantage of these jobs that are building Canada strong. Maybe he needs to get out of this place and go into the communities and talk to people about what they need to get these projects up the ground. Then actually he'd have something to say that would be worthwhile in here.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, under this Prime Minister, we have the same old costly Liberals. More taxes, more debt, and more on the national credit card. And nothing to show for the waste. In April, gas prices exploded by 28.6 cents per litre, the largest monthly increase on record, hammering Canadians every time they fill up and driving the cost of everything. Shameful. And now the Liberal Finance Minister has even signaled they think they've done enough. Does the Prime Minister actually believe Canadians can afford this level of Liberal inflation?
Yeah, good question. Good question.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
It is good news, actually. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member from Oshawa. Unfortunately, when we put things before this House that actually provide relief for Canadians, she, at the absolute demand of her leader, stands up and votes against them. So she votes against childcare, she votes against reduction in fuel taxes, she votes against dental care, she votes against training and opportunities for young people. When will that member convince her leader to stop voting against help for Canadians?
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, once again, Canadians aren't asking for excuses or these so-called half measures that they mention. They deserve relief. Every time my neighbours in Oshawa fill up their tank, buy groceries, or pay rent, they feel the impact of Liberal inflation. Conservatives have a real plan to put money back into Canadians' pockets by removing all federal fuel taxes for all the year, to bring the cost down immediately at the pump and across the entire economy. Will the Prime Minister finally adopt this common sense plan and give Canadians a break?
Yeah, well said.
The Honourable Minister, Secretary of State for Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, we hear no common sense from the other side, and perhaps that's because they don't speak to Canadians. Over here, we are hearing from Canadians regularly, and they know that Canada faces a profound global economic uncertainty right now. And that's why we're responding with responsible measures, like protecting seniors from fraud, making the social programs that they rely on efficient and resilient to global shocks. For example, the Groceries and Essentials tax benefit will give single seniors almost almost $950 back in their pockets. This is what it means to be fiscally responsible managers investing in the public.
The honourable member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
More costs, more taxes, more debt, more on the national credit card, more of the same. This Prime Minister is just another costly Liberal with nothing to show for his waste. Gas prices surged 28.6% in April. Grocery prices are up 3.8% in April. Energy prices rose 19.2%. My community is being squeezed and they cannot pay more. Conservatives have a real plan to give Canadians a relief from Liberal inflation by removing all federal fuel taxes for the year. On what day will they adopt it?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Sport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps the member from Hamilton East Stony Creek should talk to the 10,600 plus people in his riding who have accessed dental care that he and his party voted against. Perhaps you should talk to the over 20,700 families that access the Canada Child Benefit and the benefits that this government has put on the table to fight for their affordability that he and his party consistently votes against. Mr. Speaker, whether it's childcare, whether it's a national school food program, whether it's improvements in recreation facilities, the Conservatives have voted against every single measure to improve the lives of Canadians, including those in Hamilton East Stony Creek.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Last week, the CRTC announced that it will be tripling the online streaming tax from 5% to 15%. And this tax will now drive up the cost that consumers pay for things like Netflix or Disney+. And just this weekend, Spotify announced that already it will take effect coming in July. They will be increasing their prices. For over 800 years, it has been parliamentary tradition that only Parliament imposes a tax. Only Parliament. Regulators like the CRTC do not have the authority to do that. So will this government speak to the CRTC and make it reverse course?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite. Let me be very clear. This is not a new tax. This is an imaginary tax, once again brought up in the House. Our government is relentlessly focused on the cost of living for Canadians. That's why we cut taxes for 22 million Canadians. This decision from the CRTC only ensures that existing rules are applied in a way that fosters fair competition. This is about protecting Canada's distinct culture and identity and ensuring the vitality of our cultural sector. Thank you.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, a tax is a tax is a tax. You can call it whatever you want, but at the end of the day, Canadians pay more. That's a tax. And this tax will do much more than just cost Canadians. It will actually impact us in terms of our negotiations with regards to CUSMA. The Liberal government has already been accused of escalating this irritant, and they've already been signaled by the U.S. that this will, in fact, hinder us in terms of getting a deal that the Prime Minister promised to get for us months ago and has failed to deliver. So will this Liberal government cancel this costly tax, protect our trade relationship with the United States, protect Canadian jobs, protect trade, and get it done?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you again for the question. Again, what we are talking about here is imaginary taxes once again. The way that Canadians consume content over the last decade has changed entirely. People are streaming content is not only with broadcasters, and it's important that our regulatory regime reflect that change. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's environmental betrayal is complete with the announcement of a new dirty oil pipeline as early as 2027, a pipeline that could contravene laws and endanger threatened species, a pipeline whose environmental impact will be assessed by the Energy Board in Calgary, an assessment. So the minister and they can change these assessments as they see fit. And this is a generational betrayal of the environment. Are there any Liberals who will refuse to be complicit in this? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'll paraphrase our Prime Minister who said, we live in the world as it is, not as we wish it to be. But what matters to us is that we all work together, all provinces, all of Canada, to improve our competitivity economically, but also we want to reach our climate and environmental goals. We haven't given up on carbon neutral by 2050. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm working very hard on the nature strategy, a strategy that is unanimously supported throughout the country. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to environmental betrayal, the Prime Minister has gone even further than Stephen Harper. And we're not actually the ones saying it. It's the Liberal MP for Laurier-Sainte-Marie, and he's not the only Liberal to think this way. 15 or so Liberals have written to the Prime Minister to express their unease about this oil-forward shift, and about 15 Liberals have reminded him that climate change remains the greatest threat of our time. Well, if it is the greatest threat of our time, what are they waiting for to stand up, speak up, and cross over the opposition? The Honourable Minister for Government Transformation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm really proud, as my colleagues are, to be a part of a government that takes very seriously the protection of the environment and also the economy, which is fundamental to the future of our country. If you're talking about the environment and the fight against climate change, you have to think of the tax credit for clean energy. $90 billion. Régie Nature will protect 30% of our land. The regulations that will reduce our methane regulations by 2030. That's actual, real, concrete action for nature. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, after weeks of pressure from the Conservative Party, the Liberals seem to finally start to listen, to reason, by eliminating the excise tax on gasoline. But they continue with their so-called clean fuel standard, another disguised tax that already adds 7 cents per litre and could rise to 17 cents by 2030. Canadians need real relief now, not a half measure from the Liberals. Will the Prime Minister finally do away with the clean fuel standard to bring down the price at the pump? Yes or no? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to fight for affordability. We have already reduced by 10 cents the gas tax. That has an effect on Canadians. We need to keep going with all measures, not just one. It's important. And in fact, people are going to be receiving checks shortly, if not already done, for the groceries and essentials benefit. That's what it means to help Canadians. You need to work on several fronts at the same time, and that's precisely what we're doing. Aside from working to develop our economy, aside from protecting nature. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, governments around the world are helping their people because, you know, it costs a lot to fill up. Everyone's discussing this everywhere. We know that summer's coming, and it costs a fortune to fill up the tank of gas. Australia, Spain, Ireland have lowered their prices at the pump. You got to think the GST is applied. It's applied to so many things and directly on another tax. What can be done to eliminate the GST on gasoline and diesel? Let's follow the lead of other countries. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If he's talking about helping Canadians, well, maybe he could start by voting for measures that actually help Canadians on a daily basis. The groceries and essentials benefit will help 12 million Canadians who will be receiving their first check in early June. That's a measure they're against. What about the dental care program? That helps at least 25,000 people in his riding in Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. That's a measure they're against again as well. How about a drop in taxes for 22 million Canadians? That's the first thing we did. Maybe they should walk the talk and support this government.
L'honorable député de Richemont-Arthabasca.
Merci, monsieur. The Honourable Member for Richemont-Arthabasca. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals mean higher costs, higher taxes, higher spending, and more job losses. The Liberal Minister of Finance thinks they've done enough damage. Yeah. How can anyone govern like this? Look at the Liberals' new space launch platform. Just follow me here. A company leases land from the provincial government for $13,500 a year, and that company leases it to the Liberal government for $20 million a year, 10 years, $200 million on a children's credit card. My question's simple. If it were your money, would you do this deal?
Encore une fois.
Again, you have to go through the Speaker, the Honourable Minister for National Defence. Mr. Speaker, the space launch capacity, a sovereign capacity, would generate millions of dollars, create well-remunerated jobs, reinforce our sovereignty, reduce our dependency on the U.S., and support a commercial trade sector for launches in the space sector, which could represent up to $40 million. That is what we're investing in, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Well, Mr. Speaker, this makes absolutely no sense. I'm talking about mismanagement of housing costs under this Liberal government. We know that young people now are having more trouble finding a job than they have for 50 years. They are struggling to find a job, to find a home, to put food on the table. They can no longer dream of buying a home or starting a family. Will the Prime Minister apologize for what he said to our youth? And will he stop piling debt onto the shoulders of our youth? The Honourable Minister of Government Transformation. Mr. Speaker, this is a government that is supporting the next generation with $6 billion for the trades, which is such an important area to invest in. This is a government that believes in youth, believes in the future, and that is launching a number of major projects. For example, recently, the Prime Minister was in Saint-Michel-des-Saints to announce the biggest graphite mine in the G7. It is major projects like this that will support the next generation. The Honourable Member for Côte-du-Sud, Rivière-du-Loup, Kataskomik-Témiscouata. Mr. Speaker, I would challenge the Liberal Prime Minister to have the gall to tell a young person in Quebec that the economy is doing well right now. How does he justify the fact that in Quebec, 91,000 jobs have been lost since the beginning of the year, 43,000 in April? While the Prime Minister continues to pile debt onto the next generation, our young people are struggling. It's unbelievable. When will this Liberal government finally stop with its costly budgets? When will it finally give some hope to the next generation? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, you know how we give options to the next generation? It's by creating jobs and by investing. And indeed, we would like to just underscore that we are now having the biggest commercial aviation order in the history of Canada with the Airbus planes in Mirabel. This is great news. Recently, with the Quebec government, we announced funding for 350 new jobs in Trois-Rivières. Thank you.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, last week, the Prime Minister officially launched the Mattawini mine in Saint-Michel-des-Saints in the Lanaudière region in Quebec. And this is just 6 months after the project was submitted to the Major Projects Office. This mine will become the biggest graphite mine in North America and in the G7. Can the Quebec Lieutenant and Minister of Government Transformation, Public Services and Procurement tell this House how this project will support our supply chain and our critical minerals supply chain and make our economy stronger, more independent, and more resilient? The Honourable Minister, I'd like to thank the member for Terrebonne, and it's such a pleasure to see her in this House. The launch of the Mattawini mine in Saint-Michel-des-Saints will help us reach energy independence. It will increase our production eightfold. It will meet demand and improve our relationships with our allies. We have signed 56 critical minerals agreements with our allies. I'm very proud of this project, which will inject $2 billion into our economy and create hundreds of jobs. Thank you.
Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes.
Speaker, immediately following question period, the House will vote on our Conservative motion to protect homeowners from a failed Liberal approach that is putting British Columbians' homes and futures at risk. Our motion would prioritize private property rights in the Cowichan case, require explicit private property rights protections in future agreements with First Nations, and force the government to establish a plan to protect affected Canadians. So, will this government support our common sense motion, yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, yet again, it's either misinformation or disinformation coming from these Conservatives. Either way, what Canadians need to understand are the facts. The facts are that this government is appealing the Cowichan decision in the courts today. This government has stood up for private property rights owners, and what's also important, Mr. Speaker, is that Canadians understand that not a single Canadian has ever lost any private property with any agreement with an Indigenous community. They are spreading misinformation, they are risking substantial economic growth in British Columbia, and they're putting at risk reconciliation and true reconciliation and economic growth.
The honourable member for Haliburton Kawartha Lakes.
Speaker, the only people putting reconciliation at risk is that Liberal government and that member from British Columbia who should know better. The amount of uncertainty created in British Columbia, not just the city of Richmond, is the result of that Liberal government failing to stand up for private property rights. They appealed at the last minute. They put so much uncertainty up in the air. The only organization appealing for private property rights is the city of Richmond. The government has failed. It needs to do better. So will it support our Conservative motion to fix the problem this government created?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, our colleagues across the way have brought up this issue numerous times, and we've been very clear. We will stand with the private property rights in protecting those in British Columbia. That's right. This is about creating fear and uncertainty where it is unnecessary, and it's not helping us move forward as a country, as a province, and as community. We are focused on defending private property rights in Canada, period.
The honourable member for Mission-Matsqui Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are failing to defend Canada's system of private property rights and indefeasible title, while sowing confusion and fear among homeowners about whether their land is secure. With the Cowichan decision and the Musqueam agreement raising serious and valid concerns, British Columbians are wondering whether their private property rights will be defended at all, especially after this government constrained their arguments on extinguishment. So, will this Liberal government fix its litigation and negotiation policies and commit to protecting Canadians' property rights by supporting our Conservative motion today?
The Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Speaker, well, it's shameful to continue to hear members of the opposition fear-mongering about private property rights. We on this side of the House stand for private property rights. That's right. We stand for reconciliation. We have appealed the case alongside the BC government, the government of the City of Richmond, and other First Nations. And we will continue to be there for private property owners and work for reconciliation. The fear-mongering has to stop.
The honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Families on Vancouver Island worked hard, played by the rules, bought their homes in good faith. They deserve certainty about their property and their futures. Yet under this Prime Minister's watch, the mishandling of the Cowichan case and the closed-door Musqueam agreement has shaken that certainty. Industry, businesses and homeowners are anxious. Communities are divided. Meaningful reconciliation has been set back by division. Leadership means bringing people together. This Prime Minister has failed that test. Will he finally show any leadership and support our Conservative motion to protect property rights, restore confidence, and unite rather than divide the people he's supposed to serve?
Here. The Honourable Secretary of State for International Development.
Mr. Speaker, the only party in this House that is bringing that fear is the Conservative Party of Canada. The only party in British Columbia that's doing that is the Conservative Party of British Columbia. And the only reason they're doing this is to instill fear. Everyone knows that your private property rights are not at risk. The government is defending them as we speak, and that is how we will always protect public-private property rights of all individuals in Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member for Richmond Centre Marlpole.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are in denial.
Hear, hear.
Canadians are demanding certainty, yet this Liberal government continues to leave homeowners, business, farmers, and municipalities in limbo after the Cowichan decision. Conservatives have put forth a motion that will compel the government to replace Litigation Guideline 14, put private property first in the Cowichan case, secure free civil property protection in future agreements, and publish a plan to protect Canadians' land titles. will this Liberal government finally stand with homeowners and vote for our conservative motion to protect private property rights in
The Honourable Secretary of State, the Honourable Secretary of State for Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, our government has said time and time again and has shown through action that we stand with the people of British Columbia, we stand with private title rights holders, and we stand with Indigenous people. We are taking the appropriate action and we are appealing the decision in the courts. It is frightening how the Conservatives are attempting to whip up disinformation and scare private property owners. They need to know this government has their backs.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
On Thursday, the Minister of Immigration is supposed to show up for 4 hours to be held to account for her decisions during the Committee of the Whole. But she hasn't confirmed that she will attend or answer questions for the full 4 hours like her colleague, the Finance Minister, did. Now, I understand that she's scared to be held to account for the atrocious dumpster fire that she's presided over for the last year. But she has a job to do, and if she won't do it, the Prime Minister needs to finally fire her. So will she commit to answering questions for the full 4 hours on Thursday night, or will the Prime Minister finally fire her?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship, Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Mr. Speaker, that question is ridiculous coming from that member. I am here today, I am here every day this week, and I am here on Thursday. How ridiculous can you be? We have, in the last 12 months, have acted for Canadians. We have managed migration. The facts prove it. The asylum claims are down. Temporary resident population is down.
That's right.
New express entry systems to fast-track doctors, tradespeople, people we need in rural communities. Our Francophone immigration is proceeding at full blast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
I'm going to take that as a no, I can't do my job, and I won't show up for work for 4 hours. I mean, I understand why she doesn't want to show up for 4 hours, right? In the last 2 weeks alone, there have been multiple cases of sweetheart deals for non-citizens convicted of serious crimes. Terrorists are still in Canada, and money is being poured into refugee hotels. So I'll ask again, will she show up for the full 4 hours on Thursday night and be held to account for her terrible decisions?
The Honourable Government House Leader. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, the minister just said she would be here for Committee of the Whole. The real question is, as the minister recites the list of accomplishments and improvements that are occurring in the immigration system on a daily, weekly, and monthly
basis. Couldn't hear the Honourable Government House Leader. Couldn't hear the government. That's not his fault. It's not my fault.
From the top.
Not from the top, but we'll give them, maybe a few extra seconds at the end. The Honourable Government House Leader.
The minister recites the formidable accomplishments that are being realized under her tenure. Immigration down, asylum seekers down. There are incredible accomplishments of this minister. The real question is, when will that member stop with the degrading and very condescending questioning that she continues to put without any foundation to this minister?
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
I I don't know about you, but I think it's a little condescending that the minister gets up to answer the questions that were directed towards her. I'll say this. It is absolutely mind-boggling that the person in charge of one of the most critical files in government, who gets paid $300,000 and has a taxpayer-funded driver, can't even be bothered to show up for work for 4 hours to be held to account. She has not committed to the full 4 hours. She needs to look behind her, because all of her caucus openly wonder to the CBC why she still has her job. Will she stand up and say, yes, I will be there for 4 hours to answer our question?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect transparency and honesty, not bullying and degrading from that member and people that she works with. I have said I am here today, I'm here Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I am here at the Committee of the Whole, and I look very much forward to answering all your questions, because Canadians know that this government is doing the job that the government has elected us to do. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Okanagan, Lake West, South Kelowna.
A Pearson ramp worker said, and I quote, "I walk out through the terminal doors, nobody checks you. We joke you could walk out carrying a cruise missile," end quote. That's from a W5 investigation exposing organized crime using travelers' baggage to traffic drugs through Pearson Airport, a scheme that's been happening for a very long time. Given the Transport Minister's silence on this brazen security failure, Canadians want to know, with the FIFA games set to start in weeks and over $1 billion committed to security, if the Liberals won't be taking this seriously now, why would Canadians believe they ever will with our security?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the safety and security of Canadians is our top priority, Mr. Speaker. Canadian law enforcement work closely with airport authorities, airlines, border agencies, and international counterparts to detect criminal activity, protect travelers, and disrupt organized crime networks involved in drug trafficking, Mr. Speaker. At least 6 arrests related to luggage tag swapping have been made by the RCMP. We continue to invest in law enforcement, Mr. Speaker. $1.3 billion for border, 1,000 new CBSA and 1,000 new RCMP personnel. And through Bill C-12 and C-22, we are...
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Mont-Saint-Bruno-L'Acadie. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian aerospace sector supports thousands of skilled, well-paid jobs in my province, Quebec. At the beginning of the month, Airbus and AirAsia announced the biggest Canadian-designed and Canadian-built airplane order in the history of the country, which shows that our government's plan to diversify trade and strengthen our economic partnerships is working. Can the Minister of Industry tell the House about the measures our government is taking to attract investment and make Canada stronger? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, finally, a good question. A good question from my colleague for Mont-Saint-Bruno-L'Acadie. Indeed, 2 weeks ago, we got great news for the aerospace sector, and especially for Airbus in Mirabel, with the 150 new planes. These planes are now being built in Mirabel. They were ordered by AirAsia, as well as we see here that there's both an Asian company involved and a European company. So we are attracting foreign direct investment.
South Six Nations.
Mr. Speaker, with these Liberals, it is more crime, more fear, more chaos, simply more of the same. Extortion is raging across this country, and victims are living in a state of perpetual terror. Homes burned, businesses shot at, communities under attack. Yet this Liberal Prime Minister wants Canadians to believe that they're tough on crime, when Bill C-16 would actually make our justice system weaker. When will this Liberal government repeal its failed soft-on-crime laws and finally make criminals who do the crime do their time?
That's right.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I want to acknowledge the excellent work of Peel Regional Police in collaboration with the OPP, CBSA, FinTrack, and the FBI, who announced the arrest of 17 individuals connected South Asian community across Canada. This operation dismantled a campaign involving 24 incidents, resulting in 106 charges, Mr. Speaker. Extortion and intimidation will never be tolerated in Canada. That's why Peel Police and others have asked for Bill C-22 on lawful access to be passed by this House.
The honourable member for Abbotsford South Langley.
Mr. Speaker, after 11 years of Liberal softer crime policies, Canadians are seeing more crime and chaos on our streets. Since 2015, violent crimes have risen by 55% nationally, while extortion has surged by 330%. In Surrey alone, extortion is up by 2,400%. Liberal catch and release policies like C5 and C75 have led to Canadians being more vulnerable and less safe. When will this government repeal its failed soft on crime laws, restore mandatory minimums, and make sure that criminals serve the time that they deserve?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Hear, hear. Mr. Speaker, our plan is working, and that is what the Peel Regional Police's investigation results show. They've arrested over 17 individuals. Unfortunately, the investigation took 8 months. You know what could have sped up that investigation? And we could have caught those criminals from within a month or less. Lawful access, except the Conservatives have been stalling the bill ever since we introduced it last year, Mr. Speaker. It is what law enforcement is asking for, and we could mitigate more victims that have occurred because of the Conservative stalling.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Oxford.
Mr. Speaker, under the Liberals, criminals shoot by day and walk free by night. The Liberal criminal justice system is catch, release, arrest, repeat, while extortionists terrorize communities and the families. Our Conservative plan would impose a mandatory 10-year sentence to lock these criminals up. We would kick out non-citizens convicted of these serious crimes. So will the Liberals finally stand with victims, support our plan, and bring back safe streets?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, like I said, our plan is working. We're strengthening our laws. We're catching criminals, and that is shown by the results that we're seeing across the country right now, Mr. Speaker. We've embedded FinTrack into our law enforcement agencies, and we're also using CBSA to remove people that are removable. This plan is working, and extortions are coming down, and criminals are being put behind bars.
Hear, hear. Member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, conflicts around the world are intensifying, and Canadians are feeling their impact here at home. Meeting this moment means delivering on our security commitments and reinforcing the alliances that keep us safe. The Minister of Foreign Affairs recently came back from the NATO Foreign Ministers meeting in Sweden. Can the Minister please share with this House how Canada is working with our allies to turn our commitments into real capabilities?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, last week I met with my NATO counterparts in Sweden following its historic accession to the NATO alliance, the first of which Canada was the ratifier. As global conflicts disrupt our supply chains, Canada is investing in our defense industry to meet 2% of GDP, reaffirming the support for Ukraine and condemning ongoing aggression and attacks against Ukraine, and securing the confidence of our allies in establishing the Defense Resilience and Security Bank. Mr. Speaker, we are contributing to NATO's strength by building Canada strong. Thank you.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Canadians are outraged to learn, Mr. Speaker, that taxpayer dollars went to deceive and lie to individual Canadians, including RCMP veterans. A CBC production used fake websites, fake names, and fake companies to lure them into supposed interviews about their lives after retirement. But it was all just a front, a setup for some sort of twisted humiliation ritual in front of a live studio audience. This is insane. Does the minister really think that it is acceptable for the state broadcaster to use taxpayer money to lie, deceive, and smear the reputations of individual Canadians?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. The CBC is an independent Crown corporation, and commenting on specific programming would be inappropriate, and I'm sure the member opposite would agree. To be clear with regard to this show, production has been paused, and the show has never aired. However, I think it's right that every citizen of Canada has the right to have an opinion on CBC, as it is a public broadcaster, so you can direct your comments directly to the CBC. Thank you very much.
I don't have any comments for the CBC at the moment. The Honourable the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
The Prime Minister told Canadians we don't want to hear from people what they are against, what we want to hear what they're for. He has abandoned the environment. He's gaslighting environmental groups who have been calling for renewable energy for decades. No wonder the former Environment Minister resigned, and Liberal MPs feel that they can only raise their concerns anonymously. This is an authoritarian approach, not democracy. Will the Prime Minister stop bullying, his bullying tactics, the sidelining of Indigenous leaders who dare to disagree with him, or do they need to do what Daniel Smith is doing, threaten to hold a referendum to separate from Canada?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we can't build Canada strong and together and clean if we're not working together. That's why we're thinking differently, strategically, to deliver real results for Canadians. We've actually introduced new methane regulations and $90 billion in clean investment tax credits. We brought Alberta to the table for the first time, making sure that we move together for the future. And I was so proud to be in Klemtu this weekend, where we worked with 6 nations, the province of British Columbia, to protect 6,500 square kilometers of marine conservation for future generations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And that concludes question period for today. That ends question period for today. Okay, we will be preparing for a vote. I will leave the chair for my colleague.
It being 3:13, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Schmale relating to the business of supply. Call in the members. I'll wait for Mr. Barrett. Is as follows. Mr. Schmale, seconded by Mr. Van Popta, moved that given that, 1, the Cowichan Tribes versus Canada decision created massive uncertainty around fee simple property, the legal basis on which Canadians and businesses alike own their homes and land. 2, this decision is already having significant impact on home values and the financing of projects. 3, the subsequent Musqueam Rights Recognition Agreement has deepened uncertainty and failed to say anything definitive about fee simple property, deepening uncertainty and creating a dangerous precedent with potentially serious consequences. 4, the government implemented the Directive on Civil Litigation Involving Indigenous Peoples. That includes Litigation Guideline Number 14, which discourages government lawyers from using all available arguments to defend private property rights. The House, A, call on the government to put private property first in the Cowichan case, arguing that it has priority over all other title. B, call on the government to replace Litigation Guideline Number 14 from the Attorney General of Canada's Directive on Civil Litigation involving Indigenous peoples that prevented the federal government from defending property rights in the Cowichan case with a guideline that requires the federal government to aggressively defend property rights in all litigation. C. Call on the government to make no agreement without explicit property protection so that fee simple property rights are enshrined in all future agreements with First Nations. D. Call on the government to publish a plan within 30 days to protect property rights for Canadians affected by the Cowichan decision and Musqueam agreement from the Prime Minister and with specific commitments and timelines. And E. Appoint a special committee with the mandate to study all legal, constitutional, and political steps that can be taken to protect private property rights in Canada, provided that A. The committee be composed of 10 members, of which 5 shall be from the governing government party, 4 shall be from the official opposition, and 1 shall be from the Bloc Québécois. B. The whips of the recognized parties shall deposit with the clerk of the House the list of their members to serve on the committee within 3 sitting days after the adoption of this motion. C. Changes to the membership of the committee shall be effective immediately after notification by the whip has been filed with the clerk of the House. Shall I dispense? No. D. Membership substitutions be permitted if required in the matter provided for in Standing Order 114 sub 2. Shall I dispense? Puis-je dispenser? Oui.
La période de 10 minutes. The 10-minute voting period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Ross.
Mr. Ross.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Culkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Ho.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster Meadow Lake.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster Meadow Lake.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Madet, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Muskegawuk.
Monsieur Madet, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Muskegawuk.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. McLean, Calgary Centre.
Mr. McLean, Calgary Centre.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Monsieur Groslo.
Mr. Groslo.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Monsieur Bélanger, Sudbury Est, Manitoulin, Nickel Belt.
Monsieur Bélanger, Sudbury Est, Manitoulin, Nickel Belt.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bonk.
Mr. Bonk.
Ms. Kobania.
Ms. Kobania.
Mrs. Cody.
Mrs. Cody.
Mr. Dawson.
Mr. Dawson.
Mrs. DeRitter.
Mrs. DeRitter.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Gunn.
Mr. Gunn.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Kibble.
Mr. Kibble.
Ms. Kirkland.
Ms. Kirkland.
Mrs. Conans.
Mrs. Conans.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Stevenson.
tous ceux qui s'opposent à la...
All those opposed, please rise.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Robertson.
Mr. Robertson.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Olszewski.
Ms. Olszewski.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Ms. Gainey.
Ms. Gainey.
Madame Provost.
Madame Provost.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Bellinger, Desnathay, Mississippi Churchill River.
Mr. Belanger, Descendants, Mississippi Churchill River.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Ms. Alty.
Ms. Alty.
Mrs. Golmasti.
Mrs. Golmasti.
Ms. McLean, Esquimalt Senate Sook.
Ms. McLean, Esquimalt Senate Sook.
Madame Chanette.
Madame Chanette.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Nur Mohammed.
Mr. Nur Mohammed.
Madame Menard.
Madame Menard.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Monsieur Laitau.
Monsieur Laitau.
Mr. Bardisi.
Mr. Bardisi.
Madame Kayabaga.
Madame Kayabaga.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Briard.
Madame Briard.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Monsieur Gay.
Mr. Gay.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Hogan.
Ms. Chi.
Ms. Chi.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Miles.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Elkoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Madame Desrochers.
Madame Desrochers.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Rochefort.
Madame Rochefort.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Clausen.
Mr. Clausen.
Madame Lavac.
Madame Lavac.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière de Mille-Îles.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière de Mille-Îles.
Ms. Idlaut.
Ms. Idlaut.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Ms. Akan.
Ms. Akan.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Madame Auguste.
Madame Auguste.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Connors.
Mr. Connors.
Madame Dandurand.
Madame Dandurand.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Danko.
Monsieur Deschênes Thériault.
Mr. Deschênes Thériault.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Ms. Fancy.
Ms. Fancy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Ms. Harrison.
Ms. Harrison.
Ms. Hurdle.
Ms. Hurdle.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. Millette Bay of Quinty.
Mr. Millette Bay of Quinty.
Ms. Miedema.
Ms. Miedema.
Madame Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Ms. Nathan.
Ms. Nathan.
Ms. Wien.
Ms. Wien.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Rana.
Ms. Royer.
Ms. Royer.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sari.
Monsieur Sari.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Ms. Sodi.
Ms. Sodi.
Ms. Tesser Dirksen.
Ms. Tesser Dirksen.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Watchorn.
Monsieur Watchorn.
Ms. Begum.
Ms. Begum.
Ms. Martin.
Ms. Martin.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de la période de vote électronique avant de poursuivre ses travaux.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming.
online.
Je désire informer la Chambre que la
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
to vote due to technical difficulties. They may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I had but my vote is nay.
Martin, nay, contre.
Are there any other members? The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 139, 139. Nays contre 199, 199.
I declare the motion defeated. Pursuant to order made on Monday, May 4th, 2026, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the amendment of Mr. Bazan to the motion at third reading stage of Bill C-11. The question is as follows. How about I just start reading the question and then members can tell me to dispense so they can hear the start of it. So, Mr. McGuinty, seconded by Mrs. McKnight, moved that Bill C-11, an act to amend the National Defence Act, shall it dispense? I heard a no. Shall I dispense? I see the Chief Government Whip rising.
You did call the question? Okay.
The question is now called, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I believe you seek it, you'll find consent to apply the results from the last vote to this vote, with Liberals voting no.
The Chief Opposition Whip.
Conservatives agree to apply the vote with Conservatives voting in favor.
Yeah. Favor. L'honorable.
The Honourable Leader. House Leader from the Bloc Québécois. The Bloc Québécois will apply and also is voting in favor.
Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The NDP agrees to apply, and we are voting no.
The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
We agree with the applying of the vote, and we are also voting no.
Skip that part. I don't see Monsieur Boulris is not there.
He's not on.
No. We'll now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 160, 160. Nays contre 177, 177.
I declare the motion defeated. On the main motion, the next question is on the main motion. The question is as follows. Mr. McGuinty, seconded by Mrs. McKnight, moved that Bill C-11, an act to amend the National Defence Act and other acts, be now read a third time and do pass. If a member participating, I see the Chief Government Whip rising.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe if you seek it, you'll find consent to apply the results from the last vote to this vote, with Liberals voting yes.
I see the Chief Opposition Whip.
Conservatives agree to apply the vote with Conservatives voting against.
L'honorable.
The Honourable House Leader for the Bloc Québécois. The Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote and will vote in favor.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The NDP agrees to apply the vote, and we are voting yes.
The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
We also agree to apply the vote and will voting in favor.
The table should now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 198, 198. Nays contre 139, 139.
I declare the motion approved, passed. We're going there. Il y a plusieurs députés. Les travaux de la Chambre.
The proceedings of the House will continue, but I will give the members a moment to leave the House before I recognize a member on a question of privilege.
So it's
going to be Mr.
Je le vois debout déjà. Jusqu'il y a encore beaucoup de députés. There are many members moving across the chamber right now. Standing Order 16.2 still applies, so the members cannot be crossing in front of the member who is speaking and the member is about to be recognized. Je comprends qu'il y a un député qui a une question de...
I understand there is a question of privilege the member would like to address, and I would ask all members who are holding discussions to have these discussions in their lobbies or in the halls of Parliament. Now, on to the question of privilege. The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll take advantage of this opportunity to say that, in fact, I'm having a very hard time even hearing you, Mr. Speaker. I'm unsure if that's going to settle in the coming moments. Can I go ahead? So, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to raise a question of privilege concerning a violation of the collective rights and privileges of the members of this House, specifically the fundamental right of members and of the House to be the first to be informed of the government's legislative initiatives. The Speaker has consistently held that the premature disclosure of a bill and its constituent elements to third parties may prima facie constitute a breach of parliamentary privilege. The principle has been confirmed on several occasions in rulings issued by various speakers of the House, notably on March 19, 2001, March 9, 2011, and December 3, 2012. More recently, on April 10, 2019, Speaker Regan reiterated that the disclosure of legislative information outside the House prior to its tabling in the House constitutes an infringement on the fundamental role of parliamentarians to legislate. On November 29th, 2021, Speaker Rota confirmed that such disclosures, even partial ones, may constitute an infringement of the collective privileges of the House. And finally,
difficult to hear the member speaking on a question of privilege. So just as members, if they want to have side conversations, just take them out of the room.
The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Shall I start from the top? And finally, on June 16th, 2022, the Speaker's office clarified that it is not necessary to prove an actual leak. The reasonable appearance that a third party has benefited from early access may be sufficient to establish prima facie breach. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully submit that the facts before us meet precisely this threshold. The chronology of events leads us to believe that the rights of parliamentarians have been infringed. On April 8, 2026, Air Canada publicly announced the implementation of a new arbitration mechanism aimed at expediting the processing of passenger complaints. On April 28, 2026, the government stated in its economic statement its intention to reform this type of mechanism. Specifically, on May 6, 2026, the government introduced Bill C-31, which contains provisions directly linked to these changes. Mr. Speaker, this sequence of events raises serious questions. How could a regulated entity not only anticipate but also implement a mechanism consistent with legislative intentions that had not yet been communicated to Parliament, nor even made public by the government? With all due respect, you will agree, Mr. Speaker, that this cannot be a mere coincidence nor a random and unclear interpretation. The facts and the sequence show perfect alignment. First, Air Canada's initiative. Second, 20 days later, the government's announcement in its economic statement. And third, the government's tabling of Bill C-31. This situation directly relates to the concerns raised in the Speaker's previous rulings, namely the granting, real or apparent, of an informational advantage to a third party to the detriment of members of Parliament. As Speaker Scheer noted on March 3, 2014, members of Parliament must be the first to learn of legislative measures. However, in this case, not only were members not the first to be informed, but concrete actions were taken outside this House even before the government disclosed their existence. This raises not only the possibility of premature disclosure, but also the reasonable perception that an external party was privy to the legislative content in a privileged manner, which, according to the practices of the House, is sufficient to establish that there is prima facie a breach of parliamentary privilege. Mr. Speaker, I submit to you that it is not the role of the Speaker to determine whether a leak actually occurred, nor to identify its source. The question is more limited. Do the facts presented and documented allow us to find that there has been a breach of the House's privileges? With all due respect, I submit to you that in the case before us, to ask the question is to answer it. The timeline, the nature of the facts, the alignment between Air Canada's actions and the government's subsequent legislative measures raise, at the very least, a serious question requiring thorough examination. Under these circumstances, if you look at the lobby registry, there have been at least 100 meetings between Air Canada and members of the government. In the circumstances, in accordance with established practice, I ask you to conclude that there is prima facie a question of privilege. And if so, I'm prepared to move the appropriate motion to refer this matter to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs for consideration. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I will go to the Parliament Secretary of the Government House Leader on the same question of privilege. Yeah, the Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I would just indicate to you that at some point we'll come back to provide a view on the issue that's been raised.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable-Lotbinière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We will be looking into the question of privilege raised by my colleague, and we will reserve the right to speak to it later. I thank all members for these comments.
Advisement and report back to the House. Order. I wish to inform the House that because of deferred recorded divisions, the time provided for government orders will be extended by a further 18 minutes for a total of 48 minutes. Routine proceedings. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour in tabling in both official languages the government's responses to 31 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement. Déclaration de
Introduction of government bills, statement by Minister.
Delegations. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the fourth report, the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights in relation to Bill C-16, an act to amend certain acts in relation to criminal and correctional matters, child protection, gender-based violence, delays, and other measures. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. Thank you.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg South.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee on Natural Resources entitled An Extraordinary Opportunity for Canada, the Development of Critical Minerals. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And the Honourable Member for Saskatoon University on the same report.
Yes, Deputy Speaker, and I'm honored to table our dissenting report because what we heard at committee was 10 years of wasted time with these Liberals. Our dissenting report goes through the repealing of the Impact Assessment Act to shorten approvals, eliminate red tape, and respect provincial jurisdictions. This is very important because we've heard from many mining projects that have been shelved because of this act. They also, in this report, will talk about the fast track of all current mining-related projects stuck in federal regulatory queue. That is supported by industry. With the Majors Projects Office that also highlighted that one witness warned that open quote, looking to attract investment through the bottleneck of the MPO is unlikely to produce the outcomes that we're looking for, end quote. And for that and many other good reasons, we have put in our dissenting report on what we should do as a nation. Thank you, sir.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills.
Du Sénat. Motions. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to table a petition initiated by a strong fellow Manitoban, B. Brusk, President of the Canadian Labour Congress, representing over 3 million workers across Canada. This petition calls on the Liberal government to end its strike-breaking tactics, repeal Section 107 of the Canada Labour Code, and uphold workers' chartered protected right to strike. Something that thousands of delegates at the CLC convention voted to support. I, along with my NDP colleagues, Bill C-247 being debated this week is to, in fact, repeal Section 107. I echo the message from the thousands of workers who signed this petition for the Liberal government to uphold the right to strike in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to present today two petitions, the first of which was an e-petition that achieved over 1,000 signatures from Canadians across the country, and particularly from my riding of Sandwich Gulf Islands. It's a civil society-based effort launching as well this week in Victoria, with support from many nations around the world, and hoping that Canada, the petitioners hope Canada will take the lead in seeking the ratification of an international peace charter. Petitioners note that global conflict is increasing, geopolitical instability threatens lives and livelihoods, and of course peaceful coexistence all around the world. In pursuit of an international peace charter, the petitioners have developed a strong campaign calling for self-determination, finding truth and countering disinformation, and promoting human dignity, diversity, justice, and accountability. I'm honored to present this petition today, Mr. Speaker. The second one comes from, again, constituents concerned with the status of animals in this country under law as only seen as property, without recognizing that they are sentient beings, living beings, with the ability to feel pain, fear, comfort, and other experiences. They cite the support of the Canadian Veterinary Medical Association that animal sentience should be formally recognized in Canadian law. So the e-petition asked for the government, and this again was signed by many Canadians, hoping that the Government of Canada will take this consideration. And we've tried before in this House to have legislation that ceased to treat animals as property. The petitioners hope we'll take this up again and consider legislation to recognize the nature of animals as sentient beings. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to table a petition signed by over 13,000 people about prolonged security screening delays for PR applicants. Internal IRCC projections reveal that PR applications referred for comprehensive security screening are projected to take nearly 65 months. That's over 5 years to complete. I've had so many constituents who are faced with this problem, and the petitioners point out that the applicants from certain countries of origin face indefinite, non-transparent delays, and these delays cause severe harm, including prolonged family separation, mental health crises, and significant financial burdens, and that the applicants lack meaningful recourse or transparent case information. The petitioners call on the House for a number of measures to ensure accountability and transparency so that people will know what is going on with their file, and they want the reporting of data and for an independent immigration ombudsperson to investigate chronic delays and provide a formal escalation channel.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a real pleasure for me to be able to table a petition in support of the parental leave reforms announced by the Conservative Party. These are very popular reforms with petitioners and others who people want to see more flexible parental leave that allows people to make their own choices when it comes to integrating their work with time spent with family and children. Petitioners draw the attention of the House to the fact that Canada's existing parental leave system is far too rigid, and it should support families instead of forcing them into rigid choices that do not reflect the realities of modern parenting. Petitioners want to see more flexibility to allow a balance between work, caregiving, and skills development during the early years of a child's life. The current parental leave system outside of Quebec does not generally allow parents to pause and later resume parental leave, even where a temporary return to work would better suit the needs of the family and the employer. They also point out that parents should be able to pursue education or skills training while on parental leave without loss of benefits. And parents who provide occasional paid caregiving services to other families while caring for their own children should not face benefit clawbacks that discourage flexible work and the expansion of childcare options. Petitioners call on the Government of Canada to implement the Conservative proposals for a better parental leave system, to establish more flexible parental leave policies, allowing parental leave benefits to be paused and resumed within the existing maximum parental leave time frame of 18 months by mutual agreement between employer and employee. To ensure parents can pursue education or skills training while on parental leave without losing access to benefits, and to create a caregiving exception to EI parental leave benefit clawbacks so that parents may provide limited paid caregiving without penalty. These changes are good for families, they're good for the economy, they reflect the reality of the modern workforce, allowing people to continue to grow and develop their skills while being plugged into work at the same time as taking more time to be present and engaged with the lives of their children. So I commend that petition to the consideration of the House, and I certainly look forward to hearing what the government has to say in response to it. The next petition that I'm tabling highlights the concerns of Canadians about this government's attack on vocational institutions. Budget 2025 proposed restricting eligibility for the Canada Student Grant for full-time students to those attending public or not-for-profit institutions, excluding many students at regulated career colleges. These are reputable institutions that provide important vocational training, providing skills to young people that align with the needs of the labour market. And yet this government is changing the situation such that any program at a university entitles one to make an application for student grants if you meet the financial need criteria, whereas no students would be eligible if there are vocational institutions outside of narrowly prescribed exceptions. This creates unequal treatment among students based on the type of institution they attend rather than the value or demand of their chosen field of study. Many in-demand careers, including in the skilled trades and in healthcare fields, including, for instance, traditional Chinese medicine, the training is offered through regulated career colleges. Removing grant eligibility risks reducing access to affordable training for students, particularly those from low and middle income backgrounds, and limiting support for these programs may worsen existing labour shortages in critical sectors of the Canadian economy. Petitioners call on the Government of Canada to reverse the proposed changes and to ensure equal and fair access to student financial assistance for all students regardless of institution type, and to support training pathways that align with labour market needs, including skilled trades and other high-demand professions. Speaker, next I'd like to table a petition in support of my private member's bill, Bill C-260, the Care Not Coercion Act. Incidentally, more information about that is available at our custom website, carenotcoercion.ca. Canadians are concerned about the many reports, including those laid out on our website, indicating a series of problems of veterans, people with disabilities, seniors, those living in poverty, being offered MAID or euthanasia by bureaucrats when they are trying to access unrelated public services. These repeated, unprompted offers from those who aren't even supposed to be involved in providing facilitated death can be coercive in nature and make it more difficult for people to access public services that they are entitled to. Petitioners call attention to the testimony of CEO of Inclusion Canada, Krista Carr, before the Finance Committee, that she hears weekly complaints from people with disabilities who have had facilitated death proposed to them when they are trying to access other public services. They highlight the story of Christine Gauthier, a veteran living with disability who was fighting simply to get a wheelchair stair lift from Veterans Affairs Canada. And a caseworker suggested she pursue facilitated death instead. These are not isolated cases. There's many examples of this on our website, carenotcoercion.ca, and Bill C-260 provides a response to this by prohibiting bureaucrats from proposing facilitated death to those who have not asked for information about it. Petitioners hope all members will get behind Bill C-260 and protect the ability of veterans, people with disabilities, the elderly, those living in poverty, and all Canadians to be able to access public services without fear of this kind of coercion. They also want to see the government take additional steps to combat the problem of this coercion. Finally, Mr. Speaker, before we recessed, there was a very large group of young people from Newmarket Aurora. My colleague from Newmarket Aurora has convened a very large and active youth council that have been organizing their own petitions, responding to concerns that exist in that community. I want to commend my colleague from Newmarket Aurora for her incredible work with young people in her community, and also the young people who worked hard to organize this petition relating specifically to some issues of employment that I think are very important, and relating to the desire of young people to have access to jobs, homes, and hope. Petitioners highlight that young Canadians are struggling to find jobs, afford housing, and pay for education, yet the current Liberal government continues to prioritize international programs and foreign partnerships over the needs of young Canadians. The federal government has committed large amounts of money to foreign scholarships, petitioners argue, while the federal government needs to continue to increase applicants' acceptance to current projected gaps of the labour market. It should be prioritizing the needs of domestic students first. Petitioners note that the federal government continues to expand these international initiatives. Meanwhile, Canadian students continue to struggle in various ways to afford education and to access employment opportunities that they need. Therefore, petitioners call on the Government of Canada to prioritize public policy and funding that protect and expand access to education and work for Canadian youth, especially low and middle income students, before committing equivalent public resources to large international scholarship initiatives, to tie accepted applications to current and projected gaps within the workforce, and to create pathways for those who have completed their education within Canada to help fill current gaps within Canadian labour markets. Require that these international scholarships include a clear funding breakdown, a public assessment of likely effect on domestic students and labour markets, and measures to ensure Canadian students benefit. These wise young people from Newmarket Aurora are proposing Canadian jobs and Canadian training for Canadian students. We want Canadian young people to be able to fill the gaps that exist in our labour market so that we have opportunities for the next generation. And again, I want to commend these young people from Newmarket Aurora for their hard work on this excellent petition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I assure you I only have one petition to present today. I rise to present a petition on behalf of Canadians who are concerned about human rights protections in India. The petitioners are saying that according to the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom, various actors are supporting and enforcing sectarian policies that seek to establish India as a Hindu state. The petitioners say that Christians in India are being targeted by extremists vandalizing their churches and attacking church workers and threatening and humiliating their congregations. They also note that Indian Muslims are at risk of genocide, assault, and sexual violence. The petitioners are asking that the government ensure that any and all trade deals with India are premised on mandatory human rights provisions, and that extremists are sanctioned, and that the government promote a respectful human rights dialogue between Canada and India. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the government's responses to questions number 1002 to 1016 be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled in electronic format immediately.
The aforementioned questions be made orders for return? Agreed. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And finally, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed, so ordered.
I am now prepared to rule on the question of privilege raised on April 29, 2026 by the member for Peace River Westlock concerning the government's failure to table certain documents. The member argued that the Minister of International Trade failed to fulfill an obligation set out in an order in Council by neglecting to table in the House the latest annual reports of the Canadian Ombudsperson for Responsible Enterprise. Based on a decision rendered by Speaker Fraser on February 5, 1992, the member asserted that this failure deprived members of access to information required to carry out their parliamentary functions, particularly their oversight duties, and frustrated the operation of the House's processes for examining these reports. He therefore submitted that this failure engages the privileges of the House. The member for Saint-Hyacinthe Bagot-Acton also spoke in favour of this point of view. In response, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader said that the issue raised is one of statutory law, an area in which the Speaker is not empowered to intervene. He further noted that the case at hand differs from the situation in 1992, as the tabling of the Ombudsperson's annual reports is not provided for by law, but by an order in Council made by the Executive. The Parliamentary Secretary added that the order in Council does not include a deadline for tabling the reports. In his view, the matter does not relate to either a legislative requirement or a question currently before the House. Therefore, it cannot amount to a breach of privilege. Contrairement à ce qu'a avancé le secrétaire parlementaire des leaders du
The Chair would like to begin by stating that contrary to the arguments of the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, the House is the appropriate forum for raising this issue. To paraphrase Speaker Fraser, while a matter may stem from a statutory requirement, it may still be procedural in nature. Indeed, it is the House that is responsible for determining whether the tabling of a document required by the House has been carried out or not. That being the case, the Chair must determine the source of the requirement to table the documents in question. First, it is critical to distinguish documents that are required by a law, an order of the House, or the standing orders of the House from those that are not. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 4th edition, states in section 10.14, and I quote, "A number of statutes set forth the specific circumstances for tabling documents. For example, some statutes require ministers to table annual reports of the departments, agencies, and commissions that fall under their administrative responsibilities." End of quote.
32.1 sets out the procedure to follow for tabling documents belonging to this first category, which are automatically referred to committee for review. The tabling of the second type of documents, those that fall within the administrative responsibilities of the government but are not required by law, an order or the standing order, is governed by Standing Order 32.2. It is the government's prerogative to decide whether it wishes to table these documents. Moreover, until 1968, this procedure was not automatic, and ministers had to obtain the House's approval before doing so. Dans la décision rendue le 5 février 19...
In the ruling of February 5, 1992, referenced by the member for Peace River Westlock, Speaker Fraser drew a link between the tabling of required documents and the ability of members and committees to discharge their functions. As he said, on pages 6426 to 6427 of the debates, quote, "All reports, returns, and papers to be laid before the House in accordance with the requirements of the statute are automatically referred to a standing committee pursuant to Standing Order 32.5. Thus, a failure to table any required document has the effect of impeding such committees from carrying out their mandate to examine and inquire into all such matters as may be referred to them by the House, as stipulated by Standing Order 108.1, unquote.
Or, dans le présent cas,
Yet, in the case before us, the mandate and mechanisms providing for the preparation and tabling of the annual reports of the Canadian Ombudsperson for Responsible Enterprise are not set out in a law, an order of the House, or the standing orders, but rather in an order in Council made by the government. In other words, the House has never required the tabling of this report.
the journals of the House of February 11, 2022 and March 21, 2023 clearly show that the Ombudsperson's previous reports were not tabled in accordance with the law, an order, or the standing orders of the House, but instead pursuant to the government's right to table documents under Standing Order 32.2. Consequently, since no law, order of the House, or standing order requires the tabling of these documents, the Chair cannot find that there is a prima facie breach of the House's privileges. However, it is strange that the government did not comply with a tabling requirement that it imposed on itself, and there are other parliamentary avenues available to members who wish to pursue this matter. For these reasons, I now consider this question of privilege closed. I thank all members for their attention. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-30, Spring Economic Update 2026 Implementation Act, and of the amendment of Mr. Guglielmin.
Je ne m'abuse, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent, Akia-Wenrac, has 5 minutes remaining, if I'm not mistaken. Pardon me. In fact, it's questions and comments for 5 minutes.
Secrétaire parlementaire du leader du gouvernement.
The honourable member.
Important issue of taxation during his speech. And I would remind my friend, it's been like 1 year, and the very first action that our Prime Minister had taken was to get rid of the carbon tax, which I think was very well received by Canadians. And then a second action back just before summer, there was a tax break for the middle class. 22 million Canadians benefited by that tax break. Fast forward to today, where we have yet another tax break dealing with the important issue of affordability, where we see the gas tax being reduced by the federal government on a temporary basis, to help dealing with the price of gas given what's taking place in the Middle East. I'm wondering if my friend would not agree that those 3 tax initiatives were actually wonderful to see put into place and that he clearly supports them.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent, Akia-Wenrac.
A question for my colleague, because yes, obviously a year ago this government cancelled the carbon tax. I have to remind him that since 2015 to 2025, he spent all day long, attacking those people who said that that's very good to have a carbon tax. And they said all the wrong thing about that, but finally they recognized that was the way the thing to do. But when he's talking about the tax break that his government gave for a 10 cents of a taxe d'accise in French that we're calling, by the way, in 1979, we have to remind that under Joe Clark, the Progressive Conservative Party government applied this and said we have to raise it, and we have to raise it to a level that was attacked by the Liberal at that time. And when they got in power, when they were back in power in 1980, they doubled that taxation. So, but to the point about the tax d'accise of 10 cents.
Order à l'ordre. Je dois permettre un peu.
Order. We need to leave some time for other questions and comments. The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my Conservative colleague for his speech, which I missed. I was wondering whether he could summarize his speech this morning, but I do want to raise a few points. Mr. Speaker, this government, which has majority status as of recently, and we can have some doubts about how that became the case. They are not consulting opposition. They are not hearing from members from other parties who are doing very thorough work. And here we have, with this legislation, which doesn't sufficiently support businesses in our regions, especially in the manufacturing sector. How does my colleague feel about the way the government has proceeded with this economic update? And why is there nothing that really, truly helps businesses in our regions? The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent, Akia-Wenrac. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. A relevant one, as usual. It's unfortunate this government has been in office for over a year now, and they did not take the care or time to work with the official opposition or opposition parties. And now, Mr. Speaker, well, they used to be a minority government, but for a few weeks now, they've had majority status. But it's a majority government built on floor crossers. Floor crosser government.
Floor crosser. C'est drôle, je trouve que ça sonne très bien.
I think it sounds very good in English. And in French, too, though.
Comments, the honourable member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. The Liberals treat Canadians like a money tree, and they spend Canadians' money very recklessly. They're constantly adding debt to the national credit card. This means that we need to spend more on debt service charges. What are the consequences of this type of spending? The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent, Akia-Wenrac. The Bloc members are clapping enthusiastically and sincerely for my colleague who is speaking great French, Mr. Speaker. My colleague published something recently about a biography of our official opposition leader. Now, this question is critical. This matter is critical. When you live beyond your means at all times, at some point you have to pay off that spending. That generates debt, deficits, debt service charges, and currently the interest we're paying on the debt. Well, did you know that everything we get in GST is paying off debt interest? That is not in service of Canadians. That's why, Mr. Speaker, we need a responsible, realistic approach. But unfortunately, this government, which was elected in 2015, running on a promise to have no deficits by 2019, well, that promise has gone the way of the dodo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the hard-working small business owners, farmers, and families in my riding of Middlesex, London, I say enough is enough. Bill C-30, the Liberal government's Spring Economics Update Implementation Bill, does little to improve the quality of life for Canadians, but saddles them with the lost investment opportunities and more generational debt. After months of promising real change from this Prime Minister, Canadians are receiving more of the same. Temporary band-aids and half measures that fail to address the root causes of the affordability crisis, which is making life more expensive for every family across this country. Let me be perfectly clear from the outset. This is not a serious economic policy. It is a collection of short-term, worthless political gestures designed to create headlines while avoiding making the hard decisions that Canada needs to get our economy back on track. What does Bill C-30 actually deliver? A temporary suspension of the federal excise tax on gasoline and diesel, but only until September 7th, just 4.5 months of partial relief. After that, the taxes snap right back. Families will be struggling at the pump, and small businesses will still face high operating costs, and farmers will still be having to pay more to bring food to our tables. In Middlesex, London, where our rural roads stretch for kilometres and agriculture is the backbone of our local economy, this bill provides no relief at all. Farmers rely on diesel to run tractors, combines, and transport trucks. Truckers haul our produce to market. Families drive long distances just to get to the city to buy their groceries or go to a medical appointment or the grocery store. What the Liberal government offers is not meaningful support. This bill gives them the opportunity for photo ops, plain and simple. It is a short-term gimmick to distract from the real pain that our Canadians are facing every single day. Conservatives have been crystal clear. We want the permanent removal of all federal taxes on fuel for the remainder of 2026 and beyond. That would deliver real, tangible results and savings of roughly 25 cents per litre at the pump for families, truckers, farmers that are living right across this country. That's about $1,200 a year for an average family, and that's real help for producers who keep our grocery store shelves stocked. Instead, Liberals are offering this fleeting discount and call it leadership. Well, I call it what it is: insufficient and insulting to people who are struggling. This pattern of temporary fixes repeats throughout this bill. There are minor tweaks to tax deductions for tradespeople, short extensions to EI benefits, small adjustments to the Canada Pension Plan, and a few technical changes like enhanced capital cost allowance. These may sound good in Liberal press releases and offer some temporary minor relief to some Canadians, but they do nothing to solve the real root cause of the problems: reckless Liberal spending, exploding Liberal deficits, and a government that refuses to live within its means. This so-called hero banker PM has run the federal deficit nearly double in less than a year, and with nothing to show for it. We are now looking at the largest deficit outside of the pandemic in our history. National debt exceeds $1.3 trillion. Interest payments alone now cost taxpayers more than $59 billion annually, more than we spend on health transfers to the provinces. Every Canadian family is effectively paying over $3,400 a year just to service this debt. That is money that could be going towards schools, hospitals, or back in the pockets of hardworking Canadians, the ones who earned it. Speaker, where families in Middlesex, London are forced to choose between filling their gas tank and filling their grocery cart, or between paying the hydro bill and the mortgage, the Liberals are busy creating new funds and new ways to spend the money that we do not have. They call it investment in the future. But Canadians, especially rural Canada, we call it more debt being passed on to our children and grandchildren. As someone who comes from a farming background, I hear it every week from constituents. High fuel costs, carbon taxes layered on top, and red tape are threatening the family farms that have been in operation for generations. These are the people that work dawn to dusk to produce the food that we all depend on. Yet this government continues to punish them with policies that drive up their input costs while grocery prices keep climbing for everyone else. This bill captures the Liberal approach perfectly. It manages this crisis instead of solving it. It offers temporary relief instead of structural reform. Spend more, tax more, regulate more, and hope no one notices when the bill is due. If I wasn't a responsible, functioning adult, I might think that that was a good idea. Conservatives offer a fundamentally different vision, one grounded in common sense and fiscal responsibility. We believe that government should live within its means. Just as families and farmers across Middlesex London, they do it every single day. That starts with permanently axing the carbon tax, not just the consumer portion, but the entire carbon tax, including the industrial backstop that is driving up the cost of fuel, fertilizers, and natural gas for drying grain and heating barns. Conservatives will cut wasteful bureaucracy and the billions squandered to consultants. We will repeal anti-development laws like Bill C-69 that block pipelines, energy projects, and resource development. We will get serious about building homes by slashing red tape, speeding up approvals, incentivizing municipalities to build faster, and removing the barriers that have made home ownership a distant dream for young families in our communities. Only Conservatives will unleash our natural resources responsibly so that Canada can be a leader in affordable, reliable energy, not just for ourselves, but for our allies around the world. By developing our oil and gas and critical minerals responsibly, we can create good jobs in ridings like mine and that are rich in nearby manufacturing and development. We can lower energy prices at home, strengthen our economic sovereignty, and ensure that Canada is no longer held hostage by foreign supply chains. I reject the idea that Canadians must keep paying higher taxes so that Ottawa can keep spending recklessly. I believe hardworking families deserve to keep more of their own money. I believe farmers and small businesses should not be punished for producing the foods and goods that keep this country running. I believe that the best way to help people is not through more government programs and subsidies, but through lower taxes, less red tape, and real economic growth that creates opportunities for everyone. Bill C-30, it fails the test on every level. It is another chapter in the long Liberal story of big promises and small results. More illusions of affordability, more illusions of fiscal irresponsibility, more credit card budgeting that leaves future generations to pay the price. I'm fed up. Canadians are fed up. They are tired of seeing their grocery and gas bills and their receipts go up while their paychecks stay the same and their purchasing power shrinks. They are tired of broken promises from a government that talks about hope but purposely does nothing in their power to keep people from feeling hopeless. They are tired of being told, just wait, while cynical Liberal politicians in Ottawa play games with their hard-earned money and their children's futures. In Middlesex London, the stories are the same. Young couples unable to afford their first home, small businesses going bust because people cannot afford to go out anymore, and seniors stretching fixed incomes to cover rising utilities. The people of Canada deserve better. They deserve a government that puts families first, respects taxpayers, and focuses on the real priorities. They deserve affordable homes, lower costs at the pump and the grocery store, safer communities, and a strong, self-reliant Canada that stands on its own 2 feet. That is exactly what Conservatives will deliver. We will bring common sense back to Ottawa. We will make life more affordable for every Canadian family. We will cut taxes, build homes that Canadians need, fix the budget, and unleash the energy and resources that power our prosperity. We will rebuild Canada where the next generation can actually get ahead and not just get by. Speaker, the choice before this House and before Canadians is clear. Accept temporary gimmicks or demand permanent solutions. More debt or real relief. Illusions or results. Conservatives have chosen common sense. Will the Liberals listen to us?
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the speech from the member opposite. Real concern for the affordability concerns that her residents are facing. She spoke a lot, in particular, about the increase in fuel price and how that impacts farmers, increased costs in fertilizer as well. I just wanted to give her an opportunity that this was caused by a unilateral war by the Trump administration against Iran, causing the single largest increase in oil prices in world history. Would she acknowledge that as the root cause of the current increase in fuel prices?
The honourable member from Middlesex London.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. But what that question fails to address is from somebody, I can speak as from somebody, Mr. Speaker, who works in the agriculture industry, who works daily with people in the agriculture industry, and I can tell you that since the carbon tax was implemented in Canada, our costs have gone up exponentially. Every single input cost in this country has gone up, and that had started long before any conflict started around the globe. And Mr. Speaker, I hear this from farmers every single day. Fuel costs are through the roof. Fertilizer costs are through the roof. And this government continues to pile on red tape and more bureaucracy that tie the hands of our producers, the ones that feed us, and we should all be doing all we can to make sure it's easier to produce food in this country.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Laurentide-Labelle.
The Honourable Member for Laurentide-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague. I have a rather simple question when it comes to logic in government planning. I sit on the OGO committee. We're discussing Build Canada Homes. The government says they want to build more units. Well, our party made real suggestions. We had real proposals. Currently, the industry is struggling to survive. I'd like to know whether my colleague agrees that a wage subsidy would be helpful. Rather, we should fix the black hole or the gap for businesses, especially lumber businesses. Would my colleague agree that that should have been in the update?
Thank you very much, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her very thoughtful question. And recently, Mr. Speaker, I've had the opportunity to sit down in London with home builders, with developers, with people who actually want to buy a home. And I'm hearing the same thing across my riding and across the country. We need to cut bureaucracy and red tape to make homes more affordable. Builders can't build if they have to pay too many taxes. If the cost of a home is hundreds of thousands of dollars now in developmental charges, young families cannot afford to buy their first home. So we need to work together with municipal governments to find a way to cut red tape, cut taxes, and incentivize builders to be able to build homes that Canadians can afford.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire, the member for...
Questions and comments. Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciate the member's speech, and I want to just bring things back a bit. One part of her speech basically talked about the shallow so-called half measures that we're calling them, actually, they are half measures of the Liberal government to provide relief for issues that they've caused themselves. I'm wondering if her constituents are seeing what mine are, and that the reality doesn't match the illusion and the smoke and mirrors that this government keeps trying to pretend they're focused on Canadians and their affordability.
A member from Middlesex London.
I'd like to thank my colleague from Oshawa for her very great question. Mr. Speaker, I hear from constituents every day, and I want to say what Tony from Denfield wrote to me. He says, the Prime Minister says that Canadians need to suffer for a little while. Why can't the Liberals take their half reduction in income so that they can feel the effects then? And John from Newbury says cost of living is too high. People cannot afford groceries, let alone housing. What happened to fiscal responsibility? Tired of being forgotten. And Ted from Putnam says, please keep fighting for the everyday taxpayer and never forget who pays the bills. It seems like the other parties have forgotten where the buck stops. Well, I couldn't agree more with that, Mr. Speaker, and Conservatives will continue fighting every day to make sure that Canadians are not forgotten and that we hold this Liberal government to account.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat et on the Prime Secretary, the Prime Minister.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Ça fait plaisir de partager.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to share my time with the member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to rise today to speak to Bill C-30, which implements some elements of the Spring Economic Update 2026. As you know very well, Mr. Speaker, we're debating this bill at a very key moment in the history of our country. There is
geopolitical and economic uncertainty that is unprecedented. Global markets remain extremely volatile, and conflicts in the Middle East and Europe continue to upset supply chains and energy flows globally, as well as trade tensions which are rising. And protectionism is regaining strength.
These continue to face significant instability. The World Uncertainty Index recently surged to its highest level ever recorded in its more than 60 years of history. Global growth remains very uneven. Trade tensions are on the rise. Geopolitical conflicts in the Middle East and in Europe continue to disrupt our supply chains and to create uncertainty in international markets. Many advanced economies, Mr. Speaker, are struggling with sluggish productivity growth, persistent inflationary pressures, and rising debt burdens. And Canadians understand these global realities. As I spoke with many constituents over the course of the last few weeks, and many Canadians indeed across the country, Mr. Speaker, the feeling that keeps coming across, however, is one of optimism. People see the chaos unfolding around the world, and more than ever, they are proud to be Canadian. In fact, a recent poll released just a few days ago, Mr. Speaker, shows that the number of Canadians who believe that Canada, that this country is headed in the right direction, is at its highest level in a decade. What Canadians expect from their federal government is seriousness, it's discipline, it's a clear economic path forward, and that is exactly what this government is delivering. The best way to ensure that Canada can weather this global wave of instability is by focusing on what we can control and building a strong economy here at home. The numbers speak for themselves. Wage growth has now outpaced inflation for more than 3 consecutive years, meaning Canadians are seeing sustained income growth. Inflation here in Canada has remained within the Bank of Canada's target range for 2 years now. In fact, inflation in Canada is now 26% lower than in the United States. Canada has the second fastest growth rate in the G7, Mr. Speaker, despite the trade war waged by the U.S. and continued global uncertainty. And according to the IMF, Canada is projected to remain the second fastest growing economy in the G7 this year and next year. Since last summer, Canada has created over 77,000 jobs. Per capita, that's approximately 2.5 times the pace of job creation in the United States. While the war in Iran and the resulting disruptions in global energy flows have significantly increased prices at the pump, our government has taken decisive action to mitigate those impacts for Canadians by suspending the federal excise taxes on fuel from now until Labor Day. Next Friday, Mr. Speaker, next Friday, 12 million Canadians will receive a one-time payment as part of the new Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit.
Hear, hear.
This means a payment of up to $267 for individuals, up to $533 for a family of 4, and this benefit represents nearly $1,900 this year. That is real money and a real boost for Canadians who need it most. Vendredi prochain, Monsieur le Président.
Next Friday, Mr. Speaker, 12 million Canadians will receive a one-time payment as part of our new Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit. And this means a payment of up to $267 for an individual and up to $533 for a family of 4. And yes, over the year, this represents roughly $900, Mr. Speaker. This is concrete support that will make a real difference. Over the past year, we have announced 15 major projects of national interest, as well as 6 transformative economic strategies that have generated more than $125 billion in investment and are supporting more than 60,000 jobs across the country. And this includes the expansion of the Montreal port in Contrecoeur. It also includes the Nouveau Monde graphite mine in the Lanaudière region of Quebec and the transformative high-speed rail project between Quebec City and Toronto.
Speaker, we also need to ensure that Canada has the reliable and affordable electricity needed to power the economy of the future. Through our new national electricity strategy, we will double our electricity supply here in Canada, while building a stronger, more interconnected electricity grid right across the country. This means accelerating investments in transmission infrastructure, clean power generation, energy storage, grid modernization, all so that Canadian businesses and workers have access to the affordable energy they need in order to compete and to grow, Mr. Speaker. This is good for our environment and it's good for our economy. Canada's electricity is one of the cleanest in the entire world, and it is key to attracting more investments in advanced manufacturing, in artificial intelligence, in critical minerals, and of course, ensuring the competitiveness of our economy overall.
In the economic update, Mr. Speaker, we're providing more than $13 billion in international funding against climate change. While this investment has received rather little media attention, for me it is very important, and for the Prime Minister it is as well. At a time when many countries, such as the UK and France, are reducing their assistance to protect the planet, it is essential for us all, for Canada to continue to show leadership, Mr. Speaker, because climate change doesn't know borders. It affects vulnerable countries and we need to make them more resilient. And there's a moral responsibility as well as a strategic interest for Canada. But as we are making this investment, we're moving forward with our commitment to reduce our operational expenses for the government. Since the fall, we have reduced our deficit by $11.5 billion. And Canada continues to have the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7. Canada has by far the strongest fiscal balance of all the G7 countries, as well as a AAA credit rating, the best in the world. And I'm not just saying this to boast about the Canadian economy, but because this fiscal strength is essential. In a world marked by instability, countries with sound and solid public finances like Canada have the ability to act, to invest, and to protect their citizens.
Positioning itself to lead, and the world is taking notice. Foreign direct investment in Canada has reached its highest level in nearly 2 decades. Investors are choosing to invest here in Canada because of our skilled workforce, because of our stable institutions, our abundant natural resources, and our responsible fiscal framework. That investment translates directly into jobs for Canadians, and it means new factories, new supply chains, new export opportunities, and stronger economic sovereignty. We're also redoubling our efforts to diversify Canada's economy. In a world where supply chains are being reshaped and global trade is becoming more fragmented, Canada must expand its economic partnership and open new markets for Canadian businesses. Our objective is clear, as it is ambitious, to double Canada's non-U.S. trade over the next decade. Mr. Speaker, I think I have only a little bit of time left, but a lot to say. We simply cannot rely too heavily on any single market, Mr. Speaker. That is why we have concluded over 20 new trade and security agreements on 4 different continents. Our non-U.S. exports are now up 40%, Mr. Speaker, nearly 40%. That diversification makes Canada stronger and much more resilient. As the Prime Minister said very clearly in Davos, we know that the old order is not coming back, and we shouldn't mourn it. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question and commentator, the member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the speech across the way there. She did mention the whole issue about a new electricity system across Canada to double our electricity. And the thing I like best about this approach is that for years, this government, and this member has been here for years, I've faced across her for over 6 years now, For years, this government has hobbled our electricity system across this country, and now they're flying in at the last minute saying, oh my gosh, we don't have enough electricity in Canada, because we're actually importing electricity in Canada right now for the first time in decades as a result of failed policies. And now they're coming in as if they're the saviors and saying, I get to fix this. Well, I mean, if you're the arsonist, you get to put out the fire. Can I ask her how she actually thinks she's going to solve something that she actually created, she actually helped create, in this government, as opposed to actually turning it over to people who actually know how to solve something?
Member Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And a few weeks ago, the Prime Minister announced our new electricity strategy and the beginning of consultations with stakeholders, but also importantly with provinces and territories, Mr. Speaker. We know that electricity generation is done very differently from coast to coast to coast in this country. In Quebec, for example, we have an incredible hydroelectricity, but that is not the case right across the country. I think that what we have set forward is an ambitious objective. And certainly, with all of the natural resources that we have in Canada, we can be the provider of clean electricity to countries around the world.
Questions, comments? Question commentaire, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for La Pointe-Lille. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. C30 should encourage the increase measures for food insecurity by forcing the Canada Food Agency to look at impacts on the population. What does she think of that?
Parlementaire.
Oui, Monsieur le Président. Nous travaillons en ce moment justement un plan pour la sécurité alimentaire des Canadiens. Monsieur le Président, ça me fera plaisir de pouvoir continuer de discuter de cet enjeu avec mon collègue une fois sorti. Mais c'est important pour nous en tant que gouvernement, surtout avec le secteur agricole que nous avons si riche ici au Canada, de pouvoir travailler ensemble afin de s'assurer que nous sommes souverains du côté alimentaire.
Questions and comments, young member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This spring economic update has some important new measures on the housing front. $7 billion investment in the apartment construction loan program to build below-market rental units, and changes to the home buyers plan. Just yesterday, I met a couple, Jack, a civil engineer, and Sophie, a youth counselor, who just bought a new home, but they're very realistic about the costs that they're facing right now with some affordability pressures. And I was hoping that the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister could speak a little bit more about the measures in this Bill C30 and the Spring Economic Update on housing, and how this is going to improve the outlook for young Canadians.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's true that in my speech I did not have the time to go into detail about the many housing measures in this economic update. Of course, for first-time home buyers, they will be able to benefit from the purchase being tax-free for their first home. There is significant investments in order to create affordable housing, including rental units right across the country, social housing as well, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to take this opportunity to recognize the incredible leadership of the member of Sea to Sky Country when it comes to the $13 billion that we are investing in international climate financing, an issue I know he cares about very deeply.
Questions, comments, the member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Although in C30 we don't see much climate commitment at all, and we now know that given the MOU with the province of Alberta, whereas the November 27th MOU said Canada and Alberta are committed to net zero by 2050, the May 15th MOU said committed to tangible progress towards net zero by 2050. Has the Prime Minister now completely withdrawn from our legally binding commitments to reductions by 2035? And are we now retracting the commitment, which was already too late, to the year 2050?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a brief response.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. A very important question to delve into quite immediately. I don't know if the time given to me will be sufficient, but I would like to make very clear that the Prime Minister has committed and recommitted to our objective of reaching net zero by 2050. That is the commitment of our government, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, please do that. The honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas. Oh, actually, Before I give him the floor, I will just say, order. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain, the economy. The Honourable Member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South, aerospace industry. The Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City, housing. And now I'll give the floor to the Honourable Member for Hamilton West, Ancaster, Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the representative for Hamilton West Ancaster Dundas, I want to take this moment to congratulate the Ancaster Lions Volleyball Club. The 18U rep team won a gold medal at Nationals this past weekend in Calgary. The adage in sports is that you want to win the last game that you play, and for many of these players, this is their last game of competitive volleyball. So it is just amazing to go out on such a tremendous victory. I want to thank the coaches, Ed Bosveld, Coach Smitty, Jeff Smith, Caleb Bosveld, and Brendan Vanderkrunk. And I think as I reflect on this amazing achievement, the importance of competitive sports, especially for the development of young men in their lives, giving them a competitive outlet. The commitment, the training, the practice, the work on self-improvement, the personal responsibility that comes when your team relies on you, and to learn that your actions have consequences and that sometimes life isn't fair, and even when you do everything right, sometimes you don't win, and you have to learn how to deal with those losses. You have to train success, learn the value of hard work, healthy eating, healthy habits, and above all, leadership. What it is to be part of a team working together towards a common goal. So we are so proud of all the years of hard work for the athletes, the coaches, and the parents who've supported these athletes all the way along. Just way to go, boys. On that note, I will reflect in the spring economic statement, there is a $775 million investment in sports infrastructure and programming from House League to the Olympics. And having been through competitive volleyball for a number of years, I can see firsthand the need for that investment on the ground in the communities, in particular in the Golden Horseshoe area for court sports, for basketball, for volleyball, and for racket sports. So I'm committed to advocating for those investments in our community. I also want to take a moment to say happy birthday to my wife. It was her 50th birthday this past week when we were in the riding, and you might ask, how did you celebrate her birthday? Well, it was a riding week, so we went to the Legion for Catch the Ace. We had a great evening. Everyone was very welcoming, but I do owe her a little bit more of a special evening event. As we move on to the spring economic statement, I want to reflect that just over a year ago, Canadians elected a serious, pragmatic government. And over the past year, our focus federally has really been on three major priorities. First, our economic and national security, responding to major global uncertainty, and maintaining Canada's economy in the face of that uncertainty. We're focused on affordability, lowering costs, supporting families, and cutting taxes, and economic investments. My personal role is advocating for federal investments in Hamilton West, Ancaster, Dundas, infrastructure spending, housing, and investments in the skilled trades and the next generation of workers. And I'm really optimistic about Hamilton, Ancaster, and Dundas's future. We have seen positive momentum in Canada for the past year, and Hamilton, Ancaster, and Dundas are very well positioned for future growth. Our industrial base continues to power Canada's economy. We have one of the most diverse economies in all of Canada, led by steel and manufacturing, healthcare and life sciences, which are actually Hamilton's largest employers, leaders in research and innovation, with 3 post-secondary institutions in my riding, McMaster, Mohawk, and Redeemer, leading in research and innovation, and the skilled trades. Hamilton is a place that is known for labor, for the skilled trades, and we'll continue to lead in those sectors. Now, of course, that goes without saying that there are challenges. The illegal American tariffs are an ongoing economic pressure to local industry, but this is with an ongoing, unprecedented uncertainty in the world as we're dealing with a now hostile neighbor to the south. The issues in Ukraine, Iran, Venezuela, Cuba, Taiwan, and China, and a U.S. administration that has caused the single largest increase in the price of oil ever. And while the U.S. has caused this problem, and we're risking a global recession because of it, it's the rest of the world that is left mitigating the impacts. I want to also reflect on some of the successes of the past Trudeau government. And there's three areas that come to mind as being particular points of high points for the Trudeau government. First is environment and climate change, making key commitments to take action on climate change, beginning Canada's transition to an electric future, and taking action on mitigation of climate impacts. Second, the protection of minority rights and the rights, in particular, the rights of women. We've seen in the U.S. systematic and deliberate erosion of the rights of women. MAGA-style politics is the basis for a lot of the current conservative approach. And watching The Handmaid's Tale with my wife, some of the flashbacks that they show, it hits a little bit too close to home, where you could actually see that kind of Christian nationalism taking form in the United States at this very moment. And I want to talk about my Bloc colleagues as well. They are leaders on the separation of church and state, and I'd like to work with them more collaboratively on how we make sure that we continue that fundamental differentiation in Canada. And lastly, the Trudeau government had an amazing response to the COVID pandemic. Now, in hindsight, of course, our vision is 2020, but at my time, I was at the City of Hamilton, we were dealing with the most profound public health crisis of the past century. From vaccines to taking concrete steps and leadership around the world in the face of a crisis, I think this will stand the test of time as being one of the shining moments for Canada. Which brings me to the need for true leadership in the time of crisis. Now, we have seen economic momentum in Canada, Canada being the strongest fiscal position in the G7, among the highest employment growth, the second highest GDP, inflation within Bank of Canada target range, wage growth exceeding inflation. We are the most tax competitive jurisdiction for new business in the G7. We have the lowest marginal tax rate, the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G7, and not just by a little bit, 5 times lower than Germany, 10 times lower than the United States. The best credit rating, record high oil and gas production, record high global investment, the highest in the G7, double the US, and a 40% increase in non-US trade in the last few months. So we are making investments to maintain this momentum. Locally in Hamilton, we're supporting workers with a regional tariff response plan, buy Canadian procurement policies, and protections against unfair foreign steel dumping, making major investments in Canada's economy, not for the next year, not for the next election cycle, but for the next century. $115 billion invested in infrastructure, including the $51 billion Build Canada Strong Fund, $25 billion in housing, including $13 billion on Build Canada Homes, modernizing modular construction and supporting the housing industry, $30 billion towards defense and industrial strategy, currently at 2% of GDP right now, with a goal to be at 5% within 5 years, and $115 billion on investment in productivity, innovation, and trade diversification. We are taking fiscal responsibility for Canada's finances. We're balancing the operating budget within 3 years, a $60 billion savings target, and we're already $11 billion lower than targets. All on top of this is diversifying Canada's trade, making real investments to diversify our reliance on one single trading partner in the United States. That work is already showing dividends right now. Because Canada isn't broken. Our challenges exist, but we are defining our own path. On federal affordability measures, we've also cut income tax. We have real gas relief price, removing the consumer carbon tax, saving consumers 18 cents a liter, suspending the federal fuel excise tax, saving consumers 10 cents a liter. And all of this is, as I said, in the context of ongoing global conflicts. Canada is facing real challenges, global instability, tariffs, economic uncertainty, but Canada also has enormous strengths which our government is leveraging. Strong institutions, skilled workers, natural resources, industrial capacity, innovation and research, and the Spring Economic Update focuses on protecting Canadians while preparing for the future. Because we're optimistic about Canada's future, we're optimistic about Hamilton's future, and we believe in Canada and Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Surrey Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We heard a lot in that speech. A lot of it didn't make sense. A lot of it nobody on this side could relate to or understand. He talked a lot about the rights of his citizens, and we know that the citizens that are in his area are suffering from affordability crisis. We know they're suffering from drug crisis, housing crisis, affordability crisis, revenue crisis, income crisis. And in his speech, he even managed to disparage Christians in this country. I got a simple question for him. If he's talking about the rights of his citizens, I think it's a right of every citizen to have access to their MP. And a simple question, when will he open his office now that we're a quarter way through the mandate? A year he's been here, and his office is still closed.
I remember for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Well, the Conservatives just love their conspiracy theories. Our government is investing in affordable housing, doubling the price of housing. It's 1689 Main Street West, Unit 3, where it's always been. Our government is making generational investments to make sure that residents have the opportunities that they deserve in Hamilton and communities across Canada. Thank you.
Yes, the honourable member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South on a point of order. I hope it isn't a point of order.
It is. There might have been an issue with the audio. I don't know if the member knew he was being asked when his office will open.
Not a point of order, but the question et commentaire.
The honourable member for Abitibi, Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like Quebecers, I'm rather tired to see the centralising view that Canada is showing. And my colleague mentioned it in his speech when he says that he's proud to see investments, $750 million investments. At the same time, families aren't being helped, young people aren't being helped, seniors aren't being helped to have access to physical activity. Where is the federal government where there are building projects in sports infrastructure throughout the country? It's a huge need in Abitibi-Témiscamingue, for example. In Rouyn-Noranda, for example, we're building a pool of only 6 corridors. In Témiscamingue, they reduced the project as much as possible with an $18.6 million investment. It's the cheapest pool ever built. But they've had to go to the minimum, and the federal government is not doing anything. Why are they absent in building sports infrastructure in Canada? They're absent when people need it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's important to recognize that the Build Canada Strong Fund, that $51 billion, also includes investment in community infrastructure, in recreation infrastructure, in sport infrastructure. On top of that, specific $775 million to build up sport across Canada, as I said, from House League level all the way up to Olympic level athletes. And I completely agree with the member opposite that the federal government needs to take a leadership role in investing in sports and sports infrastructure, along with partnerships with the provinces and municipalities across Canada. And that is something I will continue to advocate for. Thank you.
Questions and comments now, member for the Parliament Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if my colleague can just provide his thoughts on the important program that we brought in dealing with the Red Seals. You literally have dozens of skilled trades, Mr. Speaker, with national recognition. And providing a financial incentive for individuals, and I'm thinking specifically for young Canadians, to be able to enter into these literally dozens of skilled trades, and how the government, by providing that incentive, we're looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of 80,000 to 100,000 potential trade jobs over the next 5 years. If he can just provide his thoughts on why it's so important that we invest in Canadians.
Member Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you for the excellent question. I didn't get to that in my speech, but I'm glad I get to answer it here. As we're investing $51 billion in Build Canada Strong, $13 billion in the Affordable Homes Plan, Build Canada Homes, we need to make sure that we have the next generation of workers in the skilled trades available to work on those projects. I spent 20 years working in heavy civil construction, working with workers in the skilled trades directly, and I know the amazing benefits that those jobs have to communities and the high-paying and pride that workers take in the job that they do when they're working in the skilled trades. That's why our government is investing in the next generation to make sure that they have the jobs to provide for their families. Thank you.
Resuming debate, please, the honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to note that I'll be sharing my time with my honourable colleague for New Tecumseh, Gwillimbury. But now I will begin with my speech.
This has been, quite a spring economic statement, spring economic update, whatever the government wants to call it here. A lot goes in here. A lot goes into every financial statement this government puts forward. It seems that there's no shortage of money to kind of keep pouring out here, but there is a real lack of fiscal discipline. But one thing I do notice about this government over the last 6.5 years that have been here, Mr. Speaker, is their ability to announce and announce and announce as if they're going to continue to do great things. So announcing things and spending money and accomplishing very little seems to be flavor of the day that happens all the time here. And I want to go through a bunch of those in my speech here. I don't mean to just be critical, so I'll also be giving some good feedback on some of the things that work in this budget. But first of all, let's talk about what my colleague across the way talked about, all the announcements. 20 economic and defense partnerships signed in the last year. Partnerships are signatures. I'd like to see what really comes out of that at the end of the day. We need to measure these outcomes. But these aren't just papers we sign. We're not a republic. Our Prime Minister is not a president that gets to write executive orders and say, this is the way things are. We're diminishing the role of the House of Commons here. We need to get back to actually doing things in the House of Commons that are good for all Canadians and include the input of people from across this country. But I went through the budget. The budget, we talked about a few things, and I know that the government likes the high-level stuff to start the budget. It talks about the rule of law in Canada. Well, Mr. Speaker, if we had the rule of law in Canada, we'd have a very stable investment dynamic in Canada right now, which we are clearly missing. This stable, reliable financial system is one that's layered more and more on top of an oligopoly that really kind of benefits from the weight that it maintains, and that, of course, the government would like that to be. We need to make sure we have a more diverse economy, a more open economy, an economy where people can see what the rules are and invest accordingly, not just invest when the government says, hey, we got some friends here, let's give them some money, so they'll put some more money into the economy. That's not the way a modern democratic country is supposed to run. It also talked about investment attractiveness. So let me tell you what investment attractiveness would actually mean. That would mean that the pension funds that collect money from Canadians in Canada would actually reinvest that money into Canada. And most of those pension funds invest most of their money offshore for good reason, because this government has created an economic and investment climate in this country that doesn't work if you want to return on capital. And that return on capital, of course, is competitive with jurisdictions around the world, even to the south of us, where we've got a trade partner that is not behaving as if we actually had a trade agreement with them. We've got to make sure that we actually stand up against that. The other thing, the next thing they talked about was tax competitiveness, but they talked about that on new business investment. All the current business investment isn't taxed efficiently here in Canada, but if you get new, well, we'll give you all kinds of tax credits if you bring some new capital into Canada, but there's no clear path about what that represents as far as the rule of law here going forward. And then it talked about resources, Canadian resource, which we are proud to stand for on this side of the House. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you know the numerous entreaties we've made to this government to make sure we actually have a better resource industry in this country, more transparency, more ability to get some things done, because it did talk about transparency. And there is no transparency. There's a complete black hole. What are the rules today? What are the rules tomorrow? Continually changing the rules on our resource industry is what holds back investment in our most important part of our economy. And I say most important not because I'm trying to diminish any of the other parts of the Canadian economy, but I want to make sure that people understand how much those resource industries contribute to Canada in employment, contribute to Canada in taxation, contribute to Canada in balance of payments with our trade partners around the world. It is lopsided how much we actually benefit from the resources we export, and we have to make sure that we have a level playing field that says invest here in this country on these resources, and you will get a return, and there will be a line of sight on how you actually, how that actually turns out for your shareholders and for your company. Now, I'm going to differ with a few things the government said as well in this economic statement, because it talked about the second fastest growing economy in the G7. Well, you know, that's great, but most of those are in Europe. Japan's in a bit of a mix right now. So compared to our neighbor to the south, we're growing at forecast 1.5%. They're at 2.3%. So 1.5 times higher than our growth rate in the United States. We're not doing that well considering who our nearest neighbor is. We've got to get back and understand what's happening here. And part of what's happening here, of course, is the lack of transparency on what happens to an investment that people make in Canada. And it talked about fiscal discipline. Now let me contradict the government very clearly here. There is no fiscal discipline on that side of the House whatsoever, Mr. Speaker. They talk about changing from a $78 billion deficit in the fall budget, and now they've only got a $67 billion deficit looking forward in the spring economic statement. Because of $7.8 billion more in collection from the resources industry, Mr. Speaker. This is how we're making our money. This is how we're actually getting better. But no sooner does it actually see a whole bunch of new revenue coming in from taxation that it decides to spend that in a bunch of other, I think, maladjusted ways as far as investing and throwing more money out the door. And I call it an investment, but it's actually a really bad use of our money. This is not a bottomless pit. Canadians need to make sure we get back to balance at some point in time. And that balance means at least a zero deficit and hopefully a surplus at some point in time, because we have gotten massively in debt in this country. This government got cute in this spring economic statement and changed their actual fiscal anchor from a net debt to GDP and a declining deficit to a net deficit to GDP. And that's because the GDP isn't increasing enough. Mr. Speaker, you'll know that when you talk about GDP, you're talking about consumption plus investment plus government expenditures plus exports minus imports. Now, one of those in there is the government expenditures. So the government expenditures keeps increasing, and therefore you keep increasing the GDP. The rest of the equation isn't holding weight, and that's because it's not that investable an economy. Mr. Speaker, we need to do much better in that respect. But a $67 billion deficit is one thing. $1.4 trillion in debt is the government's book number. Let me explain what that actually means, Mr. Speaker, because the government has actually borrowed almost $2 trillion. It's paying interest on almost $2 trillion through its various agencies. So the difference between $2 trillion and $1.4 trillion is $600 billion that is in the pockets, in the various accounts at Crown corporations and other borrowing entities, many of which have opaque accounting mechanisms where they actually aren't writing off their debts. So when the new government comes in, you're going to have to see a massive write-off of all the debts that this government has accumulated and hasn't put on its books at this point in time. And that includes things like, of course, the Canada Infrastructure Bank. We pointed out in committee went $600 billion plus in just loans to the Lion Electric in the first place. You've got all kinds of boondoggles like that sitting in several Crown corporations that are part of this government's debt profile, and they have to be changed. You've got to get more transparent, Mr. Speaker. This is something that has to change going forward. And now, in March 27th, they actually increased the borrowing authority to $2.54 trillion. So it tells Canadians where you're going with this. We're going to have an extra $500 billion in debt here going forward. Congratulations. There's no stopping this train, Mr. Speaker. I do need to give some credit. I have to give the government credit for what they've done in training here and actually allocating a whole bunch of money to the trades. Now, I'm very thankful for that, and I'd like to thank them because it's another page from the Conservative book that they took out of our policy manual and actually getting more money put into trades in this country so that we have better outcomes. That whole layer of jobs that is unfulfilled at this point in time, we need to make sure we get those technical people trained, and I thank them for putting that on there. Here's something else I think they could put on there. If they're thinking about something to take from our books, it's the defense. I mean, I know they've increased money in defense. They've increased salaries. Good for them. Now they're going for another defense procurement agency and a defense bank and all these things where they're spending money on bureaucrats. Here's what you need to do. Spend money on defense. spend money actually getting things. The United States is rightly, frankly, complaining about Canada and how much we haven't spent on defense. Take another page from our book. In the last election, we talked about getting Iqaluit built as a base. That should take a 90-day process. Here's the money we need to actually spend in this. Here's what we have to start get going. Act as if there's some urgency here and get some things going. We don't mind sharing these ideas with the government, Mr. Speaker. This is something where we need to kind of make some things happen in this country as quickly as possible. So I would ask them, beseech them, to take the good ideas that we presented to them and actually make it work going forward. Mr. Speaker, there's a whole bunch of other issues here. I'd love to keep talking because there's other things I have to talk about, but I know my time has come to an end. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it very much.
And before we go to questions and comments, I'll just maybe ask the member for Calgary Centre if he happens to have a phone somewhere on his desk, if he could just remove it. It's been flagged that it is interfering with microphones and interpretation. Questions and comments. Question and commentary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I would take the task in terms of the members' comments in regards to just to the degree in which this Prime Minister and this government, through its approach at expanding Canada's economy going beyond the United States. We have a Prime Minister that has literally gotten commitments of billions of dollars last year. We have a Prime Minister and a government that has actually secured numerous signatories on trade agreements of different forms. We've actually passed legislation on trade agreements with Northern Ireland and Indonesia. We have trade agreements that are in the works for countries like India, the biggest delegation ever, from what I understand, that's in Ottawa today, Mr. Speaker, dealing with trade. We have commitments working with Philippines and other countries developing trade. I'm wondering if he might want to look at retracting some of his comments. We are seeing real results with that trade.
The member for Calgary Centre.
Thank my colleague for the question, and if I've said something that upset him, I apologize, because I do know they're working hard. I do know, but as I said in my speech, I think that it's very clear we need to measure these outcomes. And at this point in time, we have signatures on letters of intent and everything. I'm saying bring these paths forward to the House of Commons. Let us pass all these documents they think they're signing and they're actually going to do better for Canada, and let's measure the results. We do have a problem south of the border we need to deal with at this point in time. Diversifying our trade, of course, is one of those most important things we do, and we'll look at the results when they arrive, Mr. Speaker, and I thank him very much again.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I commend my colleague on his speech. Mr. Speaker, the government is focusing a lot and bragging about being a true master of negotiation with the United States, but that has led to no results at all thus far, other than us waiting to be stepped all over. The government boasts about trade deals with other countries, other continents, Europe, Asia, and so on and so forth. Meanwhile, back at home, a lot of businesses are suffering, especially our manufacturing sector, which is such a strong sector, but it's really struggling right now. We've been hit with unfair tariffs. We also have a very serious problem with the temporary foreign workers program and new rules which have been implemented. But when we bring up these issues, well, we don't get any responses. The government doesn't seem to have any interest in solving these very real problems, which will cost us jobs and businesses in Quebec. I'd like to hear my colleague's thoughts on this. How does my colleague feel about the fact that this Liberal government seems unable to accomplish two things at once and solve real problems that people are suffering from on the ground? The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question, which was a long one. And I think I was able to follow most of it. It is important for the government to support key players in our economy. What does the federal government consider success? How does it measure success? We are losing a lot of jobs now to the States. It's important to keep jobs here at home in Canada. What rules should the government implement to improve the situation and decrease the negative effects of the situation? Thank you.
Speaker. We're all up here. We all have lots of questions for this member. I'm grateful that you called on me. Last Friday, I spent some time with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers in Oshawa, and we talked about money for for the trades, and I can appreciate them giving the Liberals some props on putting money towards that, but they have a real concern, and I have one too. What about jobs? We're going to spend all this money on trades, which is great, on investing in trades, but these folks need jobs when they are trained, and right now the electrical workers and folks in my riding are very concerned about that. I wonder if the member could comment. Thank you.
Well, member for Calgary Centre.
Well, I thank my colleague very much for that question. It is very important. The government talks about training people, but it doesn't talk about how it's going to actually fit into the economy. I know the Prime Minister made an announcement while we weren't sitting in this House of Commons last week about building our electricity system across Canada, and talked about the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. Well, they're going to need those jobs. But I think we have to take a good look. Like I've said earlier, Mr. Speaker, the government has caused the problem with the electricity system in Canada because it inherited a bunch of policy advisors from the government of Ontario that more or less botched the electricity system in Ontario for a decade. And then they moved to Ottawa and they decided to botch it even further. And all they seem to be able to do is add a whole bunch of money into the equation whenever those messes seem evident to everybody there. So we've got to make sure we've got a real solution here that gets people working and actually gets an electric system that works for the whole country. Thank you.
Resuming debate, le prise de débat, the honourable member for Nugent-Cumseth, Gwillimbury.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's always an honour to rise on behalf of the Soup and Salad Bowl of Canada, home to the Honda Civic and the best potatoes this side of PEI. In this spring economic update, throughout this debate, the Liberals have made it apparent they believe Canadians have never had it so good. The Minister of Finance even introduced this update by telling us the dream of Canada is alive and well. Mr. Speaker, I think we need a reality check. Let me share what is happening in my community, because it tells a very different story. Last week, my son came back from running a booth at a local job fair. He came upset and shocked and said to me he saw hundreds of people lined up, resumes in hand, hoping for a chance to work at one of the few employers in the area still hiring. This wasn't the shocking part, given the unemployment rate is now almost 7% across the country. What was shocking to him was the number of seniors in those lines. My son, I'm lucky, Mr. Speaker, he's an old soul, and he doesn't come to me often, but he was very upset. And he told me how sad it was to see elderly men in dated suits that hadn't been worn in years, helped along by wives for whom just standing in that line was an immense effort. These couples weren't out there of choice or ambition. These people already worked their whole lives, earned for their retirement, and assumed that chapter was behind them. But now they're pushed back into the workforce because the cost of everything has risen so far and so fast. Unfortunately, very few will manage to get a job at all. And it isn't just them. All generations are struggling right across the country. Young people have given up on owning a home. Families are choosing between groceries and rent. It is infuriating that this is the reality facing our people today. And this is the new normal in Canada after 11 years of this Liberal government. Canadians are being asked to accept what used to be unacceptable. Crowded emergency rooms, no doctors, 2 million people lined up for blocks around food banks, rampant crime and homelessness in our streets. We see it every day, Mr. Speaker. And now even our proud snowbirds, a symbol of Canadian excellence for generations, are being grounded for years and replaced with inferior aircraft that don't come close to what we have today. In every corner of Canadian life, the message from this government is the same. Lower your expectations. Instead of aspiring to build a better Canada and restoring the fiscal responsibility this country sorely needs, this spring economic update confirms that the Liberals are spending money they don't have and charging the bill to Canadians who can least afford it. The Prime Minister promised to spend less than Justin Trudeau. But under his leadership, direct program spending has increased 12.4%, and the deficit has doubled from $31 billion to $65 billion, Mr. Speaker. Their own projections in this update show the national debt reaching $1.633 trillion by 2031. Every dollar of that debt comes with a price tag. This year alone, the price is $58.7 billion in interest payments. That's more than the federal government collects on GST, more than it transfers to the provinces through the Canada Health Transfer. That's $3,400 from every Canadian family. Not for hospitals, not for highways, not for any of the people in that job fair line, just for the interest alone. This level of overspending is indefensible given the windfall of tax revenue this government has collected through higher than expected oil prices over the past year. And what did they do with this windfall? They spent 80 cents of every new dollar. They fell short of their own promised savings and operating expenditures by $30 billion. And the debt to GDP ratio, the government's own preferred measure of fiscal health, continues rising until 2030. Instead of returning that good fortune to Canadians through lower taxes or applying it against the deficit, the government used it as a license to even spend more. We see this with the so-called Canada Strong Fund. There's another slogan, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal government can't even manage their own finances, but now they want to leverage Canadians' own money towards projects underwritten by even more debt. The key to a sovereign wealth fund is wealth, after all, Mr. Speaker. After 11 years of this Liberal government, Canada has none. Our country is poor due to Liberal policies that have blocked economic growth, fueled inflation, and increased our national debt to record levels. And now, just like they did with the failed Canada Infrastructure Bank, the Liberals claim that this $25 billion fund will attract investment it wouldn't otherwise. So, Mr. Speaker, this begs the question that I've asked so many times in this chamber. If this fund is so great and will produce such an amazing return on that investment, why would we stop at $25 billion? Put in $100 billion. Why not put in $250 billion? After all, according to this government, it's just a capital investment. It's basically free. Well, we all know the answer to that, Mr. Speaker, because at some point, even this Liberal government has to own up to the fact that incurring massive amounts of debt is not an investment strategy. It's a liability. And $25 billion of it deployed into projects of the government's choosing is not a true wealth fund. It's a gamble. And Canadians are being asked to cover that bet. This is a recurring theme with this Liberal government's approach to the economy. It's always our people who have to suffer the consequences of this Prime Minister's economic and trade failures. And right now, they are struggling in record numbers. New insolvency data shows over 37,000 Canadians filed for insolvency in the first quarter of 2026, the highest level since the Great Recession. Our people are carrying $2.6 trillion in household debt, while mortgage delinquencies have reached its highest level in 5 years. With this spring economic update, the Liberals are adding more debt, more cost, and more taxes on the backs of Canadians who are already at the breaking point. Even worse, all of this is taking place while Canada is still without a trade agreement with the United States. The uncertainty, tariffs, and job losses that flow from that into auto manufacturing, agriculture, right across the economy have more of an impact than anything announced in this update. The Liberals are failing on both fronts. They haven't lowered the debt, increased investment, or unleashed our economy, and they still haven't gotten Canadians the trade deal they need. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals would have you believe if you don't support their spending, their failures, and their misplaced priorities, you somehow don't support this country. It's crazy. Some in this House may choose to set aside their principles to prop up this government. But as a member of His Majesty's loyal opposition, my job is not to blindly support the government's agenda. It is to make Canada the best it can be by holding this government to account on behalf of Canadians. The spring economic update is not a plan to make Canada stronger. It's a plan to make Canadians poorer, and that's just not good enough. I believe in a Canada where hard work is rewarded, where the dream of owning a home is within reach, and where generations that follow us inherit something better than a lifetime of debt with nothing to show for it. That Canada is possible, and Conservatives will fight every day to make that happen.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments. Question commentary. The Honourable Parliament Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, the member talks about reality at the very beginning. And he does need a reality shake. At the end of the day, when you take a look in terms of the holistic approach that this government, in the last year with a new Prime Minister and a new government, take a look at the many initiatives that are actually driving and making a positive difference. And I'll use one example. The member mocks the idea of a sovereignty fund. Other countries around the world actually have sovereignty funds. And they don't understand what it is, Mr. Speaker. I've heard the debate, and you're not going to allow me enough time to provide the reasons why and the rationale as to why the Sovereignty Fund or the Canada Strong Fund is a good fund. But the Conservative Kool-Aid says, no, it's bad, it's broken. That's all they ever say. They go around Canada, and Canada's broke.
Order. The Honourable Member for Nugent-Comstock, Gwillimbury.
Mr. Speaker, well, I thank my honourable colleague from Winnipeg North. I think he has had too much Kool-Aid today. But what I will say, Mr. Speaker, this is a government that's out of touch. This so-called sovereign wealth fund is financed with debt, Mr. Speaker. Financed with debt. You know, this government doesn't understand the way things work. They talk about imaginary taxes all the time. They say the industrial carbon tax doesn't drive up the price of things, Mr. Speaker. That's how upside down these Liberals are.
That's right. Comments, the member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Canada now has some of the highest household debt and least affordable housing in the G7. Food bank use is at record highs. Seniors are skipping meals. Young families are delaying having children. Working parents are choosing between groceries, rent, and medication. Yet, I've heard the Liberals say over and over today that they are improving affordability and Canada's economy is doing great. So my question is simple. If life is supposedly getting better, why are so many Canadians feeling like they're falling further behind every single month?
Nugent-Comstock, Gwillimbury.
Well, I thank my colleague for that question, and she's right. Canadians are flat broke. Mr. Speaker, I spent time in the riding over these last 2 weeks. I couldn't believe the stories people were telling me. Small businesses telling me. Mr. Speaker, just an aside, I've spoke about this a number of times. We've been waiting 10 years for natural gas lines in my riding, for Phase 3 hydro so small businesses can start. And people are coming to me frustrated, Scott, why are we sending all this money overseas? Why am I on the outside looking in when all I'm trying to do is just get ahead?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member, Honourable Député de La Pointe-à-L'Île.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-à-L'Île. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to know what my colleague thinks, because there's going to be an increase in the risks with respect to food safety, forcing the CFIA to look at the economic impact as well as the impact on the health of Canadians. And also there will be a decrease in the restrictions in preventing the control of our banks with respect to foreign banks with the rise of U.S. platforms for open banking. What does my colleague think of that?
Well, what I can say, Mr. Speaker, at my opening, I am always proud to represent the soup and salad bowl of Canada. And again, back to this Liberal government with the industrial carbon tax. They sit there and go, the industrial carbon tax doesn't affect the price of anything. It's actually good for prices. And back to what I spoke about the wealth fund. If the industrial carbon tax, putting it up, doesn't affect anything, why only raise it to 170? Put her up to 400, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't affect anything. It's the same as the wealth fund. Why 25 billion? If the returns are so good, why not put 500 billion in it? Get her going. Let's go.
We time for a brief question. Now, member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, and I think I'd like to agree with my colleague that the sovereign wealth funds of other countries, particularly Norway, was designed on Peter Lougheed's plan, was taking oil revenue out of government rents and using it as a set-aside for a rainy day, which is not what this proposes to do. And I wonder if the honourable colleague has any comments.
For New Tecumseth Gwillimbury, a brief response.
Well, I thank my colleague for the question, Mr. Speaker. We are all concerned about the promises this government makes. It's all this pie in the sky. I mean, heck, Mr. Speaker, we spent $300 million. We were supposed to have a factory that actually created vaccines for Canadians in Quebec. Where's that factory now? Where's the $300 million? That's what Canadians call waste, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Please, the Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Secretary of State for Rural Development.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with my colleague, the member for La Prairie.
Today to speak to the Spring Economic Statement and to confirm that I will be voting in support of Bill C-30, an act to implement certain provisions of the Spring Economic Update that was tabled in the House of Commons on April 28th. There are many important elements within both the Act and the statement, but today I'd like to focus on two central themes. First, the proposed Canada Strong Fund and what it represents in terms of, for the people of Nipissing, Temiskaming, as providing an opportunity to be all in for Canada. And secondly, I would like to speak on the many ways that Canada is supporting the residents of Nipissing, Temiskaming, demonstrating that Canada is also all in for its citizens. And I'm glad today that in this House there are members from my riding. On that note, I did, Mr. Speaker, spend the last 2 weeks in my riding meeting with residents, attending community events and local functions. What I sensed in general was a growing feeling that this is a moment for Canadians to come together. I believe it's much like being part of a team, and I'm sure fans of the Montreal Canadiens understand the analogy well, especially today. When the stakes are high, it is not the time to sit back on the bench. It is time to ask, how can I contribute to the success of the team? Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, it's the same thing for Canada today. There are going to be different opinions with respect to our strategy, but once the game has started, the success depends on our ability to move forward together to a common goal. And in many ways, this moment reminds me of the period following the Second World War. I wasn't there then, obviously, but based on what we learned from books, when Canada faced the immense task of rebuilding and strengthening the country. And at that time, Canadians had the opportunity to participate directly in nation building through Canada Savings Bonds.
As part of the Spring Economic Statement, the Prime Minister announced the Canada Strong Fund, the country's first national sovereign wealth fund. This proposed fund will allow individual Canadians to co-invest alongside institutional partners in large-scale nation-building infrastructure projects. Now, the final design of the fund, and while they've just discussed it here today, the final design has not yet been announced. as it will be shaped through consultations that will begin shortly. Yet, even at this early stage, the spirit behind the initiative reminds me of the era of Canada's Savings Bond that was established in 1945 under Prime Minister William Lyon Mackenzie King. And for generations, Canadian savings bonds provided Canadians with a trusted and accessible way to support the growth and the transformation of the economy while building wealth for themselves and their families. They were promoted not merely as financial instruments, but as tools of nation building, fostering a culture of shared economic purpose during a period when millions of Canadians were emerging from uncertainty and insecurity. One constituent in my riding recently shared with me how much pride his father had, and his father worked for a small township in Temiskaming, and he earned a modest income. Yet, his son speaks of how his father was proud when he purchased his first Canada Savings Bond, because what it meant for him was that he was contributing to Canada, to its growth, to the country he loved, and to something that was larger than himself. I can actually relate to that personally, because when I started to work, I purchased my own Canada Savings Bonds. I was in my 20s, and I'm somewhat embarrassed to say that my motivation was not about savings at that age, but it was about contributing to Canada. It was about supporting my country and feeling connected to something bigger than myself. Although the program ended almost a decade ago, for almost 70 years, it meant the opportunity for Canadians to contribute directly to our country's success. And so because of my own experience and what I continue to hear from residents across Nipissing-Temiskaming, I strongly support both the concept and the rationale behind the proposed Canada Strong Fund. A strong economy is not built by government and industry alone. It's built when citizens feel connected to the opportunities ahead and confident that they have a role to play in shaping its future. The Canada Strong Fund is about building Canada together. From energy to infrastructure to mining, the fund will invest across key sectors while delivering market rate returns for Canadians who choose to participate. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, what I particularly appreciate is the importance the Prime Minister places on making the fund accessible to all Canadians, regardless of their economic circumstances. And in my view, this is important because it strengthens Canadians' connection to their country and the values that define us. And in many ways, the proposed Strong Canada Fund reflects the same spirit that once drove Canada Savings Bonds. As Prime Minister Mackenzie King once said, our task is to ensure a greater measure of security for all citizens. Today, Canada is pursuing that same goal, to offer Canadians greater security and certainty in an era marked by global economic and geopolitical uncertainty. And in this House, as others have said,
that has the back of its citizens in practical and meaningful ways. Canada is supporting families, workers, seniors, businesses, and communities, including the residents of my riding, Nipissing-Temiskaming. And so while time permits only a few examples, these measures demonstrate how federal investments are making a tangible difference in the lives of the people in my riding. Last week, I was pleased to announce funding through the Regional Tariff Response Initiative to support 5 prominent mining sector companies in my riding as they modernize and expand their operations in the face of unfair and unjust tariffs. These investments will protect jobs and create better paying jobs still throughout our riding. Through the Strategic Response Fund, we also saw approval for Electro Battery Materials Corporation, their $100 million project to produce battery-grade cobalt sulfate in Temiskaming. For our country, domestic cobalt sulfate production will reduce the reliance on imports and strengthen key sectors such as electric vehicles, defense manufacturing, semiconductors, and medical technologies. For Nipissing-Temiskaming, that represents 60 direct jobs, and while during the construction, 100 skilled trade workers that will be working on the construction site. Last week, I was pleased to confirm an investment through the Canada-Ontario Community Housing Initiative to support the construction of 60 affordable homes in North Bay. affordable housing remains one of the most...
Point of order from the member for Leduc Wetaskiwin.
Yeah, I just point out that spending as much money as the government is spending right now, perhaps we could at least maintain quorum in the House of Commons. I think that there aren't enough... Oh, here they come. Here they come. Oh, they are? You mean there's more than 4 of you here today?
I believe we have quorum. I will let the Parliamentary Secretary to the Secretary of State for Rural Development continue and finish her comments.
Thank you for that. And I also wanted to point out, Mr. President, that I was surprised actually to see the numbers, that in my riding, approximately 28,000 residents will begin benefiting from the new groceries and essential benefits in July. There's more than 14,000 residents in Nipissing-Temiskaming that qualify for dental care support, more than 12,000 elementary school students that benefit from healthy meal programs, and over 10,000 families are receiving allowance through the Canada Child Benefit. Then there is the very strong support in Nipissing-Temiskaming for the recently announced 13% HST relief on new homes. This measure will help make home ownership more attainable for young people and families seeking to enter the housing market. At the same time, the federal government and the province of Ontario have announced an $8.8 billion cost-shared infrastructure program over 10 years to support municipalities. This funding will help lower development costs for contractors and home builders while ensuring continued investment in roads, water systems, and other housing-enabling infrastructure. These are precisely the kind of measures municipalities, builders, and organizations such as the Northern Ontario Home Builders Associations have been calling for. Alors, Monsieur le Président.
So, Mr. Speaker, I am reaching the end of my speech, but I'd like to say, to possibly mention, we have in North Ontario, we have FedNor and Farm Credit Canada programs. It will help us to protect our sovereignty, which is very important for North Bay.
Mr. President, I will conclude. These measures demonstrate how Canada is supporting the residents of Nipissing-Temiskaming and showing that our country is all in for its residents. That matters because, Mr. Speaker, the federal government has important responsibilities to protect national security and public safety, to provide support through programs such as Canada Pension Plan, Old Age Security, and to provide support to Indigenous communities to promote economic stability.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires de l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, my colleague from Nipissing-Temiskaming didn't have more time. She could have talked about her government's assistance for regional media, but there isn't any. So in this economic update, there isn't any, particularly for independent regional TV stations. And I talk about this, Mr. Speaker, because in her region, in Abitibi, local television, which provide independent news and information, are threatened because they don't have support from this government. And once again, the Liberal members will vote for this budget, even though they're turning their backs on local regional media. And for a member from Ontario, should be concerned by this. And what will she tell her minister or prime minister to convince them to help regional media? Finally, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that question greatly, and I share my colleague's concern. It's really important to have local media, and in my riding, Radio-Canada plays a very important role, and it's an important program. It plays an important role in our community with media such as Voyageur and others. So I appreciate his comments, and he can count on my support in this respect.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Souris-Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've seen this government midway through this session here, midway through their term, they've changed the definitions of fiscal anchors of what they, instead of debt to GDP, they're debt to deficit numbers. One thing I want to get a clear question, or clear answer actually, from the member opposite is, in the G7, Canada is the only country that doesn't count subnational debt when they're talking about debt to GDP. Could she maybe give us what would the number be if Canada did use the same accounting practices as all other countries?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Secretary of State for Rural Development.
Provincial debts, yes. So thank you very much for that question. I understand it fully, and I'd like to point out to my colleague that the International Monetary Fund is a very important organization. Practically 98% of countries across the world belong to the fund. It plays an important role in comparing economies across the world. And so what it states with respect to Canada is very important. And so basically in April, it stated that Canada, amongst the G7, is the most fiscally responsible country. And so it is a very important position that it takes, and it speaks strongly about Canada. But there are so many other indicators that we could point to, and that's why I encourage all the citizens from my colleagues' riding to read the Spring Economic Update and to see and to take good note of the many positive economic indicators.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I really appreciated my colleagues' comments in regards to the Canada Strong Fund. I think it is a wonderful opportunity for Canadians to invest in Canada, and have that opportunity, I think, is something that's being provided for here. But the Conservatives have come out against it. One of the things that really surprises me, we often hear Conservatives being against the infrastructure bank, for example, a bank that has actually lured billions of dollars of investment along with the federal government, but have generated thousands of jobs, had major projects in every region of the country, and it seems to me the contrast seems to be that the current government believes in investing in Canada, investing in infrastructure and Canadians, while the Conservatives tend to just want to get out of the way, as they often say. I'm wondering if she can provide her thoughts on why it's really important that as a government we invest in Canadians and the infrastructure.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, and thank you to my colleague for the question. Two comments. When the International Monetary Fund speaks of Canada and its economy as being strong, it truly is the aggregate of the many organizations that work in the economic field. And so Canada's Infrastructure Bank is an excellent example of that. And so, as I said, there are many other indicators that are in support of all of the various investment actions and tools that the government is taking. With respect to the wealth fund, the sovereign fund that we've discussed, I do want to point out it's very important that the design of the funds has not been publicly announced yet. There's consultations that are underway. Just to conclude, Mr. President, there are 100 different funds across the world. And so basically the government is looking at all of these various funds as it structures what is best for Canada and for Canadians.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member. Or rather, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Public Safety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honour to speak on behalf of the members, on the constituents of my riding, like in Saint-Philippe, in Saint-Mathieu, to illustrate what this economic update clearly states for the people, for our jobs, and for the future of our community. I will be direct. This government is working for the people of La Prairie at Degan. And the announcements made are a proof of that. The world has changed, Mr. Speaker. Trade tensions with our neighbours, geopolitical overhauls like what is happening in Iraq, disturbances in the supply chain, all this creates uncertainty. For the past year, the world has become more and more fragmented and has changed very rapidly. This is what I can say. While other countries are just waiting for the good times to come back, Canada is working in a resolute and convincing way. The Spring Economic Statement confirms Canada's strong fiscal position whilst investing in Canadians where it counts for them. And the results are there. With an $11.5 billion reduction in the anticipated deficit, our fiscal position is far better than anticipated. We are managing the government's spending. We are spending intelligently, and we are targeting long-term prosperity. Let us remember that by 2028-2029, the deficit will only represent investments in capital. The operational deficit will have been resorbed. This is what we call a long-term vision. First of all, I will touch about what touches people's day-to-day spending. The Canada Grocery and Essentials benefit will support more than 30,000 people in my riding to buy food and essential products. Starting on the 5th of June, the payments will begin. This will be sent directly to many of my constituents' bank accounts. It's not a promise, it's a check. The food program has been made permanent, which means that Quebec will now receive, whatever happens, its part so that our schools can feed our kids, because a child with a full stomach learns all the better. Another measure with bank fees, my colleague mentioned it. She said it happens in Quebec, but it's also money that comes from the federal government. Other measures with regards to bank fees. The government has capped insufficient fund fees at $10, strengthening the protection of consumers. It's these small measures that are making a real difference in a family's tight budget. The tax credit for people living with certain disabilities has been simplified. Families have been fighting bureaucracy for years. And I was a doctor, and so I know this simplification is a tangible victory. The government also extends its assistance to the homeless population and helps people suffering from intimate partner violence or gender-based violence, allows them to find housing. We commit to support projects, and significant budgets are earmarked with Housing Canada, because a strong government is a government that leaves no one behind. I said it during the campaign, and I'll say it again. Housing is at the core of our government's priorities, especially in La Prairie Adélaïde. And the statement has said it clearly. The government is reducing certain fees. It removes GST for first home buyers. We're also modernizing the building code to foster the use of prefabricated modular homes. We have been able to accelerate the building of thousands of homing units with CMHC so that homeowners can move in more rapidly. In the last year, we've seen an increase in the number of affordable housing units in my region. Young families are trying to establish themselves, and the price of property has exploded over the last few years. These measures are therefore a breath of fresh air so that our children can home themselves here and not 3 hours away. My riding is a riding of workers there, people who build houses, who work in factories, who make the South Shore's economy turn and churn. The economic statement recognizes this. The Canada Pension Plan inputs have been reduced by the government starting in January. $133 in savings for the average worker, and equivalent savings for employers. That's not nothing. For a couple, we're talking here about savings of almost $300. Parents hope that children will be able to build a stable career on the South Shore. For our youth who are ready to enter the working world, the government has launched an initiative, a national initiative, that seeks to recruit, train, and hire 80 to 100,000 new workers with specialized jobs by 2030, 2031. Electricians, plumbers, carpenters, solderers, more than 50 high-demand jobs with solid salaries. And now we have a national program to get there, funded to the tune of $2 billion over 5 years. The spring update is also a long-term vision for our economy, and our region will directly benefit from it. There will be 21 initiatives of national interest that will be supported, allowing us to propel and diversify our economy, supporting 60,000 jobs during construction and supporting $125 billion in new investments. These infrastructure projects, roads, trade corridors, energy projects, will have direct positive impacts on our region. The defense industrial strategy, the broadening of the Port of Montreal in Contrecoeur, that should bring $140 million per year in economic windfalls. The Saint-Hubert Metropolitan Airport that was inaugurated and that will welcome 4 million people per year. We can't use the name of ministers or MPs in the House. I would ask the Parliamentary Secretary to read the standing orders and to start his comment anew. It was inaugurated by the Minister for Transport, and there will soon be 4 million visitors per year, with excellent results for tourism, for example. Canada is effervescent. And that is the reason for which the country has attracted more than $100 billion in foreign investment. Historic numbers, never seen in 20 years. And that is the reason for which we have signed about 20 new economic and defense partnerships on 4 continents. Canada has also increased its exports to the US by $33 billion this year. That means jobs created here in Canada, including on the South Shore. Some say we're spending too much, but let's leave the experts speak. Canada is on the path of long-term prosperity, according to the IMF. That has placed Canada in second position in the G7 with regards to expected growth. We're investing in what counts, and we're doing so in a responsible way. Mr. Speaker, as a member for La Prairie at Tanagan, I'd like to tell my constituents the following. This economic statement is your government at work for you. Lower tax burden, help for groceries, jobs for our youth, easier access to housing, a clearer future for Canada, diversified and focused on local purchasing. La Prairie at Tanagan is booming, and this government will be here to accompany its development. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Leduc-Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question for the Honourable Member, one thing that would help Canada's fiscal situation substantially, and I would say help our national unity situation substantially, is if we were allowed to sell our resources from Alberta around the world. Currently, because of policies put in place by this member's government over the last 10 years, oil shipped from Alberta is subject to more rigorous emission standards than oil imported from Saudi Arabia and Nigeria to Canada. Does the member think that it's okay that oil coming from Nigeria, Saudi Arabia, Algeria is subject to less rigorous standards than oil and gas coming from Alberta?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I would answer as following. Quite the contrary, our government is doing a lot now to develop the Western provinces' economies. Premier Danielle Smith, for example, was pleased to see projects that we are launching with Alberta. That being said, there is no antagonism. Canada, as a responsible country, needs to be worried about the environment, perhaps more than other countries that were mentioned. I think that we can do better than a number of countries that have been mentioned. There is no opposition between a strong economy and doing so in an efficient and green way. And I believe that Canadians know this and understand this with regards to the project that we are supporting and suggesting. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, I was bold in saying what I thought, and I'd like to reiterate it, Mr. Speaker. When the federal government will stick to its own business, and you'll understand where I'm going with this, how can one explain the following? Investments have a direct impact when there is free trade, but how can then we say buy Canada, but then things are produced elsewhere? So my question is as follows. Could we have a strong structure, and the Deputy Ministers will be at Ogo, and we expect it to be clear? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'm not quite sure I followed the question. She talked about buying local. The government clearly announced its intentions on the matter. There is a lot of work to do to validate this. It was very complicated. The government buys a lot. There are many different contracts, but our intention is eminently clear. We intend to deliver something that will stimulate our local industry and Canadian industry as a whole, not only with regards to materials, but we must also stimulate. There needs to be provisions in contracts that talk about hours worked. That's my position, and I hope that the government will entrench it.
Question and commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member made reference to the Red Seal program. It's a program that I believe has a great deal of support, and to elevate that program by saying we want more young people to enter these dozens of trades, of skilled, good, quality jobs, Mr. Speaker, and actually to the range of between 80,000 to 100,000 over the next 5 years is a very powerful statement to young people and others. If you could just kind of expand on that point.
I have a point of order from the Secretary of State for Defence and Procurement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to designate Thursday, May 28th, 2026 as an opposition day. Thank you.
So noted. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Public Safety. In less than 30 seconds, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Training tomorrow's workers is the cornerstone of this government's economic development. It's fundamental. We have projects, we have resources, we have a well-trained workforce, so we have to be able to promise them work. And that starts through this training, not only through schools, but also in situ, where they will be working one day.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Calgary East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I start, I just wanted to say I'm going to split my time with my good friend from Oxford, who's literally always behind my back or on my back. And but he is a good guy. And all jokes aside, I guess I'll begin my speech. But Mr. Speaker, we're here today to speak about one of the most expensive updates that outside of COVID in Canadian history. It was more of an update, not a mini budget, as we saw. And this Prime Minister ran over and over again on the promise that it wouldn't be more of the same. He promised that he would be different than the other Liberals or the ones before him, even though he was the one advising them. And you know what? He was right. He's not the same. He's even worse. Because ever since he became Prime Minister, Canadians' lives got more expensive and more unsafe than they've ever been before. This Prime Minister ran on saying that he would be more prudent, more disciplined when it comes to spending. But he took the gold medal with his first budget, with having the most expensive and the biggest deficit outside of COVID in Canadian history. Then he dropped this update in the spring economic statement, and he gave himself a silver medal for having the second most biggest deficit in Canadian history outside of COVID. And Canadians' lives got worse. He said he would bring back affordability. He said he was going to be the guy that could do it. He said he could deal with President Donald Trump. But like every other Liberal before him, none of those promises were kept, and they will never, ever be kept. In fact, he's just the same old, costly, broken promise Liberal. This is the same Prime Minister that stood up in this House that said affordability is the best it's ever been in a decade. In a decade. This is the same guy that raised the cost of living by implementing and making sure to keep the industrial carbon tax, which will go up. Where under him, food price inflation, it keeps going up. The cost of food is impossible for people to afford today. And that's what leads to 2.2 million Canadians going to a food bank in a single month. And instead of reducing the food bank lines, he increased them. Instead of reducing the cost of food, he increased the cost of food. Because Liberal taxes and Liberal deficits, that's what they do, and that's what they've done over the last 11 years. And there's no hope in sight that it's going to get any better. Because they are obsessed with this carbon tax. First, it was the consumer carbon tax that they were obsessed with. And now we have the industrial carbon tax. We have the other carbon tax, which they call the clean fuel standard. All these taxes have made life more and more expensive for Canadians. It was this finance minister that said he was going to haul in all the grocery store CEOs back in 2023. And he said, I'm going to tell them what's on my mind and make sure that food prices come down by Thanksgiving 2023. We're heading towards Thanksgiving 2026, and food prices have only gone up. Taxes have only gone up. Costs have only gone up. The debt has gone up. Deficits have gone up. And everything gets put on the national credit card. That's why we call it the credit card budget. And it's very costly to Canadians, because Canadians are the ones that have to foot the bill. Everyone can remember back in the day when we had a responsible, disciplined, conservative government. You could go to the grocery store and you could have one income earner in the home. You could afford groceries. You could afford housing. You could get a week's worth of groceries within around $100, $150. $100 or $150 today in the grocery store does not get you very far anymore. Not only have these Liberals driven out $1 trillion of investment, they've made it impossible for anyone to invest in Canada. That's why we don't see much competition here. They've put up so much red tape and barrier that other companies don't want to come here. We all know in a good free market, competition is a good thing. It drives down cost of goods. But with high Liberal taxes, high burden of red tape and bureaucracy, companies don't want to invest here. That's why $1 trillion of good Canadian investment, including jobs and everything else, have went to the US, because it's easier to invest there, and there's actually a rate of return that people can see. There's profit there. And so this finance minister, on one hand, said he would bring down the cost of food. What's gone down in cost? Absolutely nothing. In fact, things have only gotten more and more expensive for Canadians. The food price report says prices are expected to rise 4 to 6%. An average Canadian family of four will pay $17,000 for groceries this year. And that's $1,000 more than what they paid last year. This is what Liberal taxes do to Canadians and to the goods that we pay. TD Economics says grocery prices are over 30% higher than in 2019. In 2025, 9.8 million people lived in food-insecure households. And in those households, it includes 2.4 million children. This is the highest in Canadian history. This is what high Liberal taxes do. This is what out-of-control deficits and what debt does to Canadians, because they have to foot the bill. It gives less for them, because when the Liberals increase housing costs, when they increase the cost of everything else, they raise taxes. And now an average family pays more in taxes than they do in food, shelter, and clothing combined. Those are necessities, and Canadians have to pay more taxes now because of this Liberal government. and there's no end in sight. As I said before, this update gave the second highest deficit in Canadian history outside of COVID. It is nothing to brag about. There's no good news in there for Canadians. And we propose solutions. The finance minister recently on TV said that they've done enough. They've done enough for Canadians for affordability. And he's absolutely wrong. They could have done more. When these guys took 10 cents off for the excise tax on fuel, we said that's not far enough. We proposed that to take off 25 cents. That would be including taking off the GST and taking off the carbon tax, which they call the clean fuel standard. That would have saved Canadians 25 cents per litre or $1,200 just this year. That's real saving. As opposed to theirs, it's not even $100 of saving for an average family. And now when summer is about to come, these savings would be realized. People could use that money. They could put their kids into sports. That savings they could put away. But the Liberals will never go far enough to help Canadians. They do just a little bit, and then they brag about it and say people should be grateful for it. They could have done a lot more. And while I'm on this topic, I think it's important for us to address what else we could have done. The Liberals could have gotten rid of their No New Pipeline Bill, Bill C-69. They could have gotten rid of the tanker ban, C-48. They could have gotten rid of the industrial carbon tax. This not only would help get more built here with jobs and economy, it would actually help unity in this country, which people are more divided than ever under these Liberals today. We want nothing more on this side than to have unity in this country once again. The Liberals have done the best job they could to separate people by every single demographic possible, whether it's regions, industries, by skin color. That's what these Liberals are known for. They like to keep people divided so that they don't get together and they don't vote against them. But Conservatives will always have solutions. And this sovereign wealth fund that they've created, wealth funds are created with wealth. They're created with assets. They're created with surpluses or resources revenues. But these guys decided to do it with debt. And who's going to be responsible for all that? Once again, it's going to be Canadian taxpayers. We need to end this ridiculousness. We need to get rid of these anti-development laws. We need to make sure we start developing here at home so that we're strong here and strong abroad. We need to make sure we bring Canadians together, not tear them apart. This economic update does none of that. It keeps people divided more than ever. It makes people poorer. It makes taxes go up. It'll make costs go up. It'll make the debt go up. That does nothing for Canadians. We will do the exact opposite to bring this country together and give back affordability and safety that Canadians deserve in this country once again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, the spring economic update, actually, if you reflect on the 25-26 projected deficit, you'll see that there's a substantial $11 billion reduction dealing with that issue alone. I understand that the Conservatives want to cut. And one of the things that I would ask the member opposite, the finance critic, is the government has made a substantial commitment to increase military expenditures, bringing it to the 2% level, Mr. Speaker. I'd like a clear answer from the Conservative Party. Do they support the investment that the Government of Canada is actually putting into the military? Do they support the 2% and further to that, growing to hit 5%? A simple yes or no would be wonderful.
The Honourable Member for Calgary East.
Is the member serious? Is he bragging about having the second highest deficit in Canadian history outside of COVID? And when he asks about cuts, I'll tell you what we would cut. We would cut the $90 billion that go to Alto, the boondoggle, the $742 million Liberal gun grab. We'd get rid of the $20 billion in Liberal-connected insider consultants because their ministers are so incompetent, they have to get advice from outside Liberal-connected consultants. We'd get rid of the taxpayer-funded handouts to fake refugees, and of course, we would end the corporate welfare that these Liberals are known for, that always reward Liberal insiders instead of Canadians.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, I spoke about Témiscamingue, and I'll do so again. In the economic update, we're not told what's going on with a critical sector of Quebec's economy and Canadian economy, that is forestry, the lumber industry. Now, there's no announcements, for example, about Béarn, which had to announce in Chibougamau that it was closing just recently, and that really hurts an economy like Témiscamingue's. The federal government is not helping. They are totally absent. They could, for instance, retool that plant, but that would require major investments. The government is just not there for people. They're not helping with compensatory duties, countervailing duties, or a wage subsidy. When will they help our regions like Témiscamingue and the forestry sector?
Question, I fully agree with them. Under this government, it's not just the forestry sector, it's every sector that's suffering. Whether you go coast to coast, it's our forestry, which also is the lumber, the auto industry, and all the workers that come along with those jobs. In fact, under these guys, just in the first 4 months of this year, 111,000 full-time jobs are gone. They're not coming back. And that's a record. That's this Liberal government's record because they have high taxes, they have high burden when it comes to red tape and bureaucracy, that no one wants to stay here in Canada. And it's our industries and our workers that end up suffering the most. Having 111,000 jobs leave Canada that are probably not going to come back isn't a good look. And we're going down that trend because there's nothing that's changed. They're going to keep on taxing, and it's unfortunate that the only people that get rewarded are Brookfield.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Families across Canada know that when their interest payments start eating up their household budget, something's seriously wrong. But that's exactly what's happening with this Liberal government. Debt increase costs have now exploded to $59 billion a year, up 10% in just 1 year alone. Canadians are now paying more in interest than federal government sends to provinces for health care. In fact, debt interest now costs more than the GST brings in. Think about it. Canadians work, pay taxes, struggle to afford groceries and rent, and more of that money is simply going toward interest payments instead of service people need. Is it fair that Liberals are forcing Canadians to pay thousands of dollars per family just to keep up with the interest on its own reckless spending?
The Honourable Member for Calgary East.
I want to thank my colleague for the great question, all of her advocacy for her constituents, whether it's crime that she raises all the time or affordability. And I fully agree with her. The thing is, this has been brought up many times, that this Prime Minister is more concerned about making sure his banker and bondholder buddies are better off than what Canadians are. And so it doesn't concern these guys that budget after budget, more money is going to bankers and bondholders than what goes to doctors, nurses, hospitals, or what we collect in GST. This is the trend. It's either Brookfield or bankers and bondholders get rewarded by this government. We will put an end to that under a Conservative government.
Resuming debate, reprise débat, the Honourable Member for Oxford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member from Calgary East for his great intervention, but also for his work he does to hold this Liberal government accountable on the finances. And look, he's right. You know, this budget was a chance. This update was a chance to give Canadians some hope. It was a chance for the government to lay out a plan that would show Canadians that they have their backs, that they care about the work they do, that they care about their sacrifices that they make. They had an opportunity to reduce the deficit. But instead, we got the opposite. Record number for the deficit, which has real consequences for Canadians. When you have rising deficits, when you spend more than you bring in, when you send money outside the country, when you wastefully spend it on insiders and Liberal lobbyists, what happens? Canadians pay the price. Inflation. Our country has one of the highest inflations in the G7. Canadians are now struggling to put food on their table. We have single parents who are skipping meals just so their kids can have some decent food. We have seniors who are choosing between medicine, choosing between filling the gas tanks and paying their bills. We have farmers who are sacrificing so much every single day in our riding, yet barely getting any returns for the yields. We have workers who are picking up extra shifts, who are working extra hard, staying away from their families, abandoning their vacations, staying away from their children, their friends, literally just working constantly to put food on their table for their families. There's IT professionals, there's young Canadians who actually have decent jobs, who go to work with a decent income, and they still can't make ends meet. The working poor is now a thing. They work harder and harder and harder, but are barely getting by. And they had a chance. They had a chance to send a clear signal to Canadians, but it didn't happen. And what do we get in result? We are now paying almost $60 billion every single year to finance their debt. Just interest payments alone, Mr. Speaker, $60 billion. That is more than what we pay for healthcare transfers in our country. That interest money goes to bondholders, goes to bankers, and Canadians get the bill again and again and again. That money could be used to invest in our healthcare. In Oxford County, we have a shortage of doctors, of nurse practitioners, and nurses working in our healthcare sector. We have almost 8,000 residents that don't have a family doctor in our community. That would be amazing if that money was taken away from these bankers and bondholders and actually invested in rural communities. That money can be used to build up our infrastructure, or maybe even to keep the snowbirds going, a great heritage, historic part of our country. But no, they want to keep wasting money. And if you look at this economic update, there's more of the same. While this Prime Minister promised to be different, he said he's different. He said he would get a deal. He said, he's a fiscal manager. But we're getting a lot worse, even worse than Justin Trudeau. But who is getting rich? Who is making the money? It ain't Canadians. Brookfield's getting contracts. We're seeing over $20 billion sent to external consultants, lobbyists, billions of dollars for foreign aid that are connected to this government. That money should be brought back to Canada. Put Canadians first. Lower the deficit. Bring down inflation. We shouldn't have a situation where seniors are now starving to death. We shouldn't have a situation where parents are now not putting their kids in summer camps or sports. But we're seeing that. Small businesses, they make so many sacrifices. They take the risks. They try to give back to their community. They want to help out. But this government continues to kick them down at every moment we see. And our vision is very different, Mr. Speaker. Our Conservative vision is about giving control back to Canadians, back to our workers, back to our farmers, back to our seniors, so that if they work hard in this country, if they make the sacrifices, they follow the rules, that they should be able to achieve their God-given potential. And you know what? Canadians used to be happy. Canada used to rank as one of the happiest places in the world. And if you look at the rankings, that's changing. Look around in our communities. In Oxford County, you walk on Dundas Street, you'll start seeing some businesses are starting to close their doors. You'll see homelessness tents popping up. You'll see signs right across this country of a country that is heading down the wrong direction. But Canadians are resilient people, Mr. Speaker. Canadians don't give up. Despite no support from this government, they still believe in our country. Conservatives believe in our country. We believe in our people. Hardworking, talented, The farmers who wake up before sunrise to plant in the fields and then look forward to the fall for a great harvest. We believe in them. That waitress who works double shift, washes the dishes, makes sure that she's serving the customers with a smile on her face just so she could feed her children. We believe in them. We believe in the auto workers and workers who work hard on our floor shops to make great Canadian products. We believe in our seniors who sacrificed their whole lives, who made the sacrifices, and all they want to do is retire in peace. They want to retire with dignity. We believe in them. And we believe in Canada's potential. Canada has unlimited potential with natural resources, with our different industries, with our auto industry, with our agriculture. So much going on for our country. We should be one of the richest countries in the world. And we obviously believe in Canada's promise that if you come to this country, or if you're born in this country, or you've been here for generations, you work hard, you play by the rules, you take a chance, you give back to your community, you integrate into our society, you help your neighbors, that you can achieve your potential. And that's what's missing now, Mr. Speaker, is that vision. That's why Conservatives believe in a smaller government. Smaller governments make for bigger citizens. We wanted to see a plan from them that would cut red tape. We didn't see that. Red tape went up. More bureaucracy, more departments, more, organizations monitoring other organizations. It's always something, always red tape, always these new bureaucracies are setting up, which gets millions and billions of dollars of taxpayer money. We wanted to see them lower taxes. We didn't see that. On the gas tax, right now Canadians are being crushed. They're being crushed at the pump stations. We said, we have a great plan, take all federal taxes off gas. It would save the average family almost $1,200 a year, 25 cents a liter. That's a big savings. For an average family, it's a big savings. But instead of taking the whole idea and giving Canadians relief, they put in half measures of only 10 cents. Canadians cannot survive, Mr. Speaker, but on this side of the House, every single day we will stand for hardworking Canadians, we'll push back against the Liberal insiders, and we'll make sure that Canada is a country for the workers that have sacrificed so much to build our country, and we'll make sure we hold this Liberal government accountable every step of the way. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Talk about extreme statements. We'll have to review Hansard and maybe take a look at it, but I believe what the member said was that seniors are now being starved to death. And he says, yeah. Well, Mr. Speaker, you have a Conservative leader who tours the country and other Conservatives saying how Canada is broken. And, at the end of the day, I believe Canadians are not that stupid that they're not going to believe the type of misinformation that the Conservatives pump out day after day. And the extreme statement of saying that seniors are starving to death in Canada, I think just highlights the type of irresponsible statements coming from the opposition today. I'm wondering if he'll withdraw that particular comment or at least provide clarity.
The Honourable Member for Oxford.
Mr. Speaker, not only is this member so out of touch with the reality, even the Prime Minister said a few weeks ago in this chamber that this affordability is the best it's ever been in a decade. These Liberals don't actually spend time on the ground meeting with these families. I had a senior call me and said that they're considering MAID not because they're sick, but because they can't afford to eat. So shame on this government for destroying Canada's economic prosperity. Our seniors made so many sacrifices, and this member stands up to score political cheap points. Shame on this member.
Right. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question for my colleague is,
Sorry, I have two members continuing a debate and a question and comment session that had stopped. This is not a question and comments with the speaker. So I'm just trying to get order of the chamber so I can continue questions and comments. Order. The
honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Questions and comments. Mr. Speaker, well, yes, seniors do have issues. For how many years now have we been saying this? That for those who are 65 to 74, they are victims of discrimination from this government. And we were expecting this to be rectified. This could have allowed for this age group not to receive a poison pill, an electoral gift. What does my colleague think of this?
The honourable member for Oxford.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable colleague for her great intervention. I do agree with her that, under this Liberal government, seniors have been pushed right to the back. They talk a big game, but they only have the human decency to stand in this House and accept that their policies are hurting seniors. 1 in 10 seniors are now going to the food banks. That's not me saying, that's the facts. Facts in our community. And instead of just releasing press releases, if they actually cared about seniors and actually stood up for them and actually supported them, we wouldn't have the crisis we are today. Again, this economic statement could have helped them. But again, they're helping Liberal insiders while seniors are being forced to homeless encampments.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Foothills.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I find it interesting that our Liberal colleague doesn't believe that Canadians are going without and having to skip meals when we know the facts tell a very different story. The Great Depression, World War I, World War II, the global recession. Never has a Canadian government had to borrow money to help Canadians buy groceries. But that's happened twice in the last 3 years as a result of Liberal policy that is driving Canadians to food banks. I would like to ask my colleague, after his excellent speech, about the impact Liberal policies are having on food inflation and grocery prices that are seeing 2 million Canadians line up a food bank every single month.
The honourable member for Oxford.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the colleague again for his great intervention. I can tell you the food banks in my riding and right across our country are bursting from the seams. The demand at Operation Sharing, at Helping Hand Food Bank, at seniors in Oxford are actually rising at exponential numbers. Usually we want to see these numbers come down. That's a good sign that we're taking care of our people. But our numbers are going up. Donations are going down. Usage is going up. And like I mentioned earlier on, there's also a new category, the working poor. They're working harder and harder, barely getting by. They're lining up at food banks. We have over 2 million visits in a food bank in a single month. 1 in 4 of them are also children. So the most vulnerable in our community are actually struggling. But this government, instead of making food more affordable, supporting our farmers, taking the fertilizer tariff off, and helping them, they're missing from action. The cost of food, again, highest in the G7. Food inflation is the highest in the G7, thanks to their failed policies. And you know what? On this side of the House, we're going to keep fighting for them every step of the way. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sharing my time with the member from Trois-Rivières. Let me start with a quote. For all my life, I've been a Liberal who believed in rights, equity, and an independent foreign policy. Since 1982, the Charter gave us something that transcended party, courts that could check governments, refugee protection as obligation, reconciliation as shared responsibility. That story is being rewritten. The language hasn't changed. Ministers still invoke the Charter and the rules-based order. But what's actually happening? Asylum seekers cut off before they reach a hearing, immigration detention relocated into a federal prison, climate architecture quietly dismantled, Indigenous funding eroded by inflation, international law treated as optional when inconvenient. The Liberal Convention in Montreal confirmed the direction. Security, defense, major projects. Election reforms rejected. Small L Liberals are running out of political space. Their values haven't disappeared. The party that used to carry them is just moving on. End quote. Those are the comments from the Honourable Dr. Lloyd Axworthy, former Liberal Foreign Affairs Minister, and I think he is reflecting the views of many progressives in Canada. After the tabling of the Spring Economic Update, Althea Raj's opinion piece in the Toronto Star headlined, naming the Prime Minister and says, has forgotten who helped get him elected. Her article opens with this, quote, if one thing is clear from the Prime Minister's economic update this week, it is that he is taking progressive voters for granted. Indeed, the months since the fall 2025 budget has confirmed a hard truth. The Prime Minister is governing like a centralizing conservative. The warning signs were already in the budget itself. Public services cuts, reduced immigration targets, and a growing emphasis on sovereignty spending, including defense. The NDP flagged it as an austerity-leaning framework at the time when Canadians were struggling in affordability, unemployment, and rising costs. Since then, the direction has only hardened. This government has overridden labor action, forcing striking workers back on the job, drawing fierce backlash from unions. He has pursued international trade and so-called nation-building legislation with conservative support while sidelining Indigenous rights and environmental standards. It has cut or constrained programs in areas like science, foreign aid, community support, and public services, all while expanding military commitments and giving big corporations significant tax incentives and benefits as they continue to make record excessive profits. Day by day, it's becoming clearer that this is not progressive governance. It is consolidation of power, of decision-making, and of priorities that tilt towards the market, mega projects, and militarization over people. It is government that asks working people to tighten their belts while opening the fiscal floodgates for defense and corporate-led growth. That's not balance. It's a political choice, and one that looks increasingly conservative by the day. The spring economic update saw healthcare spending cut as Canadians continue to struggle to find a doctor. Provinces and territories that did not sign on to the pharmacare deal with the NDP that the NDP forced the Liberals to move forward on before the last election will likely not get an agreement. Meanwhile, mental health funding will not be renewed. The chronic underfunding for mental health and addiction continues. The highly touted dedicated funding for transit has been axed. Support for many critical services, including the Right Fit program for people with disability, will, quote, sunset. Canadians are worried about their future and are facing an everyday emergency to keep costs down. Instead of taking bold action that would actually make a difference in people's lives, the Prime Minister is relying on the private sector to save us. In fact, the spring economic update ensures the private sector is the biggest beneficiary in this affordability crisis. With the creation of a $25 billion sovereign wealth fund, Canadians will see public funds shoveled into privately owned projects that will make a few wealthy investors and CEOs richer than they already are, including big oil and gas companies, who are poised to reap over $90 billion in profits this year alone. The Prime Minister's approach is to take public tax dollars to subsidize private projects, all while income inequality is at a record high. Oxfam Canada's Wealth Inequality Report cited that in 2025, there were approximately 89 billionaires in Canada. They further noted that the richest 1% has a net worth of $7 million and above and hold nearly $3.9 trillion in wealth, almost as much as the bottom 80% combined. This is just plain wrong. The Prime Minister invoked the example of Norway's Sovereignty Wealth Fund, and this banker PM is doing the mirror image of what Norway did. In contrast, Norway's success is built on state-led development. They directed their resource revenues into a sovereign wealth fund that is now worth over $2 trillion USD, investing in green energy and initiatives and securing their social safety net. Canada once had a similar opportunity with the state-owned Petro-Canada, but the Conservatives began the privatization process and the Liberals finished it off, costing Canadians a vital source of national wealth. Instead of filling the pockets of big oil and gas companies, the NDP want to see a windfall tax on oil and gas companies that are projected to make over $90 billion in profits this year alone because of Trump's illegal war in Iran, and use that money to grow the sovereign wealth fund to benefit Canadians. This past week, the Prime Minister told Canadians at the border tray, we don't want to hear from people what they are against. We want to hear what they're for, and if you're for something, we'll get behind it. He is delegitimizing the work of environmental groups and climate defenders who have been calling for green energy and infrastructure for decades. He is also threatening provinces and sidelining Indigenous rights at the same time. Is it a wonder that the former Minister of Environment, the member from Laurier-Saint-Marie, resigned from Cabinet? And now 14 Liberal MPs have written a letter anonymously raising their concerns. If the Prime Minister can make a comment to a Canadian public, if the Prime Minister can make such a comment to the Canadian public, one can only imagine how his cabinet is treated behind closed doors if any of them dare to voice their opposition. The Prime Minister was the UN Special Envoy on Climate Action and Finance that championed integrating climate risks into mainstream financial decision-making. He called for faster decarbonization. In 2015, Canada played an important role in the signing of the 2015 Paris Agreement. We agreed to lower emissions by 45% by 2030, a key deadline and organizing principle for the climate strategy. To achieve this, Canada's Pan-Canadian Framework for Climate Change main pillars included carbon pricing, EV mandate, emissions cap on the oil sands, and clean energy growth. The consumer industrial carbon pricing was to reach $170 per ton by 2030. The EV mandate was to see 60% vehicle sales to be EV by 2030 and 100% by 2025. Emissions cap on the oil sands by 45%. Those targets have all been canceled or delayed by a decade. Clean energy growth watered down, deadlines pushed back. Instead of faster decarbonization, the Prime Minister signed a new agreement with Daniel Smith to build a new pipeline that would emit 160 megatons of carbon dioxide, 10 times more emissions than that it would have as its carbon capture project. Canada would not meet its climate goals by 2030. The Canadian Climate Institute is saying Canada will not get to net zero by 2025. The Prime Minister has abandoned climate, plain and simple. And what did we get for that? Not unity, but a referendum for Alberta to separate from Canada. Moreover, Canada is on a path to significantly increase defense spending to 5% of GDP. We have barely had public debate about this, nor was this talked about during the election. National security matters, so does economic security. Because at the very same time as we consider major increases in defense spending, we're also hearing about fiscal restraint, about the need to limit spending on other areas. So, Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. When the government makes these choices, the hardest people who have to take this are people who rely on affordable housing, on the healthcare system, on income supports, on childcare, on mental health, on accessible public services. It falls on the middle income and low income Canadians. It falls on renters, on young people trying to get ahead. In other words, without careful and deliberate policy design, those trade-offs can deepen inequality. And we know that policy choices can make a difference in people's lives. This is what the Prime Minister is doing, Mr. Speaker. He is trading off the needs of Canadians for the oil and gas company who are already making billions and billions in profit.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if the member could give a clear indication on whether or not the NDP support in any way increasing natural resource exports. In particular, does the NDP support any sort of pipeline expansion?
The member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll tell you what the NDP stands for. The NDP stands for calling on the government to actually impose an excessive profit tax on the oil and gas company who are poised to make over $90 billion just this year alone in profits. That money should go into the Sovereign Wealth Fund. That money should go into green energy initiatives. That money should be going into support Canadians who are struggling with the affordability crisis.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And just an honest question to my friend from the NDP. Earlier we had the member from Winnipeg North laughing about seniors not being able to afford food in one of my members' ridings. He said, "Oh,
Order from the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
The member is imputing motives. That's just not true. And the member knows that. He should apologize for it.
It's a matter of debate how members interpret things. I'll let the member for Regina Leuven finish his comments.
So that is exactly what I said. So what I'd say to...
Matter, I have the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
It's not exactly true, and he should apologize.
I have a point of order from Member Souris Moose Melton.
I heard the member laughing when my colleague brought this up, so I think the member opposite should apologize and withdraw his comment.
So I'm just going to make a ruling here. The Standing Order 18 is pretty darn clear about what members are allowed to say or not allowed to say about each other. Are supposed to impugn motives. But members do have reactions to what is being said in the House. That's part of being a member. You get to say things, but also listen to things. And I think one of the greatest privileges we have is being listened to in the House and members seeing the reactions that we have in the moment when we are making them. We should also be judicious with our comments when we're making them, in case members will interpret them in the wrong way. With that being said, we'll now invoke my favorite standing order, Standing Order 10, which is not debating with the Speaker. I'll let the member finish his comment, and I'll ask members to be judicious and careful in the commentary to make about actions that are taken in the chamber and outside the chamber when they have to do with members of the House. The member for Regina Leuven.
All right, well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So back to the question I have is, I'm wondering from the member from BC, how many Canadians, how many people in your riding are actually better off than they were about 5 or 6 years ago? Do you have lots of people in your riding saying things have gotten better, or can you say that they've collectively gotten worse?
I'm going to remind the member to speak through the Speaker. That's another standing order. I welcome the member reading the standing orders. And with that, I'll let the member for Vancouver East reply.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There's no question the affordability crisis is hitting everybody. And of course, in my riding of Vancouver East as well, people are struggling to get by. What the NDP cannot accept is an economy wealth continues to concentrate at the top, where opportunity narrows for too many, and where public policy moves in ways that risks reinforcing that divide. This is not inevitable, Mr. Speaker. It is the result of the political decisions of this Prime Minister, and it is within our power to choose a different path. The NDP chooses a different path, and we say let's levy an excessive profit tax for those who are making billions of dollars at the expense of Canadians who are struggling to get by.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recognize that my colleague believes in two things that she defends passionately. First, the living conditions of First Nations and also housing conditions. In the Spring Economic Update, the government has not shown up on these two major concerns for many Canadians. And in the current context, the government has missed an opportunity to move forward with initiatives to give powers to First Nations with respect to housing. They could have had an investment fund involving them. Is my colleague disappointed given this absence of solutions for Indigenous housing and as the needs are growing?
Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his fantastic question. There's no question that I am deeply disappointed, deeply concerned that this Prime Minister has abandoned the Indigenous community. He's running roughshod and sidelining their Indigenous right, as has been enshrined in the UN Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. On the housing side, the government in the economic update actually ensured the private sector are the biggest beneficiaries of the Spring Economic Update, with $140 billion of measures towards housing. 2/3 of that is actually targeted towards the private sector in the way of benefits and tax incentives and so on. So only a small fraction of the money is actually invested in building housing, so much for building faster and more for the Canadians who need the housing the most.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas, a short question or comment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's fascinating to hear the anti-capitalist rhetoric from the NDP, the party that is supposed to be representing workers. Will the member opposite acknowledge that there are thousands and thousands of workers who work in the private sector, work in the oil and gas industry, that make the steel, make the components that go into that industry and are benefiting from the government's investments?
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East, a short response.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Of course, the NDP support workers. We're not the party that will actually legislate them back to work. We're not the party that will run roughshod on workers. We're not the party who's pretending to engage in a consultative process about major changes to the Labour Code without meaningful participation from Labour. This is what the Liberals are doing, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. L'honorable.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Housing and Infrastructure. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's with great humility and pride that I speak today as member for Trois-Rivières on the spring economic update to share what I heard in my riding and the commitment that our government are undertaking. First of all, let me talk about pride. Proud in what I heard, going door to door, proud of our government's actions, proud of being part of this team in such a crucial moment in our history. And I'm also proud to represent a riding that wants to be part of the solution in the future. What I heard, going door to door, is about the cost of living. But contrary to what the Conservatives like to claim, that we live in an ivory tower, the Canadians going from door to door realize that the world, I have a point of order.
Again, the Liberals have shortened debate on this really important amount of spending that they're doing, and they can't even be bothered to show up and get quorum. So just like to make sure that we make sure we...
I have a request for quorum. Demande de quorum.
It's fine, it's my debate. This is a more important point right now, actually, Captain. You guys should show up. You guys should show up. It's your motion. It's your budget. Yeah.
I'm going to ask the clerk to help me with the count.
They can't even get people in here when they're doing a quorum call. Where are they?
We don't. I don't see.
I would like you to show up.
I don't see. I like orders. Order. It's easier to do a count if members aren't shouting across the way from each other and interrupting the numbers count I have to do. We have quorum now.
That being said, order.
Quorum. There is quorum now.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister for Housing. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for having brought my colleagues to the chamber, so thank you for being here with us today. What I heard the most, of course, going door to door, is that people are concerned about the cost of living. But contrary to what the Conservatives are saying, they like to say that we live in an ivory tower. My constituents know that there is a global context that has an impact on the cost of living, on the independence of supply chains, and has an impact. Tariff wars, the war in Ukraine and Iran also have an impact. What I hear door to door is that it is essential to maintain programs that help the most vulnerable Canadians. Once again, we hear in this House that our programs are just handouts given to constituents. No, these are programs that help families make ends meet, that help families have a better life. The dental plan benefits 26,000 people in my riding. The child care benefit, the essential products and groceries benefit. More than 35,000 people in my riding receive it. There's also the school food plan. Thousands of youth receive this food assistance through the school food plan. Canadians are proud, and Canadians are proud that Canada was able to protect its social programs, even in the current context. I was talking about the housing crisis. We know that rent is one of the highest costs that many families have, and that's why we have to build faster. We started Housing Canada. There will be a bill, C20, that will soon be tabled, and I hope that our colleagues will support it. We will soon be starting the building of 10,000 units. We also put forward $1.7 billion in transfers to provinces to help provinces reduce obstacles that hinder construction, like zoning, permits, etc. We must also give hope to our youth. We want them to have hope in the future, the hope to be able to get a house. We've also strengthened our summer jobs offering. $1.2 million in investments have been made in small businesses in my riding. Not-for-profits will improve their services. Like the Trois-Rivières Indigenous Service will be able to welcome 30 more children in their summer camp because they received jobs from Jobs Canada, from Summer Jobs Canada. In the economic update, we also have a Team Strong Canada, $10 billion that we will recruit, train, and hire 80 to 100,000 new workers. We want to build big. We want to build a lot, and we will need the workers to do it. And so we are implementing programs so that we are equipped to do so. My constituents also talked to me a lot about the economy. Of course, it was the second biggest issue that they had. They understand the global context. They understand the impact of what's happening south of the border. We expressed a lot of satisfaction in the government's actions, and people were satisfied in the Prime Minister's actions. I'd like to repeat what I heard going door to door on the Prime Minister. We were told he's the man for the job. He governs with his mind. He's the adult in the room. And we were also told, imagine if it had been the other one, referring to the leader of the opposition. Above all, I was told about pride about how Canada is making its way around the world. Pride in the investments in our armed forces. Pride in the fact that we're not just bending to the whims of the US president just to get a trade agreement. We were also told by my constituents we need to build differently. We have to seize every opportunity available to us. Since our election in 2025, that's what we have put forward with the Major Projects Office that will build and make the Contrecoeur port bigger. There's the high-speed train as well that my colleagues will want to mention. There's also the defense industrial strategy that will create up to 125,000 jobs. A fund for strong communities, $51 billion, to make sure that our communities have the infrastructure necessary. And especially the Buy Canada policy to promote Canadian companies in procurement. And this won't happen overnight. We know that our industries are suffering now because of the world situation and the illegal tariffs imposed by the American administration. That's the reason for which we are here to support our businesses and our workers with, for example, the regional tariff initiative that we have strengthened on our economic update. We went from $1 billion to $1.5 billion in my riding. People like Fav 3R, AGT Robotique, Captel, these are all businesses that have been hard hit by tariffs. And that with these investments, we'll be able to diversify, we'll be able to protect jobs and modernize their production. We also have the $5 billion Strategic Response Fund that helps companies weather the geopolitical storms. Minister Joly was with me in my riding. The Parliamentary Secretary is not allowed to use the names of MPs or ministers. So recently, With the Minister of Industry, I was in my riding to announce $35 million in investments in Kruger so that they can diversify their production and to offer options for the forestry industry, which has been suffering recently. What we've announced in the economic update is also a fund, a Strong Canada Fund, a sovereign investment fund that will be capitalized with a $25 billion amount, and Canadians will be able to contribute and get dividends through the program. Canadians are proud of their country. They want to participate in this great societal project that we are building. People also talk to me about the environment, the automotive strategy, the nature strategy, our leadership on the international scene that we have not abandoned, Mr. Speaker. Canada continues with its commitments. Canadians and Quebecers know full well that no party has done more to defend and protect the environment than our party. That brings me back to pride. Protecting our land, fighting against climate change is a question of national pride in Quebec and in Alberta and everywhere else. The spring economic update from the Minister of Finance steps up to the plate. On this side, Mr. Speaker, we react, we adapt ourselves to the ever-changing world, and we are imagining the future. We're not scared to make bold decisions. We govern in a responsible way, in an ambitious way, whilst being here for Canadians that need it. The economic statement is part of our work started in 2025 for a strong Canada for all Canadians, a proud Canada as well.
Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Leduc-Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, the New York Times reported that Canada had the richest middle class in the world. 2015, we had a balanced budget, the richest middle class in the world. Fast forward to today, we've more than doubled our national debt. We're subsidizing, and the government brags about this, the Liberals brag about the fact that we're subsidizing groceries for a third of the population, that's the situation we're in. We're spending more on interest than we are on the Canada Health Transfer, and by 2030-31, their own financial statements indicate that the entire deficit will be used to pay off interest on the debt. How did we get here?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
You know, Mr. Speaker, another statistic from 2015 from my colleague. Child poverty was at 16%. Now it's under 10%. That's exactly what we do. We are bringing people out of poverty. I know that it's his question, but I have a question for him. What would he cut? Because we keep hearing about how we're doing everything wrong, but what would he cut at the end of the day? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Energy and Natural Resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask my Parliamentary Secretary colleague the following. When she speaks to her constituents in her riding, do they understand that the Conservatives' way of rhetoric about credit cards, do Canadians realise that we have to invest in these difficult times? There's a tariff war. Now is the time to benefit from the fact that we have the best fiscal position to invest in our country. What does she hear from her constituents? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister for Housing and Infrastructure. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. And indeed, when I speak to my constituents, they say, don't take us for idiots. We know full well that the Conservatives don't care about affordability. We know that the Conservatives don't care about social programs. So that's what I've heard. And they know that we are here to help Canadians by eliminating the gas tax, with the grocery benefit, by accelerating the building of affordable housing units, protecting jobs in the hardest hit industries. They voted against every single one of these measures, Mr. Speaker. No one believes that the Conservatives are really here to help the most vulnerable, to answer the question of my honourable colleague.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite with regards to her speech. She mentioned to a Conservative colleague with regards to, what should we cut with regards to helping Canadians. Repeatedly with the Trudeau government, we hear scandals upon scandals upon scandals and waste of taxpayers' dollars. And I am concerned even with the current Liberal government of potential more scandals with regards to wasting taxpayer dollars. So my question is the Liberal government going to come to terms and stop wasting taxpayer dollars on behalf of all Canadians? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, I understand that it's difficult for them to draft up a plan that can hold water. But that's what we're doing. $1.5 billion for the hardest hit industries. We're investing in infrastructure to build tomorrow's Canada. We will train 100,000 young people in industries that will allow us to build. And we're doing this by reducing our deficit. We reduced the projected deficit through the economic update. Mr. Speaker.
Really, and I will say this in English, because I don't have the right words in French. I am so tired, Mr. President, of hearing about the social program as if they are handouts, okay? Of hearing about rental, people that need to rent apartments as if, why are you guys building apartments? People want to own their home. Please stop putting Canadians down through you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Before we return to debate, avant qu'on reprenne le débat, just to inform members, the 5 hours usually allocated for a government bill has now elapsed. And at this time, you no longer need to say that you're splitting your time with another member. And Standing Orders 43 and 74 cover this time period both before, during the 5 hours, and after that time period. And with that being said, resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Leduc-Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened closely to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary's speech there. She did ask at one point what we would cut. Let me be very, very clear, because she also referenced my home province of Alberta in kind of a flippant way. The first things we would cut, C-69 and C-48. We would cut C-69 and C-48, which have made it impossible to compete in the global environment where, believe it or not, oil coming to Canada from Algeria and Nigeria and Saudi Arabia faces less restrictions, less rigorous regulation around reporting than oil coming from Alberta being sold in our own country. C-69, C-48, start cutting there. Mr. Speaker, I know she's heckling me. I do want to talk about something fairly serious to me, because she made the assertion that Conservatives don't care about the most vulnerable. Now, the member is new in the House, and she's mocking me as she smiles. She might not know that I have a son with autism. He's 30 years old. I talk about it a lot in this House. In 1995, when we were in a similar situation to what we're in now, and we had a Liberal government dealing with a generation after the 14 out of 15 deficits that the former Trudeau government had run, that Liberal government under Paul Martin was forced to cut 32% from transfers for health, social services, and education. Every province in the country, every vulnerable Canadian in the country had to pay the consequences of those devastating cuts. And those devastating cuts happened for exactly the same reason, because of the exact same type of fiscal policy that we're seeing this current Liberal government running. Massive deficits, a situation, again, Mr. Speaker, a situation I mentioned a few minutes ago, where we're paying more on interest today than we are in the Canadian health transfer because of deliberate spending decisions made by her government. Today we're spending more on interest than we are on the Canadian health transfer. Their own budget documents, their own documents presented in the spring economic statement indicate that by 2030, we are going to be using the entire deficit to pay off interest on the debt, Mr. Speaker. It's the equivalent of going to a bank and getting a mortgage and convincing them to allow you only to pay the interest payments on that mortgage. Not paying off any of the principal, only the interest payments on the mortgage, Mr. Speaker. That is the situation that we're on today. Another Liberal member just called that the best fiscal situation in the world. That's laughable, Mr. Speaker. There is no Canadian who believes that right now. Mr. Speaker, I'm looking at a quote from C.S. Lewis. This goes back a while, but I find it a perfect quote for where we are right now. He said, Mr. Speaker, he said, quote, "We all want progress, but progress means getting nearer to the place where you want to be. And if you have taken a wrong turning, then to go forward does not get you any nearer. If you are on the wrong road, progress means doing an about turn and walking back to the right road. And in that case, the one who turns back soonest is the most progressive." Mr. Speaker, we need to turn back. We need to get this country's fiscal situation back on track. We need to have a plan, at least someone on the government side who indicates that it's important to one day get back to a balanced budget and a time when we have the flexibility to make the best decisions we can for all Canadians, including the most vulnerable Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. We have time for a short one. The Honourable Member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Well, the International Monetary Fund said, straight up, Canada is in the best fiscal position of the G7. And I'm wondering if the member opposite understands the difference between investment and spending, because Canadians sure do.
I have to interrupt the member. Under 10 seconds, the member for Leduc, Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, all I can say is in 2015, we had a balanced budget and the richest middle class in the world, and we are a long ways from there today.
Comme il est 19h03,
It being 7:03, pursuant to order made earlier today, it is my duty to interrupt deliberations and put all questions necessary to dispose of the second reading stage of the bill before the House. The question is as follows. Mr. Champagne, seconded by Mr. Fuhrer, move that Bill C-30.
Dispensé. Yes?
Point of order. Request a report.
I have the first page through.
Okay.
Oh, no. I have to go on the amendment.
I'm here.
There's a reasoned amendment also. So, Mr. Guglielmin, seconded by Mr. Lloyd, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that I... May I dispense? I thank the Chamber's mercy. If a member participating in person wishes that the amendment be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would request a recorded vote, please.
Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until Tuesday, May 26, 2026, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. I see the Parliamentary Secretary rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I suspect if you'd canvass the House, you'd find unanimous consent to call it 7:18 at this time, so we can get into the late shows.
The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is the House agreed? Yep. So ordered. Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure for me to take to my feet tonight and ask for a more substantive answer for a question I asked in question period about a month ago. And I asked the Liberal Finance Minister if he should be held to his own words. I remember back in 2023, that minister had said that he would have grocery prices under control by Thanksgiving of 2023. But that's not the only comments we've had about grocery prices over the last few years from this Liberal government, Mr. Speaker. Once again, we also heard the Prime Minister tell all Canadians that he should be judged by the prices they see at the grocery store, which I think is fair to hold people accountable to their own words. Like I said, my kids even know that they're responsible for the words that come out of their mouths. I would expect the same from these Liberals when they say something. I would also ask about, Mr. Speaker, the fact that this Prime Minister was elected on a promise to Canadians that he'd have a trade deal done with Donald Trump in the United States by July 1st of 2025. That has also long since passed, Mr. Speaker. So I would ask that the Canadian public hold the Liberals accountable to the words that they have actually spoken and the promises they have committed. Because now we've seen these Liberals cheerlead themselves and pat themselves on the back because they're giving out tariff relief. Mr. Speaker, if they would have kept their word and got a trade deal with the USA and handled Donald Trump, as was the exact quote that the Prime Minister said on the campaign trail, they would not have to be handing out tariff relief to companies because they'd be able to actually make their own money and trade and do what they do best and make great Canadian products and sell them from coast to coast and to our neighbors to the south and around the world. So I would like an answer on why do the Liberals keep on cheering for themselves when they failed at every measurable thing that they have committed to. They committed to lowering grocery prices, failed. They have committed to getting a trade deal done with the United States, failed. They have committed to, and I know there's going to be an answer on this from whoever's going to answer over there, is that, but we have childcare. Well, Mr. Speaker, right now, the childcare program has failed miserably. They promised 250,000 new spaces by the end of March. They're at 155,000 spaces, or 62% of what they promised. Once again, promise made, promise not kept by these Liberals. It's really a lie of the left, Mr. Speaker, that they commit to things and they never follow through. And you see the Desjardins report that the share of respondents mentioning the lack of available childcare spaces or long wait lists rose sharply over this period, from 1 in 15 in 2019 to 1 in 5 now. It is harder and harder for parents to find childcare spaces because the private ones couldn't compete. We saw in the GTA also, before the childcare program, childcare spaces were rising from 5 to 7% a year. Now, some years, we've seen decreases in childcare spaces. An abject failure, Mr. Speaker, on a program that we had questions from the start, and parents are being burdened by the failures of the government, whether it be childcare spaces, fail. Food prices, fail. Trade deal with the USA, fail. Is there anything this government has succeeded at? Can they show us any segment of the Canadian population who's better off now than before their last 10 terrible years of government?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The member keep talking about getting a deal, any deal, with the American administration. So I don't think that this is what Canadian wants. So at a time when Canadians are facing heightened affordability pressures from sources beyond our control, it's more important than ever. It's not true. Yes, it is that we find opportunities for improvement within our control. We need to control what we can. We know that Canadians are feeling the pressure of everyday expenses right now, especially when it comes to the cost of fuel. Canadians and consumers around the world facing higher prices at the pump, creating uncertainty and pressures on household finance. And this, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, it's stemming directly from the events that are happening, unfolding in the Middle East right now. This is why on April 14, the Prime Minister announced a temporary suspension of the federal fuel excise tax on gasoline, diesel, and aviation fuels across Canada. The suspension started on April 20th and will remain in effect until Labor Day. We are expecting that this will reduce the Canadian bill at the pump by up to 10 cents per litre on gasoline and up to 4 cents on diesel. This is adding to the 18 cents reduction from the carbon tax that we removed right when we came into power last year. This is also in addition to the other measures we've put in place to support Canadians. We introduced the Canada Groceries and Essential benefits to make everyday essential like groceries more affordable. I know my colleagues across the aisle will mock this, but this measure builds on the GST credit and will provide additional support for more than 12 million Canadians. This is going to start with a one-time top-up next week on June 5th. Combined with a 25% increase in the benefit for 5 years as of July, a family of 4 will receive up to $1,890 this year. and a single person up to $950 in 2026. This is money in the pockets of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. This is money that can help families make ends meet at the end of the month. This is money that can provide relief. We also know that a big part of taking things into our own hands is making life more affordable for Canadians. That's why Bill C-30 is proposing to extend the grace period during which homeowners are not required to start repaying their home buyers' plan withdrawals from the RRSP from 2 years to 5 years. The home buyers plan helps eligible home buyers save for down payment by allowing them to withdraw up to $60,000 from an RRSP to purchase or build their first home, something they voted against, by the way, or a home for a specified disabled person without having to pay tax on the withdrawal. This extended grace period already applies to withdrawals made between 2022 and 2025 and provide reliefs up to $4,000 per individual per year for 3 years, over which they're not required to repay the amount into their RRSP. Everyone deserves a roof over their head. That's why our government is taking action and putting housing and homeownership within reach of more Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Regina Leuven.
Mr. Speaker, if my kids gave me that answer when I asked them a question, I'd be bitterly disappointed. It's always someone else's fault with these Liberals. It's never their fault. Gasoline prices, it's not our fault. We took the tax off, but there's not a place in the country where gas is lower than it was before. They always went a third of the way. They could have taken all the gas off, on all the tax off and all the gas for the year, but they didn't. Home prices. We're going to build homes at speeds never seen before, generational speeds. Less houses are being built in Canada this year than they were last year. You're failing at everything, and it's always someone else's fault. Mr. Speaker, she could give me another answer, but I'm guessing she's going to say the dog ate her homework.
Just a reminder, despite us being in adjourned proceedings, members should still speak through the chair when using the you specifically. I invite the Parliamentary Secretary to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The measures in the recent spring economic updates are part of the next step in our plan to build a stronger, more independent and resilient Canada for all, because we do have a plan on this side of the House. It advances our progress of building more affordable homes and a major infrastructure that transforms and connects our economy, while bringing down costs to help people get ahead. It helps businesses seize new opportunities and give families the confidence to plan their future. And it builds a Canada that is not just strong, but good, not just prosperous, but fair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great privilege to rise on behalf of the people of Elgin, St. Thomas, and London. Oftentimes, people who watch Question Period with this Liberal government in power will remark that there is a reason it's not called Answer Period. You often cannot get in a 35-second soundbite much substance from these Liberals, which is why I'm glad to have the opportunity to take another crack at a very important question today. Those watching who aren't familiar with what we call late shows in this chamber will remark that there are very few people in this House. There are no journalists present. There's no one in the gallery. There's just me and the Parliamentary Secretary and a couple of other keen stragglers here. So I'm hoping we can have a discussion rooted in the substance of the matter. And that is that Canadians cannot afford life right now. Canadians cannot afford groceries. Canadians cannot afford the price of fuel. The question that I initially asked about in Question Period was when the Liberals will commit to truly providing relief, not for Liberal insiders, not for consultants, not for bankers and bondholders, but for ordinary Canadians. Canadians who cannot afford the price of gas right now, which is especially germane in rural ridings like my own, where driving is not, in fact, a choice. It is a necessity to go to school, to go to work, to go to medical appointments. And we put forward a very clear-cut plan, which was to get the Liberals to cut all federal taxes on fuel for the entirety of the year as a starting point. Instead, the Liberals responded by saying they would cut a third of the taxes for a third of the year. Something is better than nothing, but not that much. And when I've talked about this in recent weeks, some Liberals will say, well, where are you going to get the money for that from? The Liberals will often say that any tax cut has to come at the expense of services. But that is a red herring that is rooted in a fundamental misrepresentation of what the Liberals have prioritized spending on. And I'd like to just mention a couple of those things here. The Liberals are committing $90 billion to an Alto Rail project that Canadians do not want and will not benefit people in the majority of the country, certainly not people in southwestern Ontario. They're spending $742 billion on a firearms confiscation scheme that law enforcement has said will not improve public safety. Federal bureaucracy spending is expected to reach $66 billion this year. It has grown in the last year, outpacing inflation, outpacing the rise in the population of this country. Debt interest, $58.7 billion. That is money paying the interest payments on the federal credit card. And then we find out, of course, they're spending $200 million on a launch pad, they call it, but it's actually a gravel pit in Nova Scotia that is provincial government land. Yet they're paying this to insider-connected companies as part of this ambitious Liberal space strategy that Canadians cannot afford the way they're presenting it. Build Canada Homes, $13 billion for housing bureaucracy with no track record of actually building homes. $20 billion on external consultants. All of this could go away and fund a fuel cut reduction or a fuel tax reduction for Canadians and a significant other suite of relief measures without affecting services at all. So my question is, why are the Liberals not doing this? Why are they not looking inside themselves, as their Prime Minister has said to some people in the past, and finding ways to save money which is not theirs, which is the taxpayers?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada has long been a global leader in the aerospace sector. Establishing Canadian sovereign space launch capabilities will drive billions in investments, create good-paying jobs, increase Canada's sovereignty, and support a commercial space launch and re-entry industry that could be worth up to $40 billion. This is what we are investing in. These are essential capabilities that protect Canada and create massive economic benefits for Canadians. In fact, it is estimated that the sector sustains 225,000 jobs across Canada. Through Canada's first-ever defence industrial strategy, along with our recent investments in aerospace capabilities, we're working hard to grow this sector even further. This strategy provides the signal to industry, to allies, to partners, to the Canadian Armed Forces, and to Canadians that we are moving forward quickly and with purpose. The Defence Industrial Strategy identifies space as one of the 10 sovereign capabilities for Canada. These are the capabilities we need to invest in and foster, so that our military can remain agile, effective, and ready to meet the requirements of a more complex security environment, and so that we can support Canadian workers and Canadian industry by building on what we already do very well.
By prioritizing space and other capabilities, along with a host of other changes to how we're rebuilding, rearming, and reinvesting in our forces, we anticipate that DIS will deliver some impressive results, namely 125,000 quality new jobs across the Canadian economy, an increase to total Canadian defence industry revenues by more than 240%, and a 50% boost to Canada's defence exports, all over the next decade.
Our buy strategy means we are investing in Canadian workers, in Canadian industry, and in the Canadian economy. So, Mr. Speaker, our investments in Canada's space capabilities will translate into new jobs, stronger supply chains, greater industrial capacity, and a more resilient Canadian economy. Now, turning to one such investment in particular, the spaceport near Canso in Nova Scotia. As the Minister of National Defence announced back in March, Canada has signed a 10-year, $200 million agreement with Maritime Launch Services to build out Canada's sovereign launch infrastructure. As part of this agreement, Maritime Launch Services must spend 90% of that funding here in Canada. This means that $180 million will go back into Canadian businesses. Moreover, we expect that once complete, it will help bring direct and indirect benefits to Canada's space, industrial, hospitality, and tourism sectors, including the local community. Canada, and Canso in particular, are a natural choice for this launch capability.
We have the space expertise, we have the industrial capacity, And the site near Canso has the right geography, including proximity to the open ocean, to support safe and effective launch operations. And that's why several of our allies and partners have already signaled that they want to work with us to support their own launches, bringing even more opportunity to the region.
Mr. Speaker, the Canada Space Agency is in Longueuil, and I've visited many times, and this capability is incredibly important to our national defence and our sovereignty. In short, this investment is good news for Nova Scotia, for Canada, and for everyone who works in the space domain. Merci.
The honourable member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Mr. Speaker, when the Artemis mission was on the far side of the moon, they were still closer to answering the question than the parliamentary secretary just was. I spoke about very real concerns about the price of fuel, the price of groceries, and I mentioned a number of ways in which the Liberal government is not being respectful of taxpayer money. Instead, she came in here with a canned 4-minute statement on just one of the many line items I mentioned, showing that the Liberals are not even prepared to rise in this House and defend their reckless spending. But I have a general contractor in my riding that is saying without relief on the price of fuel, they will find themselves forced to lay off employees. I have a man in Central Elgin, a struggling parent, who says he's putting groceries on his credit card bill because that's the only way to pay for them. I have another one who's saying she has to move because she cannot afford a cost of living in a place that she always thought would be affordable. Why are the Liberals ignoring these Canadians?
Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, only a Conservative would say spending 2% of GDP on defence spending is a waste. As a military family, I quite frankly find that incredibly offensive. The capabilities that this investment will allow us to have is incredibly important for not only in terms of our military response, but also domestic response, whether it be wildfires, flooding, and so on and so forth. So to assume otherwise is absolutely incorrect. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, seeing that it is Monday evening, I just want to say go Habs go.
The honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Canada's housing market today looks like a lot like a young man driving a road racer down an icy highway in the middle of winter. The engine roars, the tires grip, and the driver thinks he's in control, so he presses harder on the gas. Imagine a souped-up 5-liter Mustang with more horsepower than common sense. The speed builds, but suddenly the tires lose traction. The steering becomes unstable and the vehicle starts sliding. A smart driver would ease off carefully and regain control. But just like a reckless teenager, this Liberal government does not believe in restraint. It believes Ottawa can control markets better than Canadians themselves. And that arrogance is exactly what has driven Canada's housing market into the ditch. First, the Liberals went full throttle on immigration and population growth without building the homes, infrastructure, roads, utilities, or skilled labour force needed to support it. Canada added well over 1 million new residents in a single year, one of the fastest population growth rates in the developed world. The Liberals' government drove demand through the roof while supply was trapped behind taxes, red tape, permitting delays, and development charges, forcing prices to explode. Young families were suddenly bidding against impossible demand. Rents soared, house prices spiraled. Ordinary Canadians who worked hard and played by the rules found themselves locked out of home ownership altogether. The Liberals treated the housing market like a driver flooring a powerful car on black ice, and then acted surprised when the whole thing started fishtailing. Then, after overheating the market, the Liberals pulled the emergency brake, cutting immigration and locking us in a dangerous skid. At the peak, they brought in 1 million international students in a country, and then abruptly this year came to a screeching halt of less than half. But when a car is already sliding, hitting the brakes too hard does not restore control. It sends the whole vehicle spinning. Add to that chaos their so-called Build Canada approach threw billions of dollars at the catastrophic crash site. Once again, the Liberals believed they could centrally plan the economy from the top down. They encouraged prefab factories and construction suppliers to tool up for enormous future projects that haven't materialized. Billions were announced, bureaucracies expanded, but uncertainty exploded. Development costs climbed even higher. Builders were crushed between rising interest rates, government interference, expensive regulations, and constantly changing rules. Instead of stabilizing housing, Liberal central planning created even greater instability. And now, we are seeing the devastating consequences. Across the Fraser Valley, We have warning lights flashing everywhere. Finn Properties, Maskeen Group, Rivia Group, Coromandel Properties, Square 9 Developments, 14 Property Group, Wade Development, Evers Group. They're struggling with receiverships, insolvencies, foreclosures, creditor protection, stalled projects, laid off workers, and families left wondering whether the homes they paid for will ever even be built. This is what happens when government distorts markets long enough that confidence itself begins to collapse. Conservatives believe in common sense approach. We believe the people who know how to build homes are builders, not politicians. We believe government should stop choking developments with taxes, delays, gatekeepers, and ideological central planning. We believe in getting government out of the way so the private sector can do what it does best, build. Canadians don't need more politicians grabbing the steering wheel. They need a government with enough wisdom to finally let the country get back on track. So I ask, will this Liberal government admit that their housing policies are the reason Canadians cannot afford a home?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Making housing more affordable and home buying more attainable for Canadians. Through Budget 2025, we're making generational investments of $25 billion over 5 years for housing and $115 billion over 5 years for infrastructures. These strategic investments will build major infrastructures and home and create lasting prosperity, empowering Canadians to get ahead. This is why the Prime Minister launched Build Canada Home in September 2025. It's a completely different way to build affordable housing for Canadians. The new federal agency is going to catalyze a more productive housing industry, something that sets it apart from anything that's been done previously. There's already agreements for over 10,000 units to be built over the coming months, and some of those shovels are already on the ground, in the ground. Build Canada Home is not going to act alone. It will work in close partnership with developers, manufacturers, provinces, territories, municipalities, as well as Indigenous partners to get housing financed and built. The goal is to make it faster and easier for builders to get big projects off the ground and deliver homes for Canadians right across the country. Young families and first-time home buyers deserve the same opportunity to own a home that their parents did. That's why we're taking actions to provide Canadians with immediate relief through targeted tax measures. We're cutting the goods and services tax on new homes at or under $1 million for first-time home buyer, delivering savings of up to $50,000. We're lowering GST on new homes between $1 million and $1.5 million. These initiatives, despite what they're saying, will help more Canadians buy their first home. We're also helping first-time home buyers through the tax-free home savings account, which help Canadians to save for their first home, which they also voted against. We're building on the success of programs delivered through the National Housing Strategy, like the $4.4 billion Housing Accelerator Fund, which incentivizes municipalities to eliminate barriers to building. And this is one big obstacle to building fast. We're investing in purpose-built rental supply through the apartment construction loan. We're also taking action to help the community housing sector acquire at-risk rental apartment building, ensuring they remain affordable over the long term with the launch of the Canada Rental Protection Fund. It's unacceptable for anybody in Canada to go without safe, affordable, and inclusive housing. That is why the federal government is committed to solving the housing crisis and taking a leadership role on housing. The Government of Canada is removing barriers to construction, reducing risk for home builders, and making significant investment in non-market housing in partnerships with developers. We're working closely with builders, investors, Indigenous partners, and all levels of government to implement innovative solutions to get the job done. Together with partners, the Government of Canada is leading transformative changes in Canada's housing sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
What we are witnessing now is the consequence of years of Liberal market distortion through subsidies, red tape, and unpredictable government policy. The Liberals overheated the housing market with record immigration levels, and developers responded by investing billions, hiring workers, and putting shovels in the ground based on the conditions this government created. Then Ottawa suddenly slammed on the brakes. After years of overheating demand, the Liberals abruptly reversed course without a plan, leaving developers watching the market shift beneath projects already underway as rental vacancy rates jumped more than 40% year over year. Housing projects take years to plan and build. You cannot pull one policy lever to flood the market and then yank another to choke off demand and expect builders, renters, or buyers to have any stability. This is a failure of central planning, and the Liberals created this distortion, and now Canadians are paying the price.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Government of Canada is committed to solving the housing crisis, and we're working together with all of our partners to use every tool available and to get the job done. The Housing Accelerative Fund and the Apartment Construction Loan Program are just some of the key programs that are helping Canadians, that are helping developers get apartments built, get homes built. Build Canada Home is going to partner across the housing ecosystem to drive the development of affordable housing, supporting a mix of income needs. We need to increase our stock of affordable housing. There's no way around it. We're at 4%. We need to get to 8%. It will catalyze modern methods of construction as part of a national effort to increase housing construction, restore affordability, and reduce homelessness. The federal government is back in the business of building homes for Canadians. We're taking bold action to build a housing market that works for everyone and create lasting, meaningful change across the country. Thank you.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow, Tuesday, May 26th at 10 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.